Good to be back, baby. How is everybody doing? It's great to be back. Welcome back to the post-match fan show. It is a day late, guys, but we had to recover yesterday. I hope all is good. And of course, it's the post-match fan show where we get you guys to come on and have your say after we beat the Bubble Blowers 3-1 and 4. It is still on. We are joined by co-host Jack Kanicki. Jack, my man, how are you keeping, brother?
Loving the energy, Dave. Loving the energy. Dave, the fact you even still have the vocals is impressive. This guy, no wonder he's a top singer. He's got all the songs as well. Dave's got a beautiful voice, and yet he still doesn't lose it. I'm still recovering from mine. Dave, I would say vacation is nice. You know, we had a little, time off, got to enjoy Spurs, got to just, take a break from things. But I would say even like a few days before, the vacation was over, I was kind of just dying to get back to work, get back to the Harris Army, and the fan show is the best way to start it, to get back to people.
No, it really was. And look, before we get into and maybe Jack, we could just give you could maybe give them a quick rundown of our experience just quickly.
Yeah.
But before we get into it, a couple of massive thank yous out there. A massive thank you to Ben, who hosted me in his house for the week. Absolute top man, him and his missus Ashley. Really, really do appreciate you guys were so good to me all week. Of course, to Ben and his brother Sim for having me and Jack bringing us into the studio to do some live shows, which was an incredible experience. And a massive thank you to Ellie for the West Ham game. It's been something that's been a long time in the making. And the experience that she gave myself and Jack was absolutely unbelievable. Everybody that came out and met us, a massive thank you to you guys. And there's plenty of them. There's too many to rattle off, but you've seen some of the pictures we put up. There will be more. And by the way, guys, there is a match blog coming, and it is pretty special what has been put together. We will be finishing it today, and it will be out there either tonight or tomorrow for you guys to have a look at. It's really good. Some good faces on there as well. With pre-match thoughts, and then also everyone that was coming up. There was people we were at La Royale beforehand where we met the likes of Tony Galvin, Mickey Hazard. Who else was there?
Glenn Hoddle, Dave. You're missing the big one, man.
Glenn Hoddle. So that was incredible. And then everyone that was coming up asking for pictures. Saying they really loved the channel and everything else. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. There was Luca and his father after the game we spent talking to quite a while outside. Callum was coming up. Callum came up to us in the stadium, said that he loved the channel and all. It was absolutely incredible. Graham as well. Graham, that quiet man in the chat. He's a quiet man in the chat. Also a special thank you to Nick as well, who dropped me home after the game back to Benji's, making sure I got home safe. He didn't have to do that. So absolute legend. But too many thank yous. If I've missed anyone, sorry. And of course, a massive thank you to Nick for putting this together. One thing I will say to everybody out there, and I'm not sure whether Jack would appreciate me saying it, but I think it should go into the match blog. But when he came up into the stadium, he did break down a little and have a little cry. And look, I'm not doing this to make a joke or have a dig. The reason why I'm saying it is because of everything we've been through this season in terms of the arguments, everyone being pissed off with how the season's been. And look, I fully get it, fully get it. But to see someone still, that emotionally involved in the club and loving it, it was just really, really nice to see. And my God, look, I had my first away day, went to the Brighton game. That was absolutely incredible. Romero scored. Big H scored as well right in front of me. Oh, my God, it was absolutely scenes. I was loving it. And then the West Ham game. Well, before the game, the atmosphere was incredible. Inside the stadium before the game, atmosphere was bouncing. Then before kickoff, it was bouncing. All during the game, bouncing. I think after the second goal went in, me and Jack were standing up singing West Ham get battered everywhere they go. Absolutely unbelievable. And then after the game, I think everybody's seen the videos to be in the concourse, bouncing up and down with all regular fans, singing West Ham get battered everywhere they go, from the top flight all the way down to the bottom, and just going for like 20, 25 minutes solid. It was absolutely unbelievable. The scenes were incredible. Yeah. But Jack, how was your trip, man?
Dave, I mean, let's just keep on what we were just talking about. Honestly, that was probably one of the greatest days of my life. I probably am just going to say one of the greatest. Maybe I don't offend anybody, maybe in the family or the missus or anything. But seriously, Dave, probably one of the greatest days of my life. And a lot of it is thanks to the Harris Army, as well as David here, for, even giving me that opportunity to be able to come here. To be honest, if you had told me 2 years ago, I told you that, Dave, if I had been to my first Spurs game, if I had had all these people welcome me, kind of figured my first Spurs game probably majority alone when I even think about it. But the fact that I spent it with so many friends, so many loved ones, so many people that were genuinely there to, celebrate it with me. Dave, I'd be honest, probably the greatest days of my life, and massive, massive shout out as well, though, because it couldn't have happened without Ellie Hoybjerg, the queen of the Harris Army as well, Dave, because she gave us probably the best tickets in the whole house. I mean, even she could have put me, she could have got me into the toilet. It still would have been one of the best seats in the whole house, Dave. But seriously, like a massive shout out to Ellie as well, who just made my dreams come true. But as well as the Harris Army, Dave, as well as you, who were able to just allow me to, experience it with, not just myself, but with a bunch of others as well. And also just to be able to get us out there. It's, I don't know, Dave, seriously, one of the greatest days of my life. The rest of it was good. I'll just go through it quickly. I would say I did more of a northern tour than I did a southern tour. And I really did enjoy the north. So anybody, from Manchester above, anybody from Leeds, kind of above, in the northern part of the UK, I must say, absolutely loved it. And the hospitality, to the beautiful weather, to the beautiful little cities I was in, really loved the north, loved it so much. I even considered actually perhaps even, taking a look at maybe some apartments and whatnot up there, because it really was that spectacular.
Don't say that, Chris.
Anybody up north, like maybe, who knows, maybe me and Chris, Dave, will be up in Newcastle waving tea towels.
The new Step Brother movie, Chris and Jack. To be sharing bunk beds. Don't be saying that. Absolutely love it. No, it was. And Jack, it was incredible to meet you on the Friday as well, and getting into the studio and doing the live podcast. And actually a massive shout out to Matty, who gave up his position to be able to let Jack do it live in the studio. And also Nick and Danny Kiriakou for the Saturday, taking me out down to, or not Nick, sorry, Danny Kiriakou and Ben Kaufman, going down to Ben Kaufman's coffee shop for the day and all. So, look, we really did get the 5-star treatment. We really did. And look, all of this is only possible because of the Harris and the Irish Hotspur Army. So, a massive thank you to you guys out there. Look, the support for the channel has been absolutely incredible. And from the bottom of my heart, I really do appreciate it. But look, let's start getting into some of the messages, and let's see who's back with us. We have Lightwork, big up Lightwork.
Legend.
Arsenal and United have a couple of tough games. We have Newcastle, Aston Villa, Brighton, Brentford, Leicester. This game, we are expected to all win and get 15 points. Let's get top 4 in Conte, we trust. No, look, Arsenal and United do have a tough run in. Look, Newcastle is not going to be easy, my man. They're on form right now. They're doing well in the Premier League. Aston Villa, look, it's not going to be easy. They can't turn up. We should be winning them too, though. Brighton, well, I mean, look, I went into the Quidditch Central and I came out victorious. I bet Harry Potter at his own game. You know what I mean? Absolutely loving that. So we should be beating them again. Brentford should be beating Leicester. Well, I just seen in the chat a bit further down that the one and only Matty Hayes is actually going to that game. So Matty, my man, make sure you enjoy it. Get a match blog trip. I do want to see you on your trip, my man. Make sure you do enjoy it. And if you're staying in your auntie's, well, I'm only jealous because that woman is incredible. She makes incredible food, Jack. She's an incredible host, incredible curries. Lovely. And that dessert is absolutely to die for.
Oh, dessert as well.
Big yourself up. It's filthy, lad. Jeez. It is filthy, but big up Lightwork. Tottenham Tantrum Gold says, ladies and gentlemen, they're back. Where Spurs took one small step for the Harris Army, one giant leap for David and Jack. Oh, and the Spurs. Go marching in. And we're top 4 is on, so come on, let's get it. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Dermot. Hope you're keeping well, my man. Chris Agenbar says, big up, lads. Big up, Chris. I hope you're keeping well, my man. We have Mick Hermeluk. Big up, David and Jack. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Mick. Come on, you Spurs, man. Philip Brady says, David and Jack need to go to more games. Lucky omens. Look, I told you I was going to bring the luck of the Irish. And it's exactly what I brought. 2 wins, some back on form. Harry Kane scores, Romero scores. You know, we leave Tottenham in good tact, Philip. We leave Tottenham in good health, my man. Big yourself up. We also have El Said. Says top 4 is doable, but let's see the next 3 games. Exactly, my man. Look, at the end of the day, we've got to take it one game at a time, look after our own result, forget all the other things. As long as we look after ourselves and do what we need to do. If we fail in the other teams, like Arsenal or United, end up going on a good run, okay. But at least we've done what we need to do, my man. We just got to take it one game at a time, I'll say. But I love the optimism. I love it. Brian C. Socrates, my
Oh.
man, I hope you're keeping well. He says, welcome back, David and Jack. Blazing a winning trail all the way back from the stadium. The last 2 wins have reignited the run in for us. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Come on, you Spurs. Brian, you know, I'm into this whole law of attraction thing. And I've always believed top 4 was going to happen. Even through all them dark times, I still hung on to it. Still believed. But guess what? I go over there and the law of attraction, you just can't fight it, my man. We're in the top 4 race, Jacko.
Beautifully put, Dave. Beautifully put. I mean, we've come up with every reason under the sun to keep hopes, even when there was nothing left. You know, we've kept it in some ways. So I would say, Brian C., it was good to have us. It feels like maybe one of us just has to be there for the games, because then maybe we can keep the run going. Hopefully they can do it without us, Brian C. Pick yourself up, my man.
Big up, Brian. I hope you're keeping well, lad. Welsh Gal says, welcome back, lad. So glad you had a wonderful time. Big up, David and Jack. Big up, Welsh Gal. I hope you're keeping well. It's good to see you. It's good to see everybody. It really is. The smile on my face. I've missed this all. I've missed streaming as well. I really do enjoy it.
I do.
Alan Harris says, big up, Paul. Big up, Alan. I hope you're keeping well, my man. It's good to see you. William McKenzie says, big up, everyone. William, I hope you're keeping well down in New Zealand, my man. Big yourself up. Sue Smith, it is good to see you. Welcome back. Really, really missed the watch-alongs.
Nice to hear, Sue. That's actually really nice to hear. I'm glad that you've been enjoying them. That's very nice.
It really is nice to hear. But look, do not worry. Myself and Jack are back now for the rest of them, Sue Smith. So hopefully you can come and join us. But big up. That's really nice to hear. Matt C says, big win on the weekend. Glad you boys were there to see it. Come on, you Spurs.
It was a privilege to be able to see it, Matt. A privilege.
Matt C, it's the best atmosphere I think I've been to. I'm not messing. It was all day long. Singing, chanting. It was incredible. The place was bouncing. It was unbelievable. There was cats being thrown down the stand, toy cats, balloons with cats printed on them being slapped about, people just chanting. It was absolutely unreal. Honestly, one of the best days of my life. No word of a lie, Matt C. And then getting to it to enjoy it with Jack and Ellie. Unbelievable. Ellie's passion for the club, my man. Yeah. Oh, my God, it's unbelievable. Craig Bowler says Jack and David will have to go more often if the team put on that kind of performance. Top 4 is still on. Craig. Look, it was unbelievable. Me and myself and Jack were actually going to be bringing a bit of a new show for you tomorrow. A match review, sort of different style. Hopefully you do enjoy it. Look out for that. And I'll get into it, but I think Bentancur and Højbjerg in midfield were incredible, more so Bentancur. But Højbjerg played his part, just rotating the ball, keeping possession. Bentancur's movement to drop into pockets of space to be able to receive the ball and keep it moving. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Romero's defending. Just to see what, like, even in the first half, twice, he's behind Antonio, but he gets his leg between his legs or around him, dislodges the ball. Some of the stuff is unbelievable. Kulusevski on the ball is one of the most
he's absurd in real life. He's
Harry
absurd.
Kane, the way he uses his body to be able to protect the ball, flick-ons, drops in to be able to receive it, unbelievable. Sonny against West Ham, direct on the ball, or even if he didn't have the ball, if someone had it, every single time making that run in behind. And he got the reward on that last goal.
The front three was so, they were so sexy, Dave. Like, they were just unbelievable. Like you broke it down perfectly there. But yeah, they were unbelievable. A privilege, again, I would say, to witness them.
It really was. It really was.
0-1-0. Big up, man.
Thank you, Jack. You helped me out there. Stop me from looking silly. Yeah, big up. I hope you're keeping well. Spurs related is here, and I met this player at the break again. I met him and got to speak to him. It was a privilege, and he's just as much of a gentleman as he is. He's the exact same person on camera as he is off camera. Big up, James. I hope you're keeping well, brother. We have Zoe says, big up, lads. Welcome back. Big up, Zoe, it's good to see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. William Pretty says, top 4 is on. Absolutely love that. Big yourself up. Bodrul Mazid is in the house. My man, I hope you're keeping well. As you can see, Matty is ecstatic. He is going to that Leicester game.
I would be too.
Buzzing, Matty. Really do enjoy it, please. And look, I'll give you the look of the Irish passing over to you to bring over. We need to win that day. Big up, Matty. Really do go and enjoy that. Carl Simpson says, big up, gents. Welcome back. Big up, Kyle. I really appreciate that, man. We have the Bottom Do in the house as well. Big up the Bottom Do. It's good to see you. Who else have we got? We've got King Huddle. Hi, Big Dave. Hope you enjoyed your trip to the world's best stadium. Come on, you Spurs. Do you know what? I was privileged, to be honest with you, because the first half was without the lights, right? Unbelievable. Glorious day.
Yeah.
Second half, the lights came on, and that stadium under the lights, it gives you that feeling. It makes you emotional. It gives you a rock solid. It does everything to your body, Jacko, under the
I think
lights.
what's incredible about it, Dave, is that the fact that you feel like you actually can see every single other fan in the whole stadium. I don't know if you can say that
Yeah,
about other stadiums, where there are sections where you probably feel like you're kind of distant from maybe another section. You can't even really hear them or can't really even see them. Just felt like every Spurs fan is just right next to you the whole going up the levels, just going up the stairs is unbelievable. The moment, Dave, you even walk into the concourse, like people just hang out in the concourse just to sing right in front of
yeah.
Dave, I don't know, it is an
And you
unbelievable
were saying
stadium.
you've never seen that before, which is mad. You know?
It's actually ridiculous, even just all the all the preambles, to the game, Dave. Everything that led up to it. It was completely foreign to me, completely new to me. Everything was just, I don't know, it's just all drink it in, King Huddle.
Yeah,
And it was also absolute pleasure to meet your idol, King Huddle, as well. I mean, we got to take a picture with Big Glenn.
yeah.
He had a lot of great stories. He's actually really modest as well, despite him being basically the most talented player ever to come out of our academy, not Harry Winks. He really is. I don't know. It was a pleasure,
Mm.
and he really is a top man as well.
No, he really is. And I managed to get his signature from Yolan, and then Ellie got one as well, which she was buzzing with Phil Latis as well. And to get the picture with him. But at La Real, Jack, we also asked the question. I asked the question to Tony Gavin and Paul Miller about
Yeah.
our inconsistency, and what we heard back was quite interesting.
Paul Miller is a straight talker. I'll tell you that. That
Yeah,
guy is a straight talker.
basically under Nuno, he was saying, he spoke to Harry Kane for 3.5 minutes, and the whole time he was here, and it's night and day under Conte. Conte walks in, morning, Harry, how's your kids? How they got on in school and stuff like that. And he also said that Nuno ignored Pat Jennings the whole time he was at the club as well, which I found was fascinating and interesting.
Especially since they're both goalkeepers as well. Nuno was a former goalkeeper, and Pat Jennings, one of the best goalkeepers ever to play for Spurs. Yeah, weird. It said a lot. It said a lot.
It did. It definitely opened some eyes for sure. Sosm says, long time no see. Big yourself up. I hope you're keeping well. We're back now. Don't worry about that. We're back. We're back bigger than ever, baby. That's what I will say. We're back bigger than ever. Romero's Golden Cock says, evening all fellow top four believers. The future's bright. The future's lily white. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. My man, we always believe. Always believe. Now, look, it may not happen. I'm not going to get on my high horse. I still, like I said, I'm going to take it one game at a time. Never give up hope, though. Never, ever give up hope. Like I say to people, until it's mathematically possible, don't give up hope. And then don't give up hope. And then when it isn't mathematically possible, just set your sights to the next highest target. That's the way I operate. And I love the way you change your name to put Romero in there, by the way. Brother, pick yourself up, my man. We have Pete from the lane. Big up. Really appreciate the donation, my man. He says, big up. Hope you enjoyed the trip and games. Come on, you Spurs.
Big up, Pete.
Honestly, one of the best weeks of my life, getting to do an away game and then a home game against the bubble blowers. I mean, it was absolutely unbelievable. And to stick it to them, to be able to get that victory on Sunday. Honestly, people never know how much it means to me. They will never know how much that one means to me. Unbelievable. And for that forever, I will always hate them.
We couldn't have enjoyed it anymore, Pete. I don't think it was actually physically possible to enjoy it anymore. I must say, just quickly, Pete, as well, considering how important that game was, like a season-defining sort of game. I mean, it's just the highest of highs. It's the highest of highs. Big up, Pete.
Oh, big up, Pete. Honestly, they're forever my rivals. They'll forever be blowing bubbles. I'll forever be hating them. And that's for sure, Pete from the lane. Big yourself up, my man. We have Posse Dog. Big up, boys. Top four. Here we come. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Pose Dog and Posse Dog. Big yourself up. I do want to actually, Moondog, if Moondog is listening, I was in Ben Kaufman's coffee shop and he has this cool little thing on a slate and all that you designed for him. It's deadly. I took a picture. It's unreal, my man. It's unreal. Spaghetti Slayer says, hopefully all of Arsenal's best players will be poached by bigger teams in the summer lot. That would be nice, Spaghetti Slayer. That definitely would be nice, my man. Who else have we got? Kane, Jason Fox says Kane scored 1 goal in the first half of this season. Now he's 8 goals away from Salah with 9 games to play. Could he take that golden boot? I wouldn't put it past him. I believe it's Faz Radfar that has always predicted it. I've always said he definitely finished Tottenham's top scorer without a shadow of a doubt. I know Sonny's ahead of him now after his goals at the weekend. But look, that's why I say you never ever give up on Big H, baby. Never give up on him. Big up, Jason. I hope you're keeping well, brother. David Bristol says, this is how we love it. My man, I hope you're keeping well. Big up, David. We have John M. Welcome back, guys. Hope you enjoyed the game and the result, the experience together. Keep up the great work. Do you know what? I just quickly
appreciate that, John.
It was unbelievable. Like, me and Jack, teamed up here on this channel, and without ever actually physically meeting each other, everything's been through screens, whether it's been through a phone call or whether it's been through this. To actually see the guy physically, it was absolutely incredible. It was incredible.
Yeah.
And to think that, before lockdown, none of us ever knew each other.
Yeah.
And then to be able to meet up, go to a game, we're now do a channel together, a Tottenham fan channel, and to meet so many people, it's actually been an unbelievable experience. To meet so many people that have just shown myself and Jack nothing but love.
Yeah. It's beautifully put, Dave.
It's been incredible, John. It's been incredible, my man. Big yourself up, brother. I may move on. I'm too emotional. Donovan Oosterreicher. Oh, come on, I nailed that one. Says, whoa, come on, you Spurs. I don't have the same croakiness behind it, my man.
Started off strong with it.
Started off strong. It ended a bit, I don't know, tailed off a bit. Good to see you guys back. Big up, my man. I hope you're keeping well. We have Johnny Boy already bored from international break. Save me. Well, here we are, my man, and we'll definitely have a lot more for the international break planned. Do not worry about that. We've already got the rest of the week planned. Derek Hutchins said, good evening, David and Jack. Big up, my man. Bud Roller, as he says, evening, everyone. Big up, David and Jack. We may start getting through some of these. We're way behind. The Bottom Dude says, Dave, the first word from you made me realize how much I missed the content from this channel. I love Sean's vlog from the game with all the legends in one frame.
The Bottom Dude, I missed you, man.
I really appreciate that, my man. Look, as much as some of you may missed it, look, maybe some of you did, maybe some of you didn't really care. I don't know. And look, it is what it is. But the Bottom Dude, I really appreciate that, my man. I really do appreciate that. Big yourself up. Paddy Harnett, I'm glad you brought that to my attention. It was an amazing experience at La Royale. It was amazing, lad. So thank you very much, Paddy. And thank you for everything, my man. Big yourself up, Paddy. You're an absolute
legend. Really appreciate you, brother. Really
William Townsend says West Ham couldn't handle the flat cap heat. That they definitely couldn't. That they definitely could not, my man. Emily Dunn says, great to see you back with you two back with such great energy, Emily. I really do appreciate that. David Bristol, this is how we like it. Tottenham Hotspur in the lily white kit from the Paxton to the South Stand. We all shout for Harry Kane. At Tottenham, he made his name. Absolutely
love it, David.
That, good to see John Stokes in. Big up. He says, yes. Big Dave, Big Jack in the house. Glad we beat the wannabe team 3-1. Absolutely love that. Big up, John Boy. We have Nicholas Collison. No worries, brother. Glad to meet you all. It was very good to meet you, Nick. This is Barry, Jack. This is Barry.
Oh, this is Barry. Okay, I was just going to say. Yeah, and also a real gentleman he is. Big yourself up, my man. Really, honestly, he's a gentleman, class man.
He's a top guy. He is a top guy, and we'll definitely be getting him on for sure. And he says he's still recovering. Absolutely love it, Barry. Absolutely love it, my man.
Wembley
says, evening, guys. It was so great to see the clips of you bought at the game on Sunday. And for real, you got a team performance after the poor Wolves showing. And for you, Jack, having travelled so far. Big up, Wembley one.
Legend. Really good to see you as well, Wembley. I missed so many of these faces, Dave. Really,
I really have so
and
much.
Killian Gavin's as well. Missed Killian as well.
Yeah, my man, big yourself up. Doherty, let me know what you think over the last two games, my man. But big up, Killian. Hope you're keeping well. And I know
you wrong, Dave. He's proven me wrong. He's proven me wrong on Emerson. He has. He's a legend. He's a legend, Killian is. I love it. Stuck by him, Dave. Just like we stuck by top four, Killian is stuck by Doherty. What a man.
Oh, legend. Big up, James Watson. He says, big up, lads. James, I hope you're keeping well. It's good to see you. Same as Yasan Shakur, Diabale, Inc. praying. Yeah, look, we'll wait and see how that pans out, my man. We'll wait and see. Dave Tyson.
Also plug the second channel as well. Everybody, after watching this, did break down the Dybala move and maybe what it could mean. And so everybody do also watch that as well. Big up, Yasin.
There you are. There you are. Dave Tyson says, evening, lads. Big up, Dave, my man. I hope you are keeping well. It's good to see you. It's good to see everybody. It really is. I've missed it so much. I've missed you. It's like family now, you know. It's every night. You know, everyone's in. It's absolutely incredible. I've missed you all. Jordan Stevens says, Jack, London is the place to be. Don't get carried away.
I love it, Jordan. I love it, my man. Definitely, definitely.
Good to see you, Jordan. How are you keeping, my man? Do let me know. And Barry's still on it. West Ham get battered everywhere they go. West Ham get battered everywhere they go.
What was even better, Dave? What was even better was like the way that people kept the beat. Yeah, the 1, 2, 3. People just kept it so well. Unbelievable.
Oh, I love it. I'm still buzzing off it. Oh my God. The amount of bubbles that were burst over the weekend. Whoa! I hate them so much. Island Life, he says, big up, lads. My man, I hope you're keeping well. We have Neil Shafton. He says, no easy games. Win all of the next 9, and that is all you can do. Do your job. Exactly. Faz Radfar says, big up, guys. Let's hope our players remain safe on the international games.
True,
my man, I hope you're keeping well. Who else? We've got Tyler Gretzula. Let's go, lads. We can push on, but we've got to defend set pieces. If not, we won't have a chance. Set pieces are crucial. Absolutely crucial, my man. Big yourself up. He says the pot is back. Come on, the Irish coffee. You love it. Tommy, good to see you in. He says, let's go, lads. West Ham get battered everywhere they go. I love it. I love it. Pablo, hi now. We are winning. Thoughts today. Are we still leave you out? Or one last and leave you out? Look,
I mean, this channel's always done a lot of things on Leave You Out, and this channel is Leave You Out. Paul, I think it still is, the same as it always has been. But yeah, I think, regardless of the results, but pick up, Paul. Good to see you, my man.
Big up, Paul. Look, it doesn't change even if we get top 4. But like I've always stated, this summer for me will show me exactly where this club is going. They've got a chance to take it one way, or they could just, keep it going the way it has been going. So we'll wait and see what way this club goes this summer, Paul. But big yourself up, my man. And we have Ucheche and Duque says, greetings, chap, greetings. Welcome back, gents. Big yourself up, my man. Greetings. Thank you. It is good to see you, brother.
Great name.
We also have Dale Radford. Great to see you on the We Are Tottenham TV vids. Top 4, here we come. Big up.
Big up,
Dale. A lot of people seem to have enjoyed myself and Jack's being on it. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Dale. Ron,
live.
This is live, my man. This is live. Big yourself up, Ronnie boy. Who else have we got here? John Fitzpatrick. It's good to see you in, my man. And I already said congratulations. I hope everything's going well with the new family, my man. With the new family. MB says, hey lads, I hope you're keeping well. Who else have we got? We've got Andy Lloyd says, Kulu start reminds me of when Son started, a little bit cagey, but really coming into this stride. And only 21, he's amazing. He really is. And the breakdown of the deal was put out today as well, actually, which is interesting. Ben Kaufman says, Ian and everyone cannot join tonight, but looking forward to the show. That's a shame. That is a shame, Benji. But look, my man, I hope you're keeping well, and your coffee shop is amazing. Honestly, if anyone ever gets a chance, I'm not just blowing smoke up his hole here. His coffee is absolutely amazing. It is amazing. Big up, Ben. I hope you're keeping well. We have Graham, evening, David and Jack. Good to meet you both on Sunday, Graham. Graham, do the channel. We want to hear more stories. We want the Graham hour once a week. We want the Graham hour.
Yes.
That's what we want.
Yes.
Big up, my man.
Graham, you're a top man, Graham. You're a top man. And this guy is also, Dave, as well, one of the most humble people, honestly, out there. Such a humble and gentleman. Top man, top bloke. And Dave has stories to tell. Graham does. But also is just so incredibly wonderful and humble. Like, honestly, top man. He's a top man. Doesn't want me calling him the word that we usually call everybody, because that's how humble he is, Dave. Graham, you're a top man.
He's a legend. He's a legend. He's a good guy, this guy. I really like this guy. And guys, look, we're nearly caught up on the comments, and then you don't have to hear from me and Jack anymore. We'll get the guys on. We really will. They are there. Trust me, they are there. Don Anthony says, hello, everybody. Big yourself up, Don Anthony. It's good to see you back in. Colona, Pena, Bentancur, Skip coming back will be a big boost. It really will. It really will, my man. Daniel Larson's in the house. Welcome back, wonderful people. So glad you had a great time. My man, I really appreciate that. As you can tell, myself and Jack, maybe before we went, we were a bit like Mo P down. Look at the smiles, beaming, my man. We needed it. We needed the break. We also have Rifled, says, welcome back. I'm glad to know you enjoyed the game. Big up. Really appreciate that. We have Brad Matthews in the house as well. Big up, Brad. I hope you're okay. Good to see Brad, by the way. It really was. Brad's a good guy. And Alex Davies as well. Alex Davies
Alex is class.
Yeah, brilliant. Adrian Schraka says the Spurs crowd were fantastic.
Yes.
They were unbelievable. Look, Conte called for it after the Brighton game. Spurs fans gave him what he wanted. Absolutely love it. Ron, incredible against West Ham. Absolutely unbelievable. Me and Jack were speaking about earlier on, like it's all well and good having possession, moving it side to side. But what Son done is just take the game to them. Took the game to them. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable, my man. Who else have we got? We've got Marlon Green. He says, big up, lads. Great. It's good to have you back. Thank you, Marlon. I really do appreciate that, my man. Absolute legend. We have Adrian Srock in the house as well. It's good to see you, Adrian. We ain't having it. Can't think of two more deserving guys of such a wonderful time. Your joy is infectious. Now get back to work.
You're right. It's good to be back to work. It's
Talk
good
about
to be
bringing you
back to
down
work.
to life. He's like, right, shut up. We want to hear Philip Brady.
Yeah.
We want to hear
Yeah.
Brad. And actually, the amount of people that were coming up and they'd be saying, like, you know, Philip, we love Brad, we love Ellie, we love everybody, you know, they just bring up these names, love this person, love that person. It's unbelievable, you know. It is unbelievable the amount of people that watch it. And look, we're back to work. We're back to work. Do not worry. We'll have something every day this week for everybody. Because I know a lot of people have been saying they're missing the smiles and everything. Exactly, guys. What a welcome back. Over 200 in-house, 230 now. It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Honestly, I'm overwhelmed. I really am overwhelmed. You have no idea. It's been a tough time lately, you know. It's been a very tough time. And look, it's overwhelming. So thank you, everybody. Leon says, evening, guys. It's good that you're both back. Big up, Leon. Jack, I'm just going to grab a bit of water. You take over there for a second.
No, I got it here, Dave. Leon, it's good to see you in here. Damianos as well, saying, missed you guys the last two matches. I would say it's good to be back, though. And the watch longs, everything, the content is up and up with the time off. You know, Dave and I are able to reassess, you know, kind of go back at it full force like we always do. And so the content's just going to be flowing, my man. Big up, Damianos. Spiro as well said, pleasure to meet you both on Sunday. Keep up the great work, especially if we don't see him in the comments. So who do you think this is, Dave?
Oh, let me know your real name. No, that's Luca. Am I correct?
It's Luca. Oh, he was class.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure.
He was class. He was so hilarious as well. He was hilarious to speak to. But do let me know, Spiro. Love the name. Love the name too, my man. It was absolute pleasure to meet everybody. Real pleasure.
It really was. Really do appreciate that.
He was hilarious. If it was Luca, he was hilarious. He was hilarious. I couldn't stop talking to him.
Appreciate that, Mick. And we also have Missy Owati. It's been a pleasure talking to you, David, and we are Tottenham TV. Big up, lads. Come on, you Spurs. Let's nail top four. My man, it was a pleasure to speak to everybody. Really appreciate that, my man. You're a top guy. And thank you so much, my man. Absolute legend.
We're a Sly as well. Don't think we got to We're a Sly. Good to see We're a Sly. Always in there.
We have Sanford says, you're some color, Dave. Have you been on holiday? I'm still pale white, lad. Still pure pale. I only tan when I go out to like Spain and stuff like that. Love it. Barnabas is in the house. Big up, David. Big up, Barnabas. Good to see you. D-Trex Kane says, Kane, the sexiest man alive. Look, of course he is, D-Trex. Look, when you know D-Trex. It's an elite club. Sort of cult like, you know. Look, D-Trex, you know, my man, you know about that guy. Moondog says, good evening, David and Jack. Big up, Moondog. You are an absolute legend, by the way. I've seen you work at Kaufman's coffee studio. It's incredible. You've got a gift. Do get in contact. Gavin James, big up, Moondog. Still no Dyer bet though. It is coming.
Poor guy.
Neil G says, no change, leave you out. Big up, Neil G. Good to see you. Gavin James says, Kane has been amazing. I thought Vlahovic made more sense than Kane at the beginning of the season. He's been amazing, Gavin. Kane has been amazing. Claude Murphy, big up, you Spurs. It's good to see you.
Always in there, Claude. Good to see you.
And we've got Alfie Gosling in the house. Good to see you. We've got you and O'Connor as well. Do we change midfield when Skip comes back? I wouldn't, to be honest with you. I'd still skip with Højbjerg and Bentancur. It's just good to have that option. And who knows, Skip could play his way into the team, but he's got to earn it. He's got to earn it, Ewan. Lily White Yid says, big up Harris Army. Come on, you Spurs. I think we met you, Ewan. That name sounds familiar. I think we met you, myself and Jack. Let me know. It does sound familiar. It sounds like a name we met. Go-getters in the house everywhere we go. Big up go-getter. We have Adam Phillip. Glad to see you got to see 2 games after that shitty Wolves one. I deserved it. My old lad said it to me. He goes, "You're lucky, man. You got 2 wins." I was like, "What do you mean lucky? I fucking deserved it. You know, I had to watch against Wolves. I deserved it, you know." John Down says, "Did you hear Mike said we didn't create much? What a joker." Yeah, he is a joker.
I mean, he says some pretty baffling things. Despite how good of a manager he is, I would say, his spoken word is not as good as his actual tactics. But big up, John.
Big up, John. Adrian Schrocker, don't worry. I definitely will get one in, my man. I've already got one in before. It's amazing. Canadian BTW says, going to my first game against Leicester next month. Can't wait. Wow. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Record it.
See Matty there.
Yeah, you will see Matty there. Record it, my man. You only get, you don't get to go much from that side of the world, So make sure you do record
Pick
it.
up Neil G. Pick up Neil.
We have Blade in the house as well. Good up, Blade. It's good to see you. We also have Ian Cook. He says it's great to have you guys back. Well, I really appreciate that, Ian. Really do appreciate that. He says, no, it wasn't him, but there was someone with a name very similar to yours. I remember it. But I just can't remember the name. But big yourself up. The bottom dude is in the house. I really appreciate the donation. Says, how good was the pirouette from Bentancur? Hoiberg is becoming something of a young Conte himself. Hard work and good attitude makes up for time.
I actually think, Dave, we both turned around.
On the edge of the box where he took 2 players out. Oh,
Dave, I think we both turned around to the guys behind us and they said as well, they were like, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
They said that was disgusting. And I believe as well, Duda, somebody, I think it was Joseph or somebody on Twitter said to me, they said, imagine if Winks was in that situation, what would he have done? It really was just, Duda. Bentancur is unbelievable in real life. He is such a smooth operator. He's the definition of cool in the midfield, the definition of cool. Kulusevski, how shifty he is, how tricky he is with all of his movements. He's sensational. To bottom Duda, I mean, they're just beautiful to watch. Smooth operators.
No, honestly, yeah. I was sitting there. You want to hear the noise? It's a noise only I think my girlfriend's ever heard me made when he done that turn.
Yeah.
Jack and Ellie now were privileged to it, but it was absolutely unbelievable. He just took 2 of them out of the game, and I mean, he's just so cool. And imagine if that was Winksy. You know what I mean? There's difference. There's levels to this game. That's all I'm going to say. But it was unbelievable. And Hoiberg, I think both games absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and against Man United was class.
Since Man United, he's been top class, and he's put a lot of with people that doubts over his passing game. Well, I think he's put that to bed. Look, all I do is back the players. After I back them, I put it out there what they're good at. We back them, and then we let the players do the talking. And then they're saying, right, now back to you, David and Jack, So absolutely love it. Big up.
Dude, that's so good to have you back.
It's good to see you. It really is good to see you. Big up the ball. Dark Sun G21, it's good to see you, man. I hope you keep it well. I'd say his computer's been in overdrive. When can I deliver more stats? I love our front 3. They're on the same wavelength. Jack, what do you want to say to him? I know you
Dark Sun G, in person, they are absurd. With Sonny as well, Dave touched on it really well. But Dark Sun G, every single time, Sonny was our outlet. As sexy as Kulu was to watch, it was Sonny that was really doing the legwork, you would probably say, up the front 3. Kulusevski, maybe a bit more of the creative work, but it was always Sonny picking up that ball and driving it through the midfield, picking up the ball in those number 10 spots, which we've been saying for a long time, Dark Sun G. It's a new position for Sonny, but we saw firsthand he's capable of it, of playing inside and picking up the ball. And I would just say the front 3, they work so well together. I think the reason it's working is because they just all are on a similar intelligence level as well, the way they play Dark Sun G. It was, again, I'll say it again, a privilege to be able to watch them, I would say.
Yeah, big up Dark Sun G, big up my man. And he also says we use Winks, draw 3-3 at home. We use Bentancur, we win 3-1. I mean, that's a fair statement. What more can we even add to that? It's the truth. It is the truth, Big up Dark Sun G. He's some man. He says Kuno and Bentancur made from London derbies. And
yes.
Romero too.
Oh, Romero is made for honestly, he's probably made for the next Anthony Joshua fight.
What he done down in the corner where he took the ball off them and just played out between them. Oh, Oh, the guy was incredible to watch live. You want to hear Jack?
My
Jack
new
was off
favorite
his
player.
feet every single time screaming. It was brilliant.
I just love a
It was
guy that gets
brilliant.
stuck in, Dark Sunji. I that's why I love Højbjerg. I love Romero. Just I'm not that type of player, but players that just get stuck in for a living, I don't know. They're my favorite types of players. And
Oh, big.
Romero, just so class. He just wins everything. He wins everything. It's absurd.
He really does. He really does, Dark Song J. It's unbelievable. Tony Austin says, "Evening, chaps. Big up, Tony. Hope you're keeping well. It's good to see you. Good evening, my man." We also have Moondog. Have you picked your parcel up yet? Moondog, I'm down there first thing tomorrow. I was supposed to get down there the day before I went. Things got out of hand. I couldn't get down there, but I'm getting down there. It's still there. I rang them today, and I'll get it tomorrow. But what I've seen in Ben Kaufman's coffee shop, if it's anything like that, my man, you're a top guy. You are a top guy. I really do appreciate that. Stinky's back with us. Did you see that elbow from Antonio on Dyer? Was shocking.
Starsky.
Yeah, look, it is what it is, Starsky. It's good to see you. We have CCH back the players. No, what I meant to say is I back players that actually deserve it. You know, players that deserve the backing is what I meant to say. But big yourself up. The bottom doer says he loves the Juve rejects. He loves that. We have still call in the house. Romero gave away some balls, but he recovered it so quick. Romero and Bentancur frustrated. West Pratt's players, those players were so pissed. Absolutely love that. Absolutely love it. Wolves F1 says, I come here for the like. Sim and Ben were too harsh. Only one reach, 70p and fourth. I'm not sure what that second part is about, but I really appreciate you coming from.
I came here to drop the like.
He only came here to drop the like, and then Sim and Ben were. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean on the second part, Wolves F1. I'm not sure, but big yourself up, my man. Put it in the comments and let us know. Do put it in the comments and let us know. But big yourself up. Dark Sung G says it's hard to win a 1v1 versus Antonio, but Cutie made it look easy. 100%. 100% he made it look easy. Look, he lets Antonio hold the ball up. He just puts his legs around him or through and then kicks it away. It's unbelievable defending. It's so proactive. It's
the best hold-up play in the league so far this season. Antonio is undoubtedly one of the best players with the back to goal in the league. Yeah. The guy just holds it up well. That's why David Moyes loves him, Dark Sun G. It's why he loves him. And Romero just showed him the weight room a few times, just showed him the class and just shucked him away. I mean, David Moyes had to pull him off. He was that useless against Romero. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable to see.
It was. Couvers cleared it up. So Sim and Ben were too harsh, saying we'd only reach 70 points. It's only going to take 70 points to get fourth, I think, is what it is.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I think it could be less, to be honest with you, Wolves F1. I really do. I think you're looking at about 68 points, to be honest. Jack?
Yeah, to be fair, I don't know. It's hard to predict. I think this is a better one for Dark Sun G, actually, to be fair. Yeah, I know Dark Sun G has all the stats for this one. I actually think I'm going to be outclassed in this one, Wolves F1. I would direct you over to Dark Sun G. He would give a much better answer than me. I'm with Dave, though. Maybe it won't take 70 points. You could maybe get away with 68 or something like that, which is crazy to say.
It is. It is crazy. But big yourself up, my man. The bottom dude says that Højbjerg lofted past the came, so, yeah, the one. Yeah, it was. It was absolutely unbelievable.
Almost jumped out of the stands.
Put his left peg on it. He should have put his left peg on it. He didn't. He went for the outside of the right boot. Look,
another tell me Højbjerg can't pass moment. Another tell me Højbjerg can't pass moment, because like someone even put in the comments, like, you've seen Glenn Hoddle play passes like that. I mean, not saying Højbjerg does passes that Glenn Hoddle does, but seriously, like Højbjerg, the narrative that he can't pass the ball is just taken away once you saw that pass. That was the most intelligent pass, I would say, made out of any player that day. It was absurd that he played that pass.
No, it really was. It really was. It was unbelievable. Damien Kilmurray says Bentancur plays like a midfield Berbatov. Jack has said that, actually. Jack has definitely said that. Misowati, you look, it was a pleasure, my man. Absolute pleasure to speak to you. Really was. Really was. And exactly, let's nail it now. Let's nail that top four, lad. We're in for a shot. We've got ourselves in a very good position. Absolutely love it. Moondog says, no problem, Dave. You should get yours soon, Jack. Absolutely, Jack. It's incredible. It is good. I've got a sneak peek.
Moondog, you're a legend, my man. You're a legend. I can't wait. I'm gonna be decked out. Moondog. Really
You will.
appreciate
You
it.
definitely will. Big up, Moondog. Big up, my man. What a legend. Kuva99, it is good to see you, my man. It is good to see you. And I hope you're keeping well, brother. I really do hope you're keeping
Can't wait
well.
to have you back on, Kuva. Can't wait to have you back on, my man.
Exactly. Martin Walton is here as well. Big up, Martin. I hope you're keeping well.
Always good. Black Cap
Dark
Army.
OG says Skip was caught on cam. I missed him. Please return ASAP. Yeah, look, he's expected to be back after the international break, so we just have to wait and see whether he returns or not. To be honest with you, Dark Song G. But look, look, hopefully he can get back, because we definitely do need him. We definitely do need that option from the bench. And then we have Wolves F1, United, Arsenal, Spurs only reached 70 points, and that's enough for fourth. Not like they predict results, and Spurs 75 points, Arsenal 74 points end of the season. Oh, I get you now, my man. Yeah, 100%.
Sorry about that, Wolves. That's on us, actually. You wrote it correctly. That's just on us. Dave and I are a bit slow. So we do appreciate it, Wolves. Like Dave said, I'm going to stick by it. Who knows? Maybe 70 is actually enough. You don't even need 75. Who knows? Big up, Wolves.
Oh, big up. That, no bothers at all, my man. No bothers at all. I have to get myself on the flags. I'm raging. I should have got two. But I did. I got one, but no bothers at all. I know you're buzzing. You call him Glenn Goddard for a reason. Hope and let me know if Bobby's enjoying the scarf as well. But look,
time for us to shut up, Dave.
Minutes. Incredible. I do apologize. I apologize to everybody waiting in the back end as well. Look, me and Jack are just on a high, I suppose. Just on a high. And guys, we will stay back for a couple of minutes after, 10 minutes after, where people from the chat get your questions into myself and Jack, and we'll be happy to answer them 100%. But look, guys, we are going to crack on and start getting on some guests. Before we do that, just make sure you do smash that like button. Make sure you smash that subscribe button, guys, as well. And feel free to get your super chats in. Any questions for the panel, any questions for the guests that come on. It is a great way to support the channel, guys out there. But do not worry. We know it's a big bad world out there. Not everybody is in a position to do it. So just get your comments in the chat, and we will bring them up as we go along. And guys, we are looking every single time for more inclusive ways to keep getting everybody more and more involved. Anyone has any ideas of what you would like to see, just let us know, guys. Just let us know. But look, let's crack on. Let's get the first guest on. He's a very popular one. He is the Godfather. Bit sick at the minute, guys, so be nice to him. Let's get him on. It's the one and only, and I know he's enjoyed this. Victory. It's the one and only Philip Brady, the Godfather. How you keeping, my man?
I've had worse weeks. Yeah. So my voice.
Take you through it.
The bloody COVID is gone, but my voice is still a bit suspect. But that cheered me up no end. Both nights, Wednesday night against Brighton and Sunday against West Ham. I mean, that's what it's all about, you know.
Yeah.
And especially Sunday, that was just. I mean, to put let me just say, a team like West Ham who think they're above their station in their place was just nice.
Mm-hmm.
Very satisfying.
Bit of a humbling.
You know? Yeah.
Bit of a humbling.
Yeah. I mean, I see these posts from West Ham. Oh, you know, we've got to the last 16 or whatever it is of the Europa League. Yeah, so what? You know, what the hell? We got to the Champions League final 3 years ago. You know, we're not bumming about that.
I actually watched both legs as well, Philip. And to be fair, like, they kind of squeaked by, especially in the first leg. Like, if Sevilla put on their finishing boots in the first leg, it wouldn't have been the result that it was.
Yeah. Like, you've got a team like West Ham who finished above us for the first time in about 50 years. And to them, that's as good as it's going to get, because normal service is about to be resumed. You
know? Completely agree.
But look, Philip, you know, what do you think of the performance from the West Ham game? Were you surprised with actually how dominant we were?
Well, actually, in a way, I suppose it was, because we've been blowing hot and cold so much, like win, lose for the last 8 matches, you know. And although we were unlucky to lose against United, in my opinion, because only for Ronaldo we would have won that match. And then Brighton was a big one. I mean, the team must have heard you were over at it, David, because, you know, they made the Brighton could be a tricky game. We've lost there before, and they can play some nice football. But we'd absolutely dominated them. And I mean, the fact it was only 2-0 was a bit disappointing.
Yeah.
It should have been far more than 2. And then you come to West Ham, who are off probably their biggest result since 1980. you know, and they're coming along there, you know, we're gonna do the Spurs and whatever, you know, and put them in their box. And how David Moyes could come out with such crap after the match. They managed one shot on target in the entire game. We should have had 6 goals, 6, maybe 7, if you take the chances. Like Son hitting the post, Harry Kane I thought he must have thought he was a tricking in there for a minute, putting the ball over the bar when he should have put it under it.
Yeah, he's trying to be clever.
Then Doherty's shot that was blocked, it was on its way in. You know, all those could have gone in. That would have made it 6, which would have been more reflective, in my opinion, of the overall performance. There wasn't a weak link in that team. And that's the first time in a long time we've been able to say that, because there's always somebody doesn't, you know, do their job right, but everybody did their job. And I've been sitting for the last couple of days wondering, I'm trying to figure out, who does Kulusevski remind me of? And it finally dawned on me this evening. Rafael van der Vaart.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I never thought about it that way, Philip.
The way he runs at players, the way he hasn't got the greatest pace, neither did Van der Vaart, but his skill levels and his dribbling ability is absolutely second to none. And I mean, the guy is 21 years of age. We have got a baller there for the future.
But
we really have.
Philip, I've said this about Kulusevski, and the Van der Vaart comparison is spot on, because doesn't it tell you that he has to be an incredible player, because he's 21 years old and he doesn't even have a lot of pace, and he doesn't need the pace, which shows that if you're 21 years old and you can beat players without pace, without needing those physical attributes, just shows that you have to be a not world class. You just have to be a class player in order to do that.
I'll tell you what, he's got it up there.
Yeah.
He's got it up there. He knows not to run down blind alleys. Like, too many times we have wingers that, like, for example, love him as much as I did when he played for Aaron Lennon. Great man for going down blind alleys. You know, but Kulusevski's got a better football brain, I think. And it'll only get better. It will only get better. And that front three on Sunday was as near to perfection as you'll see in a front three all season.
Yeah.
They were like completely on the one hymn sheet. And I'd say the West Ham boys were glad to get off the pitch at the end of the game after that, because they were running ragged with the 3 boys.
No, our front three is unbelievable. It is pure class. You got Son direct. You know, he done exactly what he was good at against West Ham. Harry Kane, who can hold up the ball, play people in, can also finish. He proved that during the week against Brighton. And then you got Kulusevski, who, for me, I think had something different. He likes to get out wide. He likes to get out and hug the touchline, cut inside. He's very, very tricky on the ball. He's constantly dropping his shoulder, moving his feet. Unbelievable on the ball. But Philip, did you see the breakdown of the deal today?
No, I didn't actually. No, I've been out all day. I haven't seen much.
The Kulusevski deal, this is on Fabrizio Romano's Twitter. It says it's a 10 million loan fee until 2023. It's a mandatory buy clause for 35 million if he plays 50% Premier League appearances, at least 45 minutes next season, and Spurs get UEFA Champions League spot next season. There's no mandatory buy clause this summer, only a buy option. And he reckons the club are super happy with Kulusevski. Unbelievable deal.
I bet they. That's a great deal. That's a really good deal now. I mean, that's Paratici's hands are all over that one. You know, he's gone back to his old club and basically screwed them.
These are the players that he brought in, actually, to be fair as well, Philip. So it's nice that he's kind of taking them back. It's like, maybe you give maybe you give a friend some nice things, and then you just take them back once they wrong you.
These are the players that were called by some people Juventus rejects. They're not saying that now. They're not saying it now. I mean, Betancourt. I mean, the two West Ham boys have just ended up at the bottom of the high road last night for the dummy Betancourt put on them. It was straight out of the stadium down the high road.
Gas station looking for a tube, Philip.
Honest to God, I mean, there were 7 sisters checking the tube map. How to get back to West Ham? I mean, it was just brilliant. I mean, I think West Ham's frustration. This was mentioned in the comments earlier. Was summed up by Antonio, who should have got the red card for the chin, for the elbow, whatever he did on Eric Dyer. I mean, why was that not even checked by VAR? Oh, I know.
Even Harry Kane was against Brighton. I think it was against Brighton. Why wasn't that checked by VAR when he was brought down the penalty area? You know?
Because we're not Liverpool or Man United, basically, I think. Like we don't seem to get the same rub of the green for VAR that those clubs do. But I mean, no point in moaning. It's not going to change, And just when we're talking about referees, I'd like to play tribute to Mike Dean, who's retiring at the end of the season. And Sky have put together a video of his best moments over his 23-year career. It lasts about 3 seconds.
I would say
I will not be sorry to see the back of. But anyway,
self-obsessed ref.
Yeah, but no, I mean, it was. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, you could see the atmosphere on Sunday. I mean, it even came across on TV. Even the commentators were commenting how loud the crowd was.
Yeah,
and that's in between times when they were making excuses for West Ham being tired. It's happened a few times. But no, I mean, the atmosphere was just amazing. I think. I don't know whether West Ham fans making much noise. You couldn't really hear too much.
No, do you know what? The only time they celebrated, Philip, and this is no word of a lie, when they got set pieces, as soon as the ball went out for a corner kick, they were up singing.
They would be roaring.
That's the truth. I'm not even messing. It's the truth. The only time they celebrated was when they got a corner. I've never seen that like it. I thought we were playing Burnley.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Then again, it must have been nice for them to be actually in the ground, but you're not 5 miles from the pitch. They're able to see what's actually happening on the pitch. So yeah. Oh well. I mean, they've gone home with a tail between their legs, which is what they deserve every time. And it's just great now. But the thing is now, okay, we've done the hard work. We've got to push on. There's a couple of very important matches coming up now against Newcastle, etc. Newcastle. Who's after that?
We have Newcastle, Aston Villa, Brighton.
Aston Villa, Brighton. Yeah.
Brentford is in there.
Ollie myself, I think Dermot are coming over for the Brighton match. So
yeah,
I hope they'll save another good performance for that because we need one after the Wolves game. But anyway.
Yeah.
We've got to keep it up now because I mean Arsenal are celebrating wins like they've won the Champions League. Never mind getting 3 points. But I like the way our guys celebrated on Sunday. It was nice and controlled. It was, we've done the job professionally. They weren't going and hugging each other and dancing like dervishes around the pitch because they'd beaten Aston Villa,
Yeah.
And but one thing that worries me most about this, and Sky probably have control of this. When does the North London derby played?
Oh, lad, look, me personally, I think, look, we all know what they're going to do. They want to maximise the North London derby. They want to maximise the money off it. So they're going to put it right where they think it's going to be the top 4 decider.
Yeah. And of course, Arteta will probably be complaining about the fixtures then, because it put too much pressure on his precious little boys. I think we played 8 games in 11 weeks, whereas we played 2 or 3 games more. We weren't complaining. So
I mean, imagine if they did qualify for the Champions League. What is he going to do then? He's going to have tough game after tough game. So I don't know what he's crying about. But honestly, to be fair, cry more because I love it. It just tells me that the pressure's getting to him. It's heating up on him, and he doesn't like it. So cry more. But Philip, I want to ask you about Son's performance. I mean, this is a guy that got an awful lot of stick, and look, fair play to Kurt Zuma. I mean, I didn't think he kicked the ball because he didn't have whiskers on it, but he did. He kicked it into his own goal. Absolutely love it. But Son, 2 goals, amount of stick he got, and you could see what it meant to him, the goal celebrations. You could see the relief in his face. I mean, what did you make of his performance in the face of adversity?
Oh, I thought he was superb on Sunday there. He really was. I mean, he took the game, he got the ball, he put the head down and he ran at them. And they could not handle him at all. They really couldn't. I mean, his chief tormentor in chief is Harry Kane with the passes for that second goal. How many times have we seen him do that? Remember Southampton last year? Something similar. Sonny's in a rough enough time in recent weeks. He hasn't been firing on all cylinders. He's missed a couple of things we normally have buried away, but he made up for that on Sunday. And I mean, with himself and Kane and Kulusevski firing the way they are now, I mean, I know Harry is a long way behind on the goal-scoring charts, but he will be pushing Salah. I can see Harry scoring a hat-trick in the match soon, and that'll really put him back in the mix for the Golden Boot again. He's a long way back, but he can do it. But Son, I think, I was laughing though. Did you see the picture of him today when he landed back in Seoul for the Korean game? He's wearing a 3/4 length pink coat.
Actually, yeah, he loves the fashion. Actually, I would say,
he's balling out now. He's balling out now. Now he's putting that performance against West Ham. He can do what he
you can
wants.
see where the modeling. He's got a modeling career after him. You can tell that. I mean, he already actually technically does have a modeling career. To be fair, actually, Dele Alli, he's probably been jealous of him. This whole time for that reason. But
yeah, well, now he's the new model at the club. But I mean, I have to say, fair dues to his performance on Sunday. He was brilliant, and let's hope now he doesn't. Now we've got the worry of every international match that's played. Do any of our guys get injured? Because there's a lot of them out there, and that's the fear we're going to have. I mean, some of these matches are so bloody meaningless, we could end up having a player injured. Hopefully not, because Romero has gone to Argentina, hasn't he? Even though he's
he can't play though. I mean, am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, but that's a strange one. Why go all the way over there just to sit on the bench or sit on the sideline?
Look, maybe Conte just realizes he needs a bit of a break. Let him go away, let him recharge, and come back. I mean,
maybe he's come back to his family for a week or so. Yeah, that's okay. I'll allow him.
Yeah,
as long as he's not playing, And
yeah,
our own Matt Doherty now. We're looking for a good game off him against Belgium and Lithuania.
Yeah, look, let's see.
Another guy that's redeemed himself a lot in recent weeks, I have to say. But do you know what my biggest thought I've had? I've been thinking this since the West Ham result. Where would Spurs be this season if Antonio Conte had taken the job in the summer?
I don't want to know. Yeah.
Because we wasted 3 months. We wasted 3 months with Nuno. Going nowhere, treading water. It would have given Conte 3 months more to work with the players. I guarantee we'd be sitting comfortably in the top 4 now.
Oh, easy. I mean,
not beyond
it. What Antonio Conte has done for this club is unbelievable, and you can tell the fans absolutely love him, Philip, because the amount of times they sang his name, it's unbelievable. Look, what he's done is he's built a spine into that team right down through the middle. He's persistent with Højbjerg. He's got Bentancur in there playing some lovely stuff. He's completed our front three. We have Kulu over there causing problems, along with Son. Kane is playing some of the best football we've seen him play. I mean, 3 assists against West Ham. You look at our defence. Dyer has stepped up this season, unbelievable well. He's been a rock back there. Romero has just been class. Davies been steady enough all season long. It's been unbelievable, the job that Conte has done. It's been unbelievable, and now he needs to back in this summer. He needs it.
It's absolutely crucial. Absolutely crucial.
It is. But look, Philip, do you think we will get top 4? You look at the remaining fixtures. Is it a tough ask? Yeah, is top 4 doable?
Like, it's going to be tough because, I mean, we've got, okay, I'm leaving West Ham out of the equation now because they're going to concentrate on the Europa League, okay? With United and Arsenal to worry about. And to be honest, I think we've got a slightly...
You know that?
What's that?
You're such a shit house. I love it.
Well, I mean, like I've never been a West Ham fan. Never. I just, I don't like upstarts. I think they're better than they are. But anyway, with West Ham, with United and Arsenal, the big thing is we have to play Arsenal at home.
Yeah. And
that is the one that's going to be crucial. We beat them at home, and I think we're there. Really do. I think I do. I've been dithering and we will, we won't. I think now, yes, I'm going to come down on the side of yes. I'm always a glass half full person. We will get top 4. Conte will get back in the summer, and we will be pushing hard next season, not just for the Champions League, but for the league as well.
I love
because
that.
He is a winner. He is a winner.
That he definitely is. That for sure. And look, Philip, I think we'll end it on them words because, them words are sending goosebumps down my spine. The hairs on my neck are standing up. But look, before we let you go, is there anything else you want to say? Anything you want to say to the Harris Army out there, my man? And I'm loving
I'm delighted to be following the two of your trips to England last week, and glad you brought the 6 points back as well with you. And keep it up, lads. I think you can see from the comments. I mean, God, I've never seen so many comments coming in on the stream here.
Yeah.
I think we've missed you for the last week. It's been quiet, but all I can say is we've more 10 days, 12 days now before the next match or whenever. And Newcastle at home becomes now the most important game we got. We win that. Arsenal have an away game. I don't know who they're playing. I don't care who they're playing. We beat Newcastle. They lose. We're level on points. Game on. Top four's coming. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. I
Come
love
on,
that.
Phil. What a
Big up
parting
the
word.
Godfather. Philip, you look after yourself, get
General.
yourself healthy, and bring that luck of the Irish over to the Brighton game along with Ollie, Dermot, and the boys. Big yourself up. See yourself soon, my man. Look after yourself.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on,
you Spurs, Philip, the governor.
I love it. I love it. Look, it's not a return without hearing from the Godfather. It really is, and absolutely love that. A shout out to Anthony in the comments here as well. It was good to see you. At La Royale as well. Jack was loving the accent, the Northern Ireland accent.
It was.
Really good to see
I can listen to that. I wish that guy could actually read it, Dave. You know, kind of like I would say. I always said Liam Neeson is someone who I always wanted to read my books out loud to me and be audible. I would say Anthony as well. I would love Anthony to just read books to me. You know, just even read me like my taxes. You know, it just sound amazing out loud. Big up, Anthony. The bottom dude, I was talking about a left wing back here saying Reguilón is the only player who can act in 50 shades. Loved his 50 reactions every time he couldn't cross or went to ground or missed pass. Left wing back needed, he's saying. A left wing back is needed. Here's the thing. I was talking about this with some of the fans to bottom dude. It feels like with Reguilón, and I was saying this even to Dave, he makes all these runs in behind that we actually, to be fair, we don't see Sessegnon make those run in behind that maybe Reguilón does. To be fair, Sessegnon probably a bit better defensively and, in fact, has been in good form. But you would say the runs that Reguilón can make in behind and actually be practically one-on-one with the goalkeeper, it just seems like Reguilón, he does everything right up until the moment that he gets close to the box. The moment he gets close to the box, he just turns into a whole different player. I think there's like something really wrong up there when he actually gets close to goal. And it's quite sad to see because considering the chances he has actually put himself in. You would think that we'd be talking about a different player. If he put those chances away, Dave, we would be saying one of the best left wing backs in the league. But the fact that he can't put away these chances, it's just so frustrating.
Jack, this guy could be on about 15 goals this season, and that's no word of a lie. The amount of times Harry Kane has put this guy through. Against Brighton, he was through twice. His first touch was shocking. And then once your first touch is bad, it gives the keeper a chance to close the angle and rush out. But also, you're narrowing the angle for yourself if it's a bad touch. Could have had 2 goals against Brighton. Piss poor in front of goal. Against West Ham, Jack, could have had another 2. One of them, he's rolling around on the ground throwing a tantrum looking for a penalty, which wasn't a penalty. And then the other one, his first touch went away from goal. Well, I don't know what it is. Look, for me, look, you can definitely work with this guy and you can coach him. I think overall he is a good left wing back. I think if you could coach him to maybe coach that steadiness, that calmness in him when he does get into them positions to be able to take them, to be able to capitalize on it. But look, I get what people are saying, but I'm still going to stick with Reguilón for a little while for sure. The bottom do it. I think you can still coach him just to maybe be a bit more calmer in the box, settle down a little bit, don't be panicking as much for sure. Dark Song G says 68 points match for us. With Bentancur, Kulu and QT, I'm looking forward to the Liverpool game. Seeing though it's Anfield, Rice looked average versus Pierre-Emerick.
Oh, yes. I said that actually tons of times. I said that during the game, actually. As much as I really rate Declan Rice, as much as I feel like he is, this is what I would say. I would not say that Declan Rice is underrated. I think he's actually quite rated. In fact, sometimes feels like he's a bit overpraised because I don't know. He just got absolutely bossed, I feel like, by Højbjerg and Bentancur. And also considering there were more midfielders in West Ham than there were actually for Spurs because they had 3 number 10s that were playing as well, kind of in the middle for West Ham, along with Souček, along with Rice, and Bentancur and Højbjerg just dominated the guy. Also as well, there was a moment, I think it was Romero or somebody who just absolutely floored Declan Rice at one stage as well. I think I don't know. I think Declan Rice is an unbelievable player. I would be happy to take him, but of course that's never going to happen. But I would say it was nice to see him just get bossed. He got absolutely bossed. He's still a great player, but he got bossed that game. It was lovely.
I believe, Jack, once the stadium was empty and, they went to turn off the lights, they're still seeing this guy just wandering around midfield and they're like, it's
game's over,
Rice. Like, what are you doing here? And he's still chasing their shadows. It was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Still chasing shadows, Declan Rice, come 11 p.m. Sunday evening. It was unbelievable. Look, Pierre and Højbjerg and Ben's class. I'm actually not. I'm not even going to call him Bentancur. I'm just going to call him Benterclass because he was absolutely unbelievable. Pirlo, Emil, Busquets, and Benterclass in midfield. You won't beat the pairing. They did honestly. They turned. Look, Rice. Oh, Jesus Christ! Everyone's been raving, and he's a good player, but he just had them chasing shadows. It was absolutely unbelievable. Big up, Killian. I really do appreciate the support. Is there a comment bit underneath? I'm having
I tried
a
to
look.
find it. Just a second. Just need to block somebody. But I'm trying to find it here. Maybe I missed it.
We will smash Belgium, I think, is what it is.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. If that's what it is, I mean, I hope you do, Killian. And maybe, Doherty comes out with the brace or, maybe comes out with the, 2 assists or something. But Killian, I mean, really, really generous, my man. Really appreciate the donation. Hopefully you're keeping well. Dave, he is, stuck in isolation, which I must say is rough. I would say David and I were actually quite lucky to get out, without, anything. So I would say, Killian, hopefully you can find some ways to entertain yourself, and hopefully we can entertain you, at least during this time period. But Killian, really generous, my man. Really appreciate the donation. And hopefully Dohertinho, the Irish Capu, the big Doc, comes in and gets those results against Belgium, especially Lithuania. You guys need to roll them over.
Yeah, it would be nice. It really would be nice. And look, I have faith. We're a young team on the rise. We didn't end the last campaign too badly at all. So look, Killian, I'm definitely looking forward to my man. Bazunu, look, hopefully Doherty can have a good game as well. Troy Parrott, player of the month there for NK Dons last month. Who knows, maybe he can bring that with him. But Killian, I'm definitely looking forward to it, my man. Big yourself up, and I really appreciate the donation, man. I really do. Dark Sun G says, Kulu still skilled that spun 2 West Ham players that led to Kane back to Kulu to Son's shot hit the post. Shows how dangerous our front three are. Bentancur's pass to Kane, which led to Son's first goal, was class, and Son's finished too. Yeah, the one where Sonny hit the post, he should have buried that. That should have been absolutely buried. And that was prime example of all the front three working together. You're absolutely spot on there, my man. Absolutely spot on. And Bentancur's pass to Kane, which led to Sonny's first goal. That was unbelievable as well. Look, our 2 signings from the January transfer window, a lot of people said it wasn't enough. A lot of people called them rejects, didn't think it was good enough. But they've completely transformed this Tottenham team. Completely transformed it. And I don't know how, but they've done it. Even I didn't expect them to be able to help transform it the way they have done. It's been absolutely unbelievable. But look, if you think about it, Kulusevski, he's completed our front three. Bentancur has been a midfielder we've been dying for, someone that drops into the pockets of the space, that's willing to get on the ball, who's willing to take a risk on the ball as well when passing.
Yes.
Looking to go forward, but also a guy that can just dictate the tempo. I'm not going to lie, right? I was loving the performance against West Ham, but I just sat there for a minute. I was just thinking, all the times I've been calling, like when we've been having this Harry Winks debate, midfield debate, and I've just been explaining, I just want someone who can dictate the midfield, passing-wise, when to slow it down, when to quicken it up, when to go forward, when to rotate the ball and keep it. Bentancur is the guy. He's done that absolutely expertly against West Ham. Expertly.
Just picks up the ball and turns. Darks and G, you've heard David probably say this till he practically is turned blue. He just wants a midfielder to turn when he picks up the ball, wants someone to pick it up on the half turn and look forward. We constantly complain about our midfielders passing sideways. Even people have said that about Højbjerg, passes sideways, makes too many safe passes. Bentancur is the one, like David just said, takes the risks that other midfielders don't. Maybe some people see that as risky. Maybe some people are a bit afraid when he does that. But the whole reason we're even winning games right now is because Bentancur is willing to take that risk and be able to open things up for us. Even after that sexy turn that you're talking about, Dark Sun G, he doesn't just, do that turn and then just pass it off sideways, gets, all the plaudits from the fans. He actually still, looks upfield and finds a pass into Sonny, like you said. The guy is doing exactly what David has been crying out for so long in the midfield. And it shows that there are midfielders out there that can do it. It's not crazy. They do exist, Dark Sun G, and it's nice to finally have one.
And it just reminds, like, it gives me solace knowing that there are players out there like I've seen at Tottenham before. A Michael Carrick, a Luka Modric, someone that can do that. And when you see Winks in there, it was driving me insane. I'm like, how have we got to this? And we should never, ever settle for it ever again either. I'm absolutely delighted we got him in, Dark Sunji. Big yourself up. He also says, imagine if we had Bentancur and Kulu and Conte since round 1. I mean, look, like Philip was saying, Dark Sunji would be comfortably sitting inside top 4, and I'm convinced. Comfortably inside top 4. Conte also said, I believe, after the West Ham game, if he could have this team now back in the Chelsea games in January, he reckons it would be a complete different story.
I agree.
So, I mean, it says everything we need to know, Dark Sunji. Faz Radfar says, mission accomplished. Visit London more often, guys. He's mission accomplished, my man. And I haven't forgot, you did say Kane could end up Premier League top scorer. He's at what, 8 away?
Yeah,
8 away, Faz. But look, I'm going to try and sneak. Well, I better say this quietly, but I'm going to try and sneak in another trip. The missus might not be happy, but I'm going to try and get one more in. I'm going to try fast. Big yourself up, my man. Dark Sonji says, Gunners' next game is Palace away. Goes Zaha. Beat them. Look, they were absolutely brilliant against Everton, to be fair to them. They slapped us when we went there. But a little something inside me just thinks Patrick Vieira might do Arsenal a favour. That's just my feeling, Dark Sonji. Something inside me thinks you might just see Patrick Vieira pull a favour there for his man Lego head Arteta. To be honest with you, the bottom dude says Conte thinks Dyer is one of the best defenders in the league. What do you think? I feel this is his best season. He is flourishing under Don Conte. Look, I'll be honest with you. I was calling him moon boots for a good year and a half. I still call him moon boots. Actually, it's more of a term of endearment now. And look, rightly so. I'll be honest with you. I think every player that's been shit for 2, 3, 4 years deserves to be criticised. But what I always want is when I do criticise them, I'll criticise them because I want that reaction. I want them to put things right. And that's exactly what Dyer has done. He's come into the team. He's brought leadership. As well, I think he's confident.
This is his best season.
And 100% you're correct. It's been his best season for me. He's flourishing at centre-back. Is he one of the best? Look, no. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to stretch that far. One of the best doesn't drop off to Ronaldo the way he did. But against West Ham, I thought he was good. Against Brighton, I thought he put his head to absolutely everything. But look, I don't think he's one of the best. But what I will say is he's had a brilliant season and he's proved me wrong. Thank you, Dyer.
And it's also hilarious. It was unbelievable. I would say one of my most favorite parts about him is just to say in the crowd, how many times I was just saying, well done, moon boots, when you're saying that in the crowd. It really is hilarious to hear Dave and I say that with each other as well. And in synchro, or in, I can't even speak anymore, but yeah, it was beautiful to say moon boots in the crowd. Unbelievable.
Big up the bottom, dude. Big up. Little legend, Don Conte for sure. And Don Paratici. Don't forget about Don Paratici, my man. Absolute legend. But look, guys, this is a guy. He's a very busy man. We meet up for coffees anytime he's down working this way. I really do like him. You've seen him on fire. He's done a couple of fan camps. People have really enjoyed it. Let's get him on. It's my guy, Ollie.
Yes.
Ollie, how you keeping?
Come on.
Hello. How's it going?
All good, all good. You keeping well, man?
I'm very good. Very good.
It's good to have you. It's good to have you. Well, look, what's your thoughts over the last week? Brighton, West Ham, top 4. What do you want to talk about, Ollie?
Take it away.
Can I start by just I want to just rip into West Ham first. Just get it off my chest.
I mean, it's not a bad place to start.
Work
away. I just want to get it off my chest because what a deluded fan base. Deluded. Like, I've seen the build-up before the game. Like after the game, they were saying it was our cup final.
It was like that's our line.
They last won a trophy in 1980.
I've seen you on Twitter putting this out there.
They finished 6th last year. Like they shouldn't even be talking about 4th. Like this year, they finished 6th once. Like I'm after looking at the last 11 seasons. And we haven't finished outside the top 6 apart from last season. We've finished in the top 6 every season for the past 11 seasons. And
they've been close to relegation before.
They got relegated in 2011.
Yeah.
I'm looking at our thing here. We finished 5th. They finished bottom. Like they finished 6th once, and they're talking about top 4. and they're saying that we this is our cup final. Like, have a day off. Like, come on. Like, it's just like, you know, like I'm 35 in a few months. I've never even seen these in a cup final. Have you ever, you know, like deluded lot. I don't know. It was good to get one over them.
They were the ones as well. They said it was our cup final, but I believe they were the ones who released that T-shirt as well of just random Spurs results. They had
you want to know what
well.
really made me happy though? The way that we got the third goal. We got the third goal by playing Jackie Charlton up the pitch, head on, their son in the goal, just like the way David Moyes likes to do it. And we got him. We showed him that we can do that as well. Like, you know, we showed him what levels are. And you know what? I don't mind taking grief off Chelsea fans and Arsenal fans about trophies and all that, but here, come on, like they can't say anything to us. You know, Declan Rice, like he's talking like he's a world-class player. Like they finished 6th once. Like Leicester have done brilliant the last couple of years, and they don't give it the hype that West Ham. I don't know, but anyway, that's that off my chest about that. I was delighted.
You can tell who's on his mind, Dave. You can tell he's just had
it's been playing on his mind. Ollie, honestly, I went on to Twitter earlier on today, and I just see Ollie. Anytime I go on, I always see Ollie battling away with fans. It's so funny. It is so funny, Ollie. Don't ever change, please. But look, what was your thoughts about the West Ham game? I mean, we burst a bubble, really, didn't we?
Yeah, we controlled the game pretty much for the whole first half, didn't we?
Yeah.
And then the second half, I know that they got a little bit into it. They started putting a bit of pressure on us. I think when they made the 2 substitutions, they got a bit of a buzz, and then after that, we got control again. And I don't know, like I felt real comfortable watching it. It was just attack on them, and we had most of the ball. And yeah, they apart from the first 15 minutes of the second half, I felt comfortable all game. You know, you just was a bit nervous when you got the set pieces. I know everyone's saying that. So
we were saying that in the crowd as well.
Yeah.
We said there's no way they're scoring from open play. The only way they're scoring is any sort of set piece. And to be fair, they did it. But even when they did it, I just felt like the only way they were going to get an equalizer was a set piece as well, Ollie.
Yeah, and it was good to see Bentancur and Højbjerg win the midfield battle, wasn't it? Like they did win the midfield battle from what I could see.
What do you make of that partnership, Ollie?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, definitely. They can, because like Højbjerg showed that in the Euros that he can get forward when he's playing beside a midfielder what suits him. He showed it when he played with Skip as well. So I'm happy enough to have them two play together. I think they're a good partnership, and you've seen what Bentancur can do from deep, you know, making them passes. I remember Dave saying before we got him, we need that deep lying midfielder, playmaking midfielder, and we might actually have him. Now, this guy might be the guy. I don't know who he reminds me of. I know one of the lads in the group said that he kind of reminds him of Carrick, and there's a bit of Dembele there. You know, he's looking.
You know what?
Player.
I was looking at him, right, and for me, Ollie, I think definitely. Anthony saying Ollie's a top keyboard warrior. He does come with the facts, though. To be fair to Ollie,
and he comes on screen, as well to say.
I only say the facts. That's all.
And he comes like I'm saying, Ollie.
Get a West Ham fan on here and tell him to say to me that we haven't finished 6 more than once. You know.
Oh no, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. But look, for me, when I was looking at Bentancur, right, I seen the turn he done on the edge of our box and took the 2 West Ham players completely out. Like I said, sent them down to Seven Sisters, looking for a train back to the East End, right? You know, I was looking at that, I'm like, who have we seen do that before? Moussa Dembele, right?
Yeah.
But then you also look at it, the way he was just dropping into pockets of space. It's a bit like Luka Modric, but then the way he picks up the ball side to side, looking to go forward, bit of Michael Carrick in him. There's all 3 players, all 3 sort of players in him. And look, Ollie, he is unbelievable. And then Højbjerg beside him, who will run around, win the ball back, turn it over, but then also is doing the right thing with it. Now, that partnership, for me, that midfield is what won that game, to be honest with you. I genuinely believe that's what won the game. They controlled that game from start to finish. They had the West Ham players on strings, to be honest with you. They were playing them like puppets.
Can't wait for Skip to come back as well, so that you can rotate Højbjerg and Skip as well. Because sometimes obviously Højbjerg had a bad game against Southampton, and sometimes it can get a bit much for him, and just have that little bit of pressure taken off him, having Skip come in and rotate him around. Yeah, it'll help the team, and hopefully once Skip comes back, it might get us a few results on the bounce, and we can have a go at the top 4 with a bit of luck.
No, 100%, 100%, my man. Do you think we will get top 4, Ollie?
I change my mind every week. I'm the most indecisive fan you'll ever meet. This week, we will. But after the United game, I was like, oh, you know what? Top 6, it won't be that bad, telling myself, we'll just get into Europa and build from there, And I had my mind made up that we'd just get in the top 6. But then after the 2 wins, you're just like, top 4 can happen. Top 4 can happen. But I was even saying, I go, oh, you know what? I'll take 4 points. I was being kind of like, just don't want to lose 2 in a win-lose again, Yeah. But now that we got the 2 wins, because I'm pretty certain we're going to beat Newcastle. So I think we will beat Newcastle, depending on what happens on the international break, obviously. But then after that, it's Villa away. So I don't know. Villa, they've let us down against West Ham and Arsenal. Didn't do us any favours. So I kind of want to go there and batter them as well.
Yeah. It's not what I'm liking about actually Gerrard's side is that they just seem Gerrard actually, I would say they are actually inconsistent. I would say that villain team because they'll get a great result and then they'll just absolutely, and Gerrard has even complained about it. They don't show up in the first half is the common complaint he says. And I'm with you, Ollie. It's annoying that they just seem to be so inconsistent.
It's all hype at Villa. It's all hype, Everyone thinks that they're doing great and doing this. They are doing all right, but here they're not. Like I said, it's levels, isn't it? They're not. None of them have reached our level yet. The Villas, the Newcastles, the West Hams, none of them. And
but
we'll see
look,
what happens.
If they will, if we don't do this summer right, they will. If we do not do this summer right, we have to get this summer right. And look, I think we have the right man at the helm to be able to get the deals in Don Paratici, in my opinion. But look, you were touching on Skip coming back, Ollie. Do you think Skip walks straight into that midfield, or do you just keep rolling out Højbjerg and Bentancur?
No, I'd keep Højbjerg and Bentancur. Højbjerg's an international player. He plays for Denmark for a reason. I don't like it when people call him average. I just think that's just something that just decided to make up as Højbjerg's average. It's like just a tag. What he's managed to put.
It sounds nice. It sounds nice.
I actually think he probably likes having that tag, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think he's like, oh, I'll take that. I'll go out and show them just quietly. I think he enjoys it.
No, he plays for Denmark. He's here. I don't think he's like a world-class centre midfielder, but he's a top midfielder. I think he's good enough to play in the Champions League. Yeah. If he's good enough to go to them Euros and represent Denmark and get into team at a tournament, he was brilliant in that team. He's
took him to a semi-final.
Højbjerg is perfect for away matches in Champions League football. Perfect.
Yeah.
Absolute perfect. Come here. This is a good comment from the bottom, do it. Kane is world class. It's time we Spurs fans treat him like how Barcelona treated Messi, or Roma treated Totti, or Milan treated Nesta or Maldini. Every Spurs fan should be proud of Kane. Do you think we should be treating him to that sort of godlike level?
Yeah, he's the best player in the world.
His hair was good during the Brighton game, wasn't it? Yeah. He got a fresh cut.
He is. He's the best player in the world. I don't care what anyone says. He is the best player in the world. I think he is. If the fairy football godmother comes in the room now and go, here, you can have any player you want, any player in the world you want playing
that's a good
now.
way to put it.
Who are you really going to pick first? I'm not going to pick Salah because I don't know if Salah can do it in a team like ours, because we're not a world-class team. Obviously, Liverpool are. I don't know that. Level I know Kane can do it in any team, anywhere, any place. He's the best player in the world. Look at Messi. I know he's a bit older. He's gone to PSG,
Yeah.
Kane can do it anywhere.
Yeah.
It's a good way to put it, actually, Ollie. That's a good way to put it. And David and I did this when we built our World 11s as well. Is like, if you were building the best team in the world, you kind of would just put Kane in there still, because I mean he would just make the team better more than probably the other number 9s in the world would. And like the whole logic was, if he can make Spurs players, look half decent at times, imagine what he could do alongside other world-class players.
Yeah,
you know what? And I love De Bruyne and I love Salah and all these players. They're class, but Kane is just there. Maybe it's just a biased Spurs supporter, but I just think if I was a manager, he's the first man I'd want.
Yeah. No, absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. And look, what do you think of the job that Conte has done? Because, like you said, we were listening. We were in the Real listening to some of the legends talk, and they were kind of explaining how hard it is for a manager to come in and turn things around the way that Conte has done it, and the fact that he has us dreaming of top 4 when it kind of it didn't look possible. What do you make of the job this guy has done here, Ollie?
Oh yeah, he's given us an identity. We didn't have much of an identity when we were kind of under Nuno and kind of under Mason as well. Like obviously Mason was a caretaker manager, but yeah, we didn't have a way of playing, did we? It was just kind of like pass the ball to each other side to side and not really do much with the possession and just hope that something special happens. It was pretty shit to watch, So Conte, we all know we play 3 at the back now, and he likes his fullbacks. I know his wing backs to get forward and create chances for each other, and that's our identity. And obviously, Son and Kane, and we just have a way of playing now, and like everybody knows that we like to exploit the space in behind other teams when they come at us. And he's given us identity. Like before that, nobody really knew like what we was.
Yeah.
When we were under Nuno, because I'm not really big.
I remember we got shot on target against West Ham in the league. It was like the first one in like, I don't know, so many minutes of football. We got like just before half time, and we were cheering about it, like finally a shot on target.
Yeah, it was bad. And here I have to admit, I wasn't really a Nuno hater or anything. Like I just think he wasn't really allowed to come in and do what he wanted to do. He had to try to be something what he wasn't, and it just didn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But here we got Conte, and we have an identity now, and he's like at least here. Remember when we had Ryan Mason last year? None of us were thinking that we were going to be going for a top 4 finish this year.
Yeah,
we were not even talking about it. We didn't even know what manager we were going to end up with. We were talking about Fonseca and all these people, So he's given us real hope.
And look, Ollie, do you think the fact that a lot of people, no one predicted top 4 this season? Do you think that we should actually be proud of the position that we've put ourselves in, and that maybe potentially when the season's over, that maybe it hasn't been our best season, but the fact that no one predicted top 4 anyway and we're fighting for it, should we be proud of the effort that the boys have put in?
Yeah, I think we should be proud, because we're fighting to be the best of the rest. Which is all you can do when you have like Man United, Chelsea, City. It's like fixed. They have all the money, and in Liverpool, they're on a different level as well. So how did I say Liverpool already? Yeah, no, I said Man United, Chelsea, City, Liverpool.
You better say that. The missus will never forgive you, Ollie, if you don't.
Yeah, no, imagine forgetting Liverpool. But they're on a different level, like, so we're competing to be the best of the rest, and that's all we can do. If you're Tottenham, like obviously Pochettino gave us that hope that we could go and win titles, but obviously the board let us down there. So at the moment, all we can do is compete to be the best of the rest, try and get in that 4th place or 5th place, and and kick on. If you give Conte what he needs in the summer, fingers crossed, we'll kick on even more next season. Like if you look at the January signings, it's good proof that we're going in the right direction. We got January windows and usually not that great, but we got these 2 players in who look to be class. Imagine what we're going to get in the summer. If that's something to go on.
No, 100%. And look, for me, I think there's no better man to spend it than Paratici. You look at his last 3 signings, Ollie, Romero, Bentancur, Kulusevski, you can't really argue with them.
Yeah, and like you said, we don't know. Like Emerson might come good in the next few years, and your man Hill might come good if he can bulk up a bit and get used to Premier League. Like you can't get him. Like he's made 6 signings. All right, the substitute keeper, he doesn't look any good, but the other 2 look like, all right, down the line they could be good, and 3 just look like absolute players. So he's done all right, hasn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't done too bad for sure, Ollie. But look, Ollie, anything you want to say to the Harris Army or the Irish Hotspur Army, the Flat Cap Army before we let you go, my man?
I just want to say, come on, you Spurs. Top 4 is happening until the next time.
Until you're back here next week.
If it doesn't happen, you won't see Ollie till next season.
I'll be there in the bad times as well.
Ollie, please bring the look of the Irish with you for the Brighton game. Anyone that wants to meet this guy for a pint, do let him know. He's an incredible bloke, my man. Ollie, thanks for coming on. Thanks for
very much, lads. And I hope you enjoyed last week. It was great to see us.
Ollie,
one of the best weeks of my life, honestly.
Ollie, I wish we picked the West Ham game to go over. You have no idea. I wish we picked it. It would have been so good for all of us. Myself, yourself, Philip, Dermot. Anthony was there anyway, so he got lucky. My mate Sean, it would have been unbelievable for us to have that.
I was so close to going as well. I was looking at the flights and they were just a little bit too steep, like, and I thought, I better leave it, But
I had to extend my flight as well, Ollie. So I know what you mean. I had to extend it and everything. It was tough. So I know what you mean. It definitely wasn't easy, but I would say you're going to be bringing the luck of the Irish to the next one, my man.
100%, and I'm going to watch Ireland on Saturday as well. So hopefully we can beat Belgium.
I'll see you there. I'll see you there. I'm up in Dublin. I can't say why, but I'm up in Dublin, so I'll see you there, man.
See you later, lads.
Absolute legend. Thank you for calling in, my man. And keep doing the fan cams till the rest of the season. They make me happy.
See you, lads. Bye.
Big up, Ollie. Class. Absolute class.
Absolute legend, guys. Ollie, absolutely brilliant. I love the man. I love the man. Such a top, genuinely bloke. He really is. Just a couple of comments there. Just Nosco was there. He says, great to see you guys at the game. Absolutely love to big up Nosco. I hope you're keeping well. And then we have Mark as well. Mark, is it Mark Coyte or Mark Coyle? Let me see. Just let me get it. Mark Coyle. He says, David, have you come round from your trip away? Lots of alcohol. I hope you had. Look, I'm not the biggest of drinkers. I can drink when I go drinking. Not the biggest of drinkers. I'm not going to lie. Look, I'm more of a, as you can see on stream, I chunk down this bad boy. I love water. I love it. I don't know why. I just love water.
He likes the water and a Coca-Cola. He likes the water and a Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I love water and a Coca-Cola. The odd day Sprite now, just to freshen it up a bit, get that lemon and that lime tanginess on the palate, just to freshen it up a bit. But, look, I had a great trip. I really did have a good trip, my man. It was unbelievable.
I was lucky I didn't have any hangovers, Mark. I think that's what also even made, the trip even more spectacular. Not even one hangover. And I think even David and I say somehow we even lost a few pounds as well, which is just, I don't even know. Just couldn't have been more of a perfect week, Mark. Pick yourself up, my man.
Yeah, no, big up, Mark. Absolute legend. Dark Zone G says, Diaz did less than Kulu so far from what I saw. Kulu is better than Diaz, Dom Paratici. I love how now we are banging goals for fun now. Our goal difference is good now, plus 11. Look, what I will say is that Diaz is a very, very good player. He is a very good player. He's constantly looking to make things happen on the ball going forward, and I like that. I really do like that. Is Kulu better than him? I mean, Kulu's probably he's had a better start, better impact, I think, but that Diaz is an incredible player, but look,
very different players though, which is actually interesting, you would say, because Diaz, you would say, Dave, does rely on a bit of that pace. And I mean, it's not to say that he doesn't have good ability, but does rely a bit more on his pace and his kind of speed and his kind of dynamism, maybe more than Kulu does, where like Philip Brady said earlier, Kulu, he really just relies on what's all up there for him. So maybe Diaz is also a very intelligent player, but I think what you could admire about Kulusevski is he doesn't need the pace, maybe like perhaps a Diaz does.
Yeah, no, 100%. Look, with Kulu, he knows he doesn't have that electrifying play, so he knows he has to look after the ball. He knows he has to be able to offer something different. And with Kulu, he gets his body between the ball and the man. He's constantly like using his elbow to like push off and give himself that extra half a yard of space. And he just knows where to pass it. You see some of his passes. He takes 1-2 players out of the game. He's very, very clever on the ball. He's constantly dropping the shoulder, moving his feet. He's brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant, this guy, Dark Sun G. And look, goal difference, I mean, it's unbelievable. Look, Conte knows if he can't keep them out the other end, well, then let's go and outscore them up the other. And it seems to be happening. It seems to be happening in the last 2 games. My man, Georgie's in the building. Big up, George.
George, good to see you as well, because George, I feel like when Stevie B scored that goal, it was like he disappeared or something for a bit. George, because I was waiting for you to call me out, George. I was waiting for you to say, keep the faith at Stevie B. But George, it's good to have you back, my man. He's saying Højbjerg doesn't have the positional prowess of, great word there, I must say, George, of Bentancur, in my opinion. As much as I am the biggest Højbjerg fan alongside Ellie, kind of have to agree with you, George. I got to agree with you. I think that's what even Ollie was touching on, is that, I don't know, Dave. It's like Højbjerg, he's a class midfielder, but he's not, he's by no means the best. He'll never be the best in the league. He'll never be, the top shelf sort of names of midfielders. But to say that, he can't really, at least play a game with them, I think is being unfair to him. He can hold his own with those sort of players. And I agree, he doesn't have the prowess of maybe Bentancur, isn't able to receive it on the half turn like Bentancur does. But I would say, what I do love about Højbjerg is that he probably complements all of our midfielders. You would say maybe the best. He complements Skip well, complements Bentancur well, and that's what makes Højbjerg great. He's a team player, and that's what I like about him. But I agree with you, George, and that's coming from somebody who's probably extremely biased towards Højbjerg. So I actually agree with you.
Look, Højbjerg is never going to be your star man. Like, all your star men are kind of like usually guys on the ball and stuff. But you best believe the likes of Højbjerg, the likes of Bentancur, Kane, Son, Kulusevski, Dyer, Davies, Romero, they appreciate what Højbjerg does off the ball. Make no mistake about that. They love what this guy does off the ball. What he does off the ball is what Højbjerg's main attribute is, putting themselves in the right position to be able to win the ball. That's intelligent in itself because he's reading the game. He knows where it's going to go. He's well able to handle himself, and now he's starting to look after the ball. By no means is he ever going to be the star man, but you can guarantee every star man will appreciate him, and that's for sure, George. That's what I would say on Højbjerg, my man. But look, Jack, we'll keep cracking on with this. We'll get the next guest on because I want to keep everybody up late. I'm just going to run to the Jacks, aka the toilet, and I'll be back in 1 second. You just keep cracking on there, Jacko.
Well, we're going to bring on the man that we just had a wonderful time with on Sunday. Brad, take me through the day, because I know you like to talk about, all the build up to the game. Or maybe you just want to start like Ollie did. Maybe you just want to, banter the West Ham fans.
Oh, well, actually,
where you want to start. Tell me where you want to start, Brad.
Now you mention it. A little bit of banter from the. I just whilst Ollie was talking about that, I did a bit of Googling, and I've come up with what's really embarrassing about West Ham. I don't know if you can see this. When they beat us in 2014.
That's what I was talking about, the shirts.
Yeah, they released T-shirts and a cup, and it's not some, sort of small company. This is the official West Ham store did that.
And they said it was our cup final, and they had made those shirts, Brad.
And, I remember at the time saying, that's embarrassing. That is really embarrassing.
Those are just random results as well.
Yeah, the treble. Yeah, it's like so. If we beat Brighton at home, let's release a treble T-shirt for Brighton because we beat them in the cup in 2 league games. Yeah, let's release T-shirts and cups and that. It's embarrassing.
I don't know. Yeah, Dave. Dave hates Brighton, and he probably wouldn't even stoop to that level. Making a T-shirt. I actually think David probably would make a T-shirt for that, but I would just have to stop him. I would just say, "Listen, Dave. You're above their level. Don't stoop down to Brighton's level."
Exactly.
But West Ham, I mean, they'll stoop down to that level. We just know they won't.
It's that. I mean, that was back in 2014, but yeah, absolutely embarrassing. And Ollie's stats were amazing. Hi, Brains. Ollie's stats were amazing. The
best pool player, I would say, at the Spurs community as well. Brains is.
Oh, really?
This guy is class. This guy is class. He's a real pool shark.
I wish on Sunday. I wish I didn't live so far away. I would have definitely gone to the Royale and met you guys there. But I just couldn't possibly get there for when it opened.
I was there. I was there like 6 hours early. I mean, I don't blame you, Brad. I don't blame you.
And it's funny we're talking about Sean. I don't know if Sean's still in the chat, from Spurs Talk. Spurs talk show, but I was walking down the high road, and I walked past this delicatessen, and I heard this guy go, "Oh, it is Spurs," and I thought, I know that laugh. And yeah, it was Sean. So that's where I met Sean. He was in the delicatessen buying whatever, and I said, "Oh yeah, hi Sean. I could hear you laugh from down the street," sort of thing. So yeah. And then I have never seen the number 8 like that before, as crowded as that pre-match.
Was it a special atmosphere, you feel like that day, Brad? Maybe because obviously I can't speak to it. I mean, do you feel like it was special that day?
I think it was. I think it was because I think that game had taken on so much significance, especially since we beat Brighton and we're suddenly in there, So yeah, and I think West Ham is always, it's not up there with Arsenal or Chelsea derbies, but it's definitely up there. And I think it's like, I think what Ollie was spot on when he said, you don't mind taking shit from Arsenal or Chelsea because they've got the record to prove it, so you don't mind that. Yeah. You don't like it, but you don't mind it. But when West Ham's not gone on about it, it's like, what the hell?
Stay in your corner, stay in your lane.
Yeah. But it was hilarious. I thought meeting everybody in the number 8 and meeting you guys was brilliant. But there's all these people with their cameras taking their match day vlogs, sort of.
We had our own little circle. We had our own little circle. Even the recordings we have of getting people's thoughts before the game and all. You can hear like Jack in the background doing Sean's. You can hear Danny Kiriakou in the background as well doing someone else's. It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I can hear myself. I think on Sean's. Yeah, I can hear.
You can hear yourself being interviewed.
I mean, the Brixton Academy or something like that. Sort of. Oh, gee, I'm quite loud. And he had that crazy little camera that's like the size of a thumb.
Oh, it's the job. I need to get one.
Incredible. Amazing. So
just quickly, Brains McLeod says he's the best food player in the Spurs community.
I said Brains is the best, and clearly I overstepped there. And I love John Cooper. John Cooper is very nice to me as well. So clearly, John Cooper, I owe an apology to.
Me and Jack were pulling a Spursy on it all night. But what
that's
I will say is
funny, actually. We were playing David Moyes tactics, to be fair, while we were playing pool. David and I, we were playing David Moyes tactics.
What I will say, Brains, we got your rattle, lad. We rattled you.
But that atmosphere in the stadium, I haven't seen it like that for a long, long time. I think the quarterfinal Champions League against Man City was probably on a par, but I think it was better atmosphere, actually. Maybe it's just selective memory, but I think it was a better atmosphere on Sunday. And after the game behind the South Stand, I have never ever seen it like that before. Never. I've seen you get groups of fans singing, but I've never seen the whole of the South Stand or who was left in there. They were all singing, and you're right.
It felt like no one left the stadium.
Yeah.
It went on for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And everyone, I got film of it and all sorts of stuff. And you're right, everyone's counting at 1, 2, keep it in time.
It was so insane.
That was me going down the steps. Every time it ended, I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the staff would be swinging around going nuts. Come on.
No, that was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I just sorry I couldn't stay longer at the bricklayers, but as you say, I'm a bit claustrophobic, and it was quite crowded in there, and I sort of didn't feel comfortable. But I still ended up going to the number 8 bar and watching the band and still drinking. So
yeah, definitely.
But no, it was
quite a collection of beer you had before the game, the day before the game, Brad.
Yeah, I've still got 4 of those left. I was tempted to have it tonight, but I thought, no, I'll wait till Friday. But yeah, I've still got 4 of those left, plus a few cans of the cheaper stuff in there. But yeah, I'll wait until Friday. I'm trying to be sensible from Monday through Thursday. So, but no, I'm so glad you had a great weekend and saw a great win and a great performance. That was just absolutely magic. And even the weather was warm. It was amazing. So,
do you know what my favorite part about was, Brad? Look, obviously we got the 2 wins. We were over there to cheer on the boys. But what I have to say is the likes of your Brains, the Ben Sim, Ben's missus, Danny Kiriakou, Ben Kaufman, Sean. The list goes on. Barry, the list, Graham, Ellie, of course, the one and only Ellie. The list goes on. The way people received myself and Jack and went out their way to make sure we had a good time.
Yeah.
I will forever be grateful. You have no idea.
It was amazing.
Well
It
said,
really
Dave.
was. It was a great atmosphere, and so many people turned up. And you're right, everyone's so friendly, and everyone's so sort of just it sets people for. I mean, before you guys got there, my mate Steve was there, and Sean and Chris were chatting to him, and he I think he's quite disappointed he didn't stay actually, but he had to go and meet another friend of ours, sort of thing. But yeah, no, it was just a great atmosphere, and I think it was made better by the fact that Spurs obviously won. That made the day complete.
Yeah.
It really did. So no, it's great. Just a shame that Sean didn't have his birthday drinks on the Friday, because I'd like to have met you guys in London somewhere and have a drink in there. But no, well, yeah, we plenty of time for that. But yeah, it was a great
Just
day.
quickly, Brad, what do you make of the fact that game? The whole thing, I think you and I had even said it together, was, can we break the win-loss? And we did it this time. And I mean, is there anything to be taken from that, do you think? The fact that we kind of broke that pattern?
Yeah, I think what I took from that game and the Brighton game and the Man United game, where I thought we played okay, thought we played pretty well against Man United. I think I can see a team developing a bit now. I can see a Conte team developing now. And they seem to be, and because we've had a settled first 11, okay, left back might have changed a bit, but we've got a settled first 11. And I think they're now getting to understand each other. And, I go on about muscle memory all the time, but it's a mental muscle memory that, you know where you're, we play the triangles now as well. And I'm not talking about the musical instrument. We play these triangles, even when we passing it out of defence. And I must admit, I do have, a heart attack when I see them doing it, but it's working and they're doing it. And
feels like Romero hates clearing it, actually. He just wants possession. He actually, as much as he loves getting stuck in and winning it back, he seems to actually hate when he wins it back. He'll never clear it. He never clears it. He wants to just play it to somebody's feet.
Exactly. And so there's a team. And if you look at that team that we had today, now, Reguilon, again, at the moment, his finishing's awful. But, if they can improve that. And then, so we probably do need strengthening in the wing-back areas. And the only reason I say that is because, can you imagine that team out there on Sunday, or that team playing for the rest of the season, with Walker and Rose as the wing-backs, which we had back in Pochettino's days. If you can imagine that team with those two as our wing-backs, wow, what a team that would be. I mean, that's why I think that we need to upgrade on the wing backs, unless Conte can coach better performance. Reguilon can get over because you're right, David. He does get into positions.
Yeah,
he does do that, and that's what Conte wants. He wants his when one wing back goes down one side, the other one comes up the other. On the far post side. And I think Reguilon does that, but it's just his finishing. It might only just take a goal. He might just get the ball and hit the shit out of it. If it goes in, then that might give him the confidence, But I thought, Sunday. The only problem is that we've all been here before, and everyone's getting excited now. Top on, we're the best in the world. Newcastle at home after the break. The international break again has come at a really horrible time.
Yeah,
and
we've been screwed over every international break this season, whether it's been Romero, Sonny, or you know what I mean? It's just been screwed over every single time. We cannot afford it this time.
It's hopefully. Well, Tottenham never normally have. Well, maybe our luck's about to change. Maybe we'll get a bit of luck and they'll all come back.
I'm just hoping that we don't rely on luck anymore. I'm hoping that what Conte is instilling into this team is a work ethic, a winning mentality, a win at all cost mentality. And I'm hoping we're not just sitting here relying on luck anymore, Brad. I do see Conte instilling that into this team. Look, even when West Ham went to when they got their goal from the corner and got back into the game. I mean, Matt Doherty, look, he was at fault for the corner, in my opinion, and that, but we still dug ourselves in, got to halftime, came out the second half, and we played the whole game on the edge until we got that third goal. Which kind of really put the seal on the victory. But we held our nerve, and I was very impressed with that.
Yeah, we do seem to be getting a lot better, because we normally, used to be a setback and we panic, but we seem to be getting over that a lot better now. And I mean, we West Ham had a bit of possession in the second half. When they're chasing the game, they're trying to get back into the game. But when you look at it, I mean, Lloris probably had the goal to save. That was it, really. I think Antonio shot over the bar, and Lloris had to come out twice to get that ball right near the end from the corner.
But, do you know what, Brad? My heart was in my mouth. I was just sitting there and I was just looking at Jack and I was about to say to him, Jack, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry this has happened, because the ball was bobbling around for ages as well.
It was. I can't remember. Was it 2-1 or 3-1 when that happened?
It was 2-1. It was 2-1.
2-1, yeah. Oh, yeah. And we obviously got memories, even though none of us were at the ground, memories of the 3-3 draw and everything. Oh, no, not again. But no, they look at our chances we had in that second half. Kane could have had a couple. Reguilon could have had one. We could have won that 4 or 5-1 really. And I don't think anyone would have really complained. And I don't know what drugs Moyes were on, but he must have been seeing a different game than I was. After match press conference. In fact, I wouldn't mind some of those drugs if I could see things like that. So. Drugs taken is not good, kids, right? But,
unless they make you have the vision, Unless
they give you Bentancur abilities, yeah, absolutely.
But I don't know what game he was watching, but yeah, I thought it was a good performance. Conte seems to be really happy at the moment. Kane seems to be really happy. Son got a bit of form back. I think there's a bit of an argument going on in the chat about Kane versus Son. It's like, doesn't matter. What matters is they're both playing for Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. That's what matters.
Yeah,
not who's better than the other.
They're both playing well. Playing well at this moment.
Exactly. I'd like to see us score more goals from other players rather than them two, because that would be something. I mean, it's a bit of a joke that own goals is our third top scorer this season.
Yeah, kick a cat scored one for us.
Yeah,
and that was unbelievable.
Oh no! The funny thing was that the guy behind me said, "What's going on over there behind us? What are they throwing around?" I said, "It's blow up cats." He goes, "Oh, right." And they're all the same. So there must be someone outside must be selling them, I reckon, because they're all the same.
Even the guys in front of us, even the guys that were in front of us were doing a chant, meow, 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 meow. Everybody around us as well were top fans as well. They really were.
Yeah,
it was unbelievable.
The atmosphere, as I say, the atmosphere was brilliant. The singing, and that's what that stadium is like. It's a two-way thing. The team have got to play well as well, but no, when they get the whole crowd behind them like that is a noisy place. And yeah, that's what you want to make it. You want to make it that sort of a place that people fear to go.
Yeah.
And as for the West Ham fans, these so-called wonderful West Ham fans, I heard them all match. Just a couple of songs about bubbles, and that was it, really. It's sort of like they might as well just put a record on with blowing bubbles. I mean, it's only so. And then at the end, when you looked at the away end, there was no one there. They're all gone. So
they got out there fairly quickly. All right, that's for sure. 100%, Brad. And what was the question I was going to ask you? I had one in mind. I can't even remember now. Sorry, Jack. Take over.
I mean, I'd be happy to talk about this then with Brad. I mean, Brad, it feels like finally we actually have a front three that we can really be confident in. I know we all really respect Lucas and, we honor what maybe he does for us off the pitch as well as on the pitch. But now we feel like we have somebody that can actually meet Harry Kane and Sonny's sort of level of play.
Yeah.
Do you have that confidence that Kulusevski is maybe one that can finally complement them?
Yeah, I think that looks a much more. And I'm not taking anything away from Lucas Moura or even Stephen Bergwijn. They're both decent players in their own right. But I think as a front three, and you need, if you're going to play wing backs and have two, I mean, our central midfield of Bentancur and Holberg, it's quite a solid central midfield. You've got a lot of stability there. So you need your front three to all be functioning. I'd like to see Kulusevski use his right foot a bit more. But then I said the same thing about Gareth Bale, and look what player Gareth Bale was, but that's a thing that will, there are a lot of players. I mean, that's one of my big bugbears about professional football is not using their other foot much. But no, I think they're, as a team, they seem to have an understanding, and the way that Kulusevski and Bentancur have sort of slotted in, and that's what we want. This is what I think Conte and I presume Paratici have added is that we need players that all play straight away. We've had too much of in the future. Or let's buy a player and let him get settled into the Premiership. No, we haven't got time to do that now. We've been doing that for too long now. So I think, he's got these two players in that are slotted in so well. Bentancur, Yeah, he gives the ball away every now and again, but
takes risks that we've been asking midfielders to take.
Exactly. And that's our motto: to dare is to do. It's about time I started doing it, and
not to go sideways.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, though, my heart was in my mouth when he did that brilliant piece of skill in the edge of the penalty area. Sort of thing.
It was actually a two-part skill when you think about it, right? Because he actually mixes one West Ham player, and then there's actually another one that's actually right on him, and he has to make a second touch past the other one as well. So when you kind of think about it, it wasn't even one turn. It was kind of like two turns in the one.
And we're all going, oh, wow, that was brilliant. But
it is hard in the mouth. I do know what you mean. It is hard in the mouth. But to be fair, I would say the moment he did that, and now this sounds a bit ridiculous, but that's why I feel like players, that's what makes like a midfielder of a higher level than others. Because I think you see players like Thiago and things like that, do those type of moves where they're so confident in their own ability, that they back themselves to do it. And that's what you kind of want. That's what you want. A midfielder that trusts himself to do that. Maybe the whole time. I know, it's nice to not talk about Winks anymore, but that's maybe what we've always been annoyed about him, is he doesn't back himself to maybe do a move like that or to be able to turn like that. And that's what we've been asking for.
Yeah. Well, I think a good thing here is that if we bench Bentancur and Holberg, if they can stay fit, it means that when Skip gets fit again, we can ease him into the team. It's not like we need him straight away. Because if you had a central midfield, say you had Bentancur and Winks playing, and you didn't have Højbjerg, then it'd be like, oh, got to get Skippy back. Got to get Skippy back. Whereas I think with these two players, Bentancur and Højbjerg, doing what they're doing at the moment, if they keep that up and stay fit, then you haven't got that need to suddenly push Skip in. You can ease him back into playing, and then you've got that dilemma of who do you pick as your midfield. So, which is a good dilemma to have. That's what having a squad's all about. So
that's exactly it. We us Spurs fans, we've been calling for squad depth. So it's exactly what we need, Brad. Absolutely spot on. Look, Brad.
I could say I'm pretty sure the North London derby will be in the final week of the season. I think between
week 37.
Yeah, Burnley at home and Norwich away. Well, I hope it is, because if they extend the season, I'm going to miss it, because I'll be off to Canada on the day after the season ends. So if Brian's still watching, if they do that, I might be watching that with you in the Scotland Yard. So yeah, which would be great. Don't get me wrong, it'd be really brilliant. But I think
I'm envying that.
I think they will do that between. The only thing that it depends how the season goes. I mean, they're going to hope that it's still up for grabs. It may not be up for grabs. We might have already secured top four. Arsenal may have already secured top four. Man United might have already done it. But so it'd be interesting to see what they do there. But I think if you look at all the other big games, your Man United, Arsenal's, your Arsenal, Chelsea's, that's all happening over a time. And then you can slot that win in right near the end. That's what I reckon they'll do anyway. But wow, what a game that's going to be. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, there are only bigger games and more nerve-wracking games to come, Brad. So strap in, my man. Strap in. Get ready.
I'm glad I'm semi-retired, because I can get up. If it's a night game, I can get there really, really early.
Do the blood pressure tablets. Keep them coming. I would say, like, to hit like for David. But Brad, absolute pleasure as always, my man. Maybe any final word, any final thing to say?
No, it's just absolutely great to see you guys, and hopefully we'll meet up again. It's just wonderful, and I hope to. I should. I know, get over to Ireland one day, David. And although a bit more expensive, one day get over to New York. Definitely love to do that.
Or who knows? Maybe we'll just be back in London again.
But don't forget, guys, to click like and subscribe to this absolutely wonderful channel, and look forward to the other guys that are coming on after me. And big up to all the guys that have been before me. Big up to the guys after me. And have a great end of the week, guys. And come on, you Spurs!
Come on, you Spurs! Brad, thank you so much for making myself and Jack feel welcome. And we'll speak to you again very soon, my man.
Absolute pleasure.
Absolute legend. Absolute legend. There you have it, guys. Brad Matthews, what a guest! Always comes on. Absolutely love the man. He's absolutely brilliant.
And I wrote down, Dave, he did do the T-shirt, comment as well. The West Ham Cup final shirt. He set the point clear. He and Ollie were great. Back to back. Giving West Ham the big one as well. Absolute class.
No, absolute class. Brad he's brilliant, and big up the bottom, dude. I hope you really enjoyed Brad's Brandon Jack's, answer on the super chat, my man.
No, I don't think we got to it yet, Dave. I don't think we got to
I
it.
thought
At
you
the
asked
bottom,
Brandon
Duda
Jack.
saying Conte received a lot of hate from the Inter fans throughout. He was called a Juve agent every time he lost a game. He's getting a lot of love here. Conte players aren't expensive. He just needs backing. Two parts to break down here. I didn't know that, he was called a Juve agent when he lost to Juve, to be fair, actually, to bottom dude. I actually wasn't aware of that. I mean, he still won the league. So as much as maybe he was, playing to the heartstrings of the Juve fans, he still took a league away from them. And it kind of, sent them back into, I don't know if Juve are in free fall, but he definitely has knocked them off a pedestal, I would say Conte has, and has shown that, the Serie A is definitely something. If you have Antonio Conte in the Serie A, he will win you that title. But as well, I feel that way as too, to bottom dude. As much as people say Conte comes with a big, treasure chest and whatnot, he just needs players that work for him. He doesn't need world-class players. He just needs players that can play for him, that can play in his system. And when you think about it, that doesn't require maybe a ton of 50 million pound, 40 million pound players. You can get by with players that, can just do the jobs for him. And I completely agree with you. And to be fair, even maybe a slight plug for the channel as well. Hence why I also love doing the second channel, because I love talking about players that you don't have to break the bank for, players that you only need to spend so much on and will get you the same amount of quality as a 70 million pound, 80 million pound sort of household name. I love talking about that stuff to bottom Duda.
Look, he went into Inter. I want two wing backs, Ashley Young, Victor Moses. He doesn't need big bucks. He just needs the right players for his system with quality and a desire to win. It's all he needs to bottom do it. It's all the guy needs. Absolutely love that. This guy's he's a real connoisseur of Conte. I love him. He loves Conte.
Really appreciate the donation as well to bottom Duda. Really kind to the channel.
Really top guy. William Kelly says, well, boys, what a weekend that was. Spurs win again. I go to Sydney for St. Patrick's celebrations. And now I'm back in Brisbane feeling like shit with COVID.
Oh, well, geez, everybody's catching it. That's hard.
First of all, my man, Spurs win. No, I was over there for the double, Brighton, West Ham. I mean, best week of my life. Unbelievable to get the away trip in. And then the atmosphere that was at the ground. I mean, we're so privileged to be there for it, honestly. So privileged. I hope you did enjoy St. Patrick's Day in Sydney. Marcelo was at one in America and he was sending me a picture of him at the parade.
Yeah, Boston's is like unbelievable.
I was like, man, you do better parades than what we do over here.
Yeah, Boston and Chicago, they do know how to celebrate St. Patrick's, I'll tell you that. William Kelly, let me know if they dyed, any of the water green, around there like they do in Chicago, my man, over down under. But I'm sorry that you've come down. I'm sorry you've come down with COVID. Hopefully you're just kind of in isolation, but it sounds like, you're actually feeling a bit of the effects of it. So I do hope that you can at least be, I wish the best for you, William Kelly. That is sad to hear, my man, but hopefully you can find a way to recover. Just take care of yourself. Make sure that Luke is okay as well, my man. Just take care of yourself, William Kelly. Absolute legend.
No, big up, William Kelly. I'm
glad you enjoyed St. Patrick's Day, though. He's at least seeing the brightness of it. So but that's tough to hear, my man. Take care.
I really do hope you feel better. And William, I'll give you a phone call tomorrow, my man, just to check in and make sure you're all right, brother. So just look out for it on the old WhatsApp, my man. Big up, William Kelly. And I'm sure I don't even need to say it, but I'm sure you had a good Paddy's Day. I'm sure you did, my man. Big yourself up, William. What a legend. Faz Radfar and William, I've missed you, by the way. I have missed you, William. Faz Radfar says, so far, revenge versus two London teams. Arsenal will be the third one. I absolutely know.
Didn't think about that, Faz. I didn't think about it.
They will be. They definitely will be, Faz. Big yourself up.
Repairing that horrible London record we had. Repairing it, like at least putting a Band-Aid on it, because, geez, that was rough at one stage. Felt like we couldn't beat any London teams at a certain rate, Faz. It was becoming concerning. Love that stat. That's a Dark Sun G kind of comment right there, Faz. Love it, my man.
Big up, Faz Radfar. Absolutely love it. George says, I would never call you guys out.
George is class today. I love it, George. It's good to have you back as well, George, because that's what I was saying. When the Stevie B happened, I remember in the watch longs as well, we were all going insane, and I was like, where's George? Yeah. It's good to have you back, my man. It's good to have you back.
Big up, George. Stevie B has definitely called us out.
He really did. He smacked
us. He's using my one on Harry Kane. He's reversed now on me. I love it.
He pulled the reverse card. He pulled the Uno card.
My own medicine. Big up, George. And I know he's sitting there giggling away as well. Legend. William Kelly says, how many times have I said it? Conte is class. Back him in the transfer market and support him. Tottenham fans, he is a class act. No, look, I definitely think it is. Look, I can understand fans were, questioning his tactics, his methods and stuff like that. Look, rightly so. The guy's on, 14 million a year? I suppose you're in your every right to question. But we also have to understand that things take time and you have to give the guy the player he needs. But look, at the end of the day, this is a guy that has won trophies everywhere he's been. Well, not everywhere he's been, but most places he's been recently. Inter, Juve's had the Italian national job. I mean, he's a good manager. And when you see the inconsistencies that you've never seen in any of his teams before, you just got to understand that it's the players. It's not him. He can't turn water into wine. Only Jesus Christ can do that. So, at the end of the day, he's had to work what he was given. And for me, I think he's been an absolute class act. And I was saying this to Ben, because me and Ben had many chats on his couch at night time. I was just saying to him, that I just get that feeling that Conte loves the fact that Tottenham is hated by everybody. And I think he's really starting to love being here. And that's just what I see. I mean, you look at the celebrations that he had at the Brighton game when the goals went in, the one from the West Ham games. He really loves this club, man. I can get that feeling off him. He's really enjoying being here, William. Big yourself up, my man.
Big up, William.
Big up. And William Kelly also says, bring back Winky. Things are going too well.
That's true.
Don't start, William. Do not start, my man. That guy, we don't want him anywhere near the team. And I think, because it was getting to the point, right? We were all at that. No, Winks is shit. Get him out of the team. And then he rolls in for a few appearances and all the Winks. And maybe he's not as bad as we think he is. Conte can get more out of him, this, that, and the other. And I'm just glad that Bentancur and Højbjerg is working out because it really is exposing the guy. Like, yes, he's a Tottenham boy. He loves the club. I get it. But if you're not going to do what Bentancur is doing, then don't put on the jersey. It's that simple. Big up, William.
I think he loves the club, but quickly, Dave, he's not exactly always been a team player either, though. Let's be honest. Like about Harry Winks, he's complained in times, when you wouldn't expect, a player of his caliber to complain. He hasn't ever been a good squad player for us. So as much as he loves the club, as much as he is a Tottenham boy, I'd say he's not really been like Lucas Moura or somebody who's, been, a good team player and, has been good off the field and everything as well. He seems to sometimes also cause some stirring in the dressing room. So I don't know. It's just my little thing as well. He's a Tottenham boy, but I wouldn't say he's been a class act, in the dressing room. So that's my feeling.
Definitely is. I just looking at the private chat there and I see Brad's name is Brad Rocks Matthews, Brad Hotspur. I love it. What a guy. What a guy. Big up Stefan Blois is in the building. It's good to see you in. Bobby K as well. It's good to see you, my man. It's good to see you, Bobby K. A lot of people talk good about you, lad. The Bolton Do It says, question, top 5 midfielders in the Premier League this season, according to you.
That's tough. Conor Gallagher gets in there.
De Bruyne has to get in there.
De Bruyne gets in there. He's made a comeback.
Bentancur, I'm putting him in there. I don't care.
I would say Rodri gets in there. I've actually really enjoyed watching Rodri this season. I think he's actually shown maybe what he was bought for. So what's that, 3?
Bentancur, putting him in there. Don't care.
I've got to put a Spurs man in there.
He's been amazing since he's got here. He's getting in there. I
love that. 4th and now find a 5th.
N'Golo Kante, I think
no, I don't think he's played enough. No? I would go with Fabinho. I'd go with Fabinho as well.
Yeah, Fabinho's not a bad shout, to be fair. Not a bad shout. I like Fabinho. He does a good job for Liverpool.
I'm a sucker for holding midfielders. I think they make the whole team sometimes. So a bit of bias in my answer, but Conor Gallagher goes in there, my man. I would actually even make a case, maybe the best midfielder this whole season. Say that again, Dave.
Yuri Tielemans,
not a bad shout out either. Bottom Duda, ask me that on flatcapeurotalk, my man. I'll give you an hour's worth of an answer. My man. Big up yourself.
Big up the Bottom Duda, an absolute legend. We have Dark Sung G. He says we lost to the Gooners because of Nuno. We will win and top 4. Look, 100%. Look, with what Paul Miller and Tony Galvin were saying about Nuno before the game at La Royale. Weren't exactly seeing his praises. Apparently, the players just didn't get on with him. He didn't get on with the players. It was like he didn't really want to be there. The players didn't respect him. And look, that's why we lost to Arsenal. I don't agree with it. I think even if you don't like the manager, especially you should not troll games. But look, it is what it is. We will get our revenge, Dark Song G. I have no doubt about that. Revenge is coming, and it's going to taste so sweet as well. So sweet, especially if it's for top four and we knocked them out of the race, my man. Big up, Dark Sunji. And William Kelly says, remember, boys, Conte outlasts these owners. He will become a Spurs legend. Well, look, you know, there is a lot of talks about, you know, the price of Spurs and everything else over the last couple of months. You know, other investors, this, that, and the other. So we'll wait and see. It could very well be the case. And if that's the case, I'm on the first flight to Australia and I'm seeing that clairvoyant man. I definitely am. Big yourself up, William. Big yourself up. Look, we'll wait and see. Hopefully it's true. Hopefully it's true to Bolton or William Kelly. But we will wait and see, my man. We will wait and see.
Week of celebration, if that were to happen. Probably months of celebration, to be fair. Probably months of celebration. Big up, William Kelly.
We'll get on the next guest. Who's next, Jack? Who have we got next?
I actually think perfect person actually for the super chat. Probably should have just brought him on earlier. I can see him laughing for it. Brian Tagle, good to have you, my man. Maybe just, you know, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to start me off, you know, Mr.
What do you want to speak about, Brian? You take it. Where do you want to go?
First of all, it's great to be back on the channel and see you two boys and everyone in the chat. Yeah, I'm currently, I'm suffering with, I suffer with labyrinthitis, and I've caught it again, which is basically an inner ear virus that can't be treated with antibiotics, and it affects your balance. So if you stand up, I feel like I'm drunk, and I'm wobbling all over the place. So laying down and talking to you is good. But yeah, first of all, how are you both?
Buzzing.
Kind of buzzing, actually, to be fair. Dave and I have been a bit blabbermouthy today, you know, just kind of, you know, talking about all the experiences. You know, we'll probably calm down at some stage, but yeah, it's been a ball so far. It's been a ball so far. It's good to be back. It's just good to be back.
I bet. So yes, a couple of things. First of all, I'll say, when you were doing that great question about top 5 midfielders, David's going to hate what I'm about to say because of the player and what he's done to Ireland. But how you can't put Declan Rice in there?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It's just, yeah, he gets in there.
Outstanding. I think that guy.
West Ham will never get any credit off me. No one from that club, not even the club. We all know what
the bias came through in our answers. The bias came through.
But no, I honestly, I go as far to say in the Euros, if he hadn't been substituted, we would have won. I thought he was the wrong person to have brought off, and maybe Phillips should have gone off. I think he's outstanding. He's an outstanding. But anyway, enough of talking about West Ham. The other thing to talk about is I heard you talking about before, like when people say Conte gets paid £14 million, he's got. Listen, I understand why people say it, but I don't get it, because what do you reckon he went in when they went into negotiations and Levy said, "Listen, I'm going to pay you £14 million." Is he going to turn around and go, "Oh no, that's way too much. That's way too much. Please pay." No. If someone says, "I'm going to pay you £14 million to do a job," you're going to go, "Well, yeah, thank you very much. I'll take that." So when
I think, Brian, you and I actually had a conversation, and I actually said, to be fair to Conte, I actually think he's being paid quite fairly, because given the job that he was offered in the beginning, listen, we're in a position where you're trying to recover what Nuno did. You're also coming into a squad that has no backing whatsoever. You're not going to get very much in January either. When you kind of think about what was being offered to him, it's not like there were a lot of really convincing arguments for him to take the job. And I even said before, I hate to say this, but it's not really like the Spurs job was really jumping off the page, you know, either for him when looking at it. So 14 million does seem fair. Maybe you have to overpay him.
No, Jack, on that premise, you're completely right. But that's the thing when it comes to the wages. No one's going to go, whoa, that's too much. Please pay me less. But yeah, when it comes to the buying of players, like you said, what's imperative, and I can't remember who said it. I don't know if it was a super chat or chat, but they're right. We need Conte to be back. And when it's back in, and I said this on We Are Tottenham TV, let's just say he wants a De Vrij from Inter.
Yeah.
Go get him De Vrij. Don't get him a De Vrij wannabe. Don't get him a De Vrij possibility in 5 years.
Yeah, don't get into a computer and get a De Vrij lookalike from Montenegro, you know?
Exactly. Go buy him. As everyone said, when you look at his spend, he isn't one of those managers like a Mourinho that comes in and spends hundreds of millions. He doesn't spend hundreds of millions. He knows players that fit in his style of play, and not only fit in his style of play, but have the mentality to be a winner and commit to the effort he's putting in, that they will run through brick walls for him. Back in with that. Stop spending 60 million on people like a Dembele that has been a complete disaster. And if he says, "I want this player," and it's 30 million, but he's got no resale, go and buy that player. Go and buy him, Because if Conte narrows down a player and says, this guy fits in my system, I want this guy in my system, you don't want to say, okay, well, let's go young and see if it's one for the future that could turn
Young
into
De
it.
Vrij. Young De Vrij.
Go get, and I use Ashley Young all the time. Ashley, when David mentioned Victor Moses and Ashley Young, but Ashley Young at Inter, he was asked, what do you need? He said, I need a left back. Ashley Young is a left wing back, sorry. Ashley Young is available. Go get him. They got him. He was sensational. They won Serie A. With Chelsea, he wanted to play a 3-4-3 off. They got battered from the filth. He had 10 players and Victor Moses. And he goes, you know what? I can coach Victor Moses to play that position. So that's what he did.
Like you said, he doesn't need a 60 million pound player in every position.
Exactly. And I saw that guy, George, who's a great supporter of all the channels, talking about Stevie B. I'm a huge fan of Stevie B. Huge fan of Stevie B. And do you know what? I've had this discussion on Tottenham on Tour. Stevie B could be the answer to our right wing back. And the reason, not right now, because I don't think he should experiment with it in the running whilst we're trying to get top four.
Not right now.
But if you look at it, we bought him as an attacking player. Jose started playing him at right wing back, but in a defensive way. And he did an all right job defensive. But if Conte adapts him to do like the Victor Moses and play him in an attacking way, you could be getting the best out of Stevie B. But that's what you need to do in pre-season training. Say, right, we've got 6 weeks to train you hard. This is your position. You're going to have some pre-season friendlies. But also, I'm going to have 6 weeks with you constantly to play at that position. I'm not saying he is the answer to the right wing back.
Yeah.
But it's most definitely a possibility to coach him into it like he did Victor Moses.
I'll give you some of his signings at Inter, Brian. Free from Barcelona. Alexis Sanchez, free from Man United. You also had Ashley Young. Victor Moses from Chelsea. You know what I mean? Some of the players that he's brought in. Now, yes, he's brought some players in for some bigger money. But if you look at his transfers as a whole to Inter Milan, he didn't actually spend like a lot to form
it's
that
not
squad.
Exclusive.
Ericsson,
it's not exclusively world-class players or anything.
No, but if you look at that as well, guys, Ashley Young and Victor Moses, all right, they might have been aging, and he brought him to Inter. I completely forgot he took Moses to Inter, but what he bought was a serial winning mentality. So they might not offer everything on the pitch that a younger player could have done, but up here, and that serial winning, that was there.
Yeah,
that was there.
Spot on. Absolutely spot on. Just quickly, Ali in here with the super chat to answer to Patatinos. Say my top 5 is Højbjerg, PEH, Viking Age, Brickhouse, and Hockey Bear. It was Dave. I would say there's that video of when Højbjerg gets announced at the starting lineup.
Yeah.
And I scream Højbjerg's name, and then only to hear Ellie scream it just as loud right after as well. It was
you're lucky. You got to scream. I got to Villa. He's my favourite player, and I was in the toilet when he scored a goal. So at least you got. So, but he can play. He's been playing that partnership, and I saw Match of the Day picked it up as well. That partnership, and David was mentioning it before as well. It's great to see something there. Højbjerg, who, like I said, is my favourite. He is my favourite player just because of his mentality and everything. Obviously, there's better players on there, but I'm really liking that relationship. But I'm really looking forward to seeing Ollie Skip come back into this.
Yeah, me too. Just to have him back.
Just on the partnership, it's like with Rodrigo Bentancur, like that's why when Jack was asking me what number 1 signing in the January transfer window was, I said it's got to be a ball playing midfielder, someone that you know can play deep in midfield, or someone that can do something going forward, and we've got that in Bentancur. And I did because when you look at it, our defense was doing okay. Our front two with Son and Kane were doing okay. And it was just like we needed that link man in midfield. And what this guy has come in and brought to this Tottenham team, I mean, you can see it. You can see it now. Yep. And hopefully now the consistency is the final part that he can bring. But this guy, along with Kulusevski, has really tied it all in together. They've been absolutely unbelievable. They have filled in some of our weaknesses, which was the right-hand side and the centre midfield. Unbelievable.
I completely agree. And as you know, and I keep saying it, when Matt Hayes and me, you and the three of us and Sean Butler were on that show, and I said I didn't have a clue who Bentancur was. Been very, very impressed with him. The one thing I think he's got to stop is when he's on the edge of the area, he thinks a lot of the times he's got more time than he's got.
Yeah.
And sometimes he gets challenged. He will adapt to that. That's Serie A, where you might have a little bit more time on the ball. In the Premier League, you haven't got a second to think. He's got to cut that, but that's easily cut. Conte can work and get that out of his system. But his composure on the ball, his weight of pass, his speed of thought is a blessing. It's a great thing to see. It really, really is. And then the other one, I mean, Romero, my God. My God.
He won everything. Big up,
savage.
Ellie, though. Big up, Ellie.
Yeah, he's just an absolute savage. And just quickly, a big up, Ellie. Honestly, what you done for myself and Jack, to have us there for that game, the experience we got out of it, and that picture of the three of us facing out onto the pitch, unbelievable. And you can see it in the thumbnail. And I sent you on the picture of the thumbnail, so you can have it forever, Ellie. So you can have it forever, because I know I will. So thank you so much.
Saint. She's a saint. But Ellie, if only we had Brian, it actually would have been dangerous then if we had Brian as well with us, because then the Hoiberg, Colt fan club would have they would have had to, taken us out of the stadium. They were just saying, there's no way you guys can love a player this much, so.
And there was a spare seat beside us, so if Daigle was there,
there was a spare seat, so if we had Brian there,
the whole Hoiberg fan club.
Dangerous. Ellie, though, absolute saint.
Yeah, absolute. What a gem of a woman. What a gem of a woman.
Oh, incredible.
William Kelly says, Jesus, Brian Daigle, that would be a cheap night out.
Okay.
What's he? I'm not.
I can't remember. Maybe
we must have cut him off on something. Probably that's probably our fault, William Kelly. It's our fault, my man. Maybe cheap night out with Levy. I'm not so.
That was probably to do with Levy. Probably is to do with Levy.
Yeah.
But
probably, I just saw the thing about the chat about me versus Sean. Do you know what happened with that? Obviously, with that, what happened is we were meant to go in the first week of January, but then I think Sean had a work commitment that he couldn't get out of.
You got a new job.
Things got really serious with Bob Spur. Thank God he's at home now and everything is all good. But it just became such a bad time where it kind of just fell by the wayside. There's so much stuff happened, but I'm sure we might have one in the summer. I'm sure the summer one. I'm sure
that makes the build up even better. It's like the Arsenal Spurs game. It's just getting delayed and delayed.
I actually say that, but Sean's also said that if the summer isn't the summer we all need, that he's going to be. It'll be Daigle versus Sean Butler. Both say Levy out. I win. So it may be in the summer, but it was all kind of meant to be. Sean had a work commitment, and then obviously with Bob Spur, which was the main priority of the whole time, things just got away from us. And now, I mean, even if we did it now, it's run its course kind of thing.
Yeah, it definitely has. Missy Owati says you guys probably going to hate this even more, but Odegaard is also in for a shout for top 5 midfielders. Yeah, to be fair, he's had a good season, but look, you know what, man, I'll never give them credit ever.
But I was about to say, if I was to put an Arsenal midfielder in it, which I'd hate, I'd probably put Smith Rowe.
Yeah, he's been good. But look, I'm not getting into them. They're scum. Yeah. I don't like them. I will say about that game, actually, I heard Brad saying it before. I can guarantee if Brad Matthews is here and it is the North London derby, my God, the Scotland Yard will be absolutely rocking. Yeah. We normally have about 400 people in for the North London derby. So it will be noisy. And Jack, if it is the North London derby, maybe you want to hop over to Toronto for the night.
Oh, it sounds absolutely glorious. Like I said, anytime just to, have some fresh air, and then to see Spurs as well is also a treat. See Spurs as well would be a treat. But George as well, I don't know if you guys got to it, but George, really appreciate it, my man. Really do appreciate it.
He says, well done, David and Jack, for another great show. Well, my man, I appreciate it, but it's not even to myself and Jack. It's the guys that come on and give their opinions on everything, George. So big yourself up, my man. I really appreciate it, but the thanks should be to basically everybody that's coming on and everybody in the chat that makes this channel what it is. But big up, Georgie boy. I really appreciate it. And Brian, I've been saying to this guy, and he did say, if he does make his first appearance, it will be on your channel. But I'm going to tell you now, Brian, I'm going to say it here now. Please do it. We need 1 hour a week of Graham. Story time with Graham, 1 hour a week. That's what you need, Brian. You need to get it going.
So I heard you got to meet him. Jack, you were there and met Graham as well, yeah?
I met Graham as well, which was taught me so much.
Graham is a very, very dear friend of mine. It's good to see him in the chat. And obviously, the way I met Graham was at the NFL protests, and then all the other ones. And then he was with me at the training ground. Now he is a diehard. I mean, he's been a season ticket holder since the '60s, and goes.
He's actually even said he's only missed like 6 games in like his whole life, or something. It's just incredible. Like he's seen everything.
And he had to miss. I think it was Southampton Wolves, or Wolves someone, and that was the first time he had missed back-to-back games ever. So he is an absolutely incredible guy, a very, very dear friend. Was at my leaving drinks. See him all the time. He's just a top guy, and we will be getting him on Tottenham on tour very, very soon.
Yeah, love it. I love it.
I love it.
But look, Diego, we have a couple more guests to get to, my man. It's been great chatting to you. But anything else you want to talk about before we let you go?
Yeah, I'm going to let you guys in, and however, I don't know how many people are in the chat right now. An exclusive, hot off the press. As you know, as people may not know, it's Ben from We Are Tottenham TV's Stag Do this weekend, and they're going away from Thursday. So from Thursday to Sunday, We Are Tottenham on tour is back, because me and Brian Ireland will be doing shows on We Are Tottenham TV's channel. So we will be doing the shows. They will be daily, but they're going to be more, instead of Good Morning Tottenham, it will be Good Evening Tottenham back home time, because of the time difference and when we're free. So We Are Tottenham TV is having a Tottenham on tour takeover, and that is an exclusive live on the Harris Watch a Lot fan show. That is what's happening. So it is just an honor and a pleasure to spend time with you two, as well as everyone in the chat. Happy you both had a great weekend. Happy the two of you finally met as well with other people in the community. I said to Jack, we'll make sure that next time he goes back to London, I'll get on a plane and meet him in London, and we'll do it together. But yeah, just everyone in the chat, have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Speak very soon. We've got tomorrow at 8 p.m. your time, we're doing our pod, and we've got the great Sam Chipek coming on.
Yeah,
nice.
So, he's a good guy.
He's a top boy, so he'll be on. But I'll let
you got a big week coming up as well, Brian. You got a big week coming up. I'm loving it.
It's always a big week. But yeah, everyone, great to speak to you. Both you boys, I love you. Everyone in the chat, I love you. I'm not going to say what I'm going to normally say, because there's no need for it today. I'll just say, enjoy the show. Love you all. Speak to you soon.
No, look, I can't let you away, man.
That's right. That's the signature send-off.
Everyone sits there waiting for it. You got to give it. But you text me and let me know what time you're on live, because I will get on over to We Are Tottenham TV as well, if you're still taking the callers.
Oh, of course I will. Of course, I'll send you. I'll send you the thing. Okay, if everyone needs to hear it, let me just get ready.
Fingers as well. Fingers got to be ready.
But yeah, do your finger exercises. Get them ready. Up, down, like a thumb war. Just get ready. And as always, Levy out.
Oh, yes.
I love it. I love it. Right.
He just signs off as well. He just signs off as well. Class.
Graham would have disowned Brian if he didn't do that. Honestly, he would have disowned him. Absolutely love it. Big up, Brian. What a caller. What a man. What a man.
Everyone's saying he looks like Pep Guardiola now as well. They're saying he looks like Pep Guardiola. I love it. I love
it. Onto it quickly as well. Love it. I love it. George, big yourself up, my man. It's good to see your YouTube member, my man. If you're a white member, the link is up in the community section. If not, just
hop on, my man.
Message me and we'll get you on, my man. Big up, George. It's good to see you, brother. Legend. William Kelly says, no, Brian Bergwijn is Forrest Gump. Pure shit. Do you know what? Look,
I think he's been looking better. And even Dave, when he did come on, he had that little not step over. He did that nice little ball roll right inside the box. And I believe it was him that chipped it over to Harry Kane, the one that Emerson took away. I think that was Bergwijn's cross, if I remember correctly. So,
yeah,
I mean, I would say, and we've said this a few times, Dave, so it's not like we're saying this for the first time, but when Lucas and Bergwijn both come on at the end of games, seems like Bergwijn is the one that's making more of an impact each time than Lucas is. So you would say on recent form, you can only say Bergwijn is the one that I would say is maybe the best off the bench sort of winger that we might have right now. And I know there's only really two to compete with because it's just him and Lucas, but I would say Bergwijn is showing more than what Lucas has, I would say recently, especially.
I agree with you. I do think Bergwijn is making more of an impact off the bench than what Lucas is. Is it still good enough to be here? Probably not. If I'm being honest, I still don't think he is good enough to be here. I mean, how can you bring in Kulusevski? I mean, we have to remember Bergwijn had about a 16-game run under Jose Mourinho. Didn't really produce anything.
Yeah,
out
that's
on that
that's
side.
the big one.
Kulusevski has come in, hit the point, and he's already in the first team. And this guy's been here, a year and a half right now. Now, look, it could be the case that this guy finds a bit of confidence, comes to the fore, a bit like Eric Dyer, a bit like Ben Davies, and performs. But right now, what he has contributed since he's been here, for me, it's not good enough for Tottenham Hotspur.
I agree.
I do think that over the last couple of years, we've got some shit signings in, and we've always tried to see the positive of them. I mean, I'm the biggest one for it. I give them some great nicknames, by the way, great nicknames. They really do circulate around the fan base, to be fair. But we cannot allow ourselves to, or trick our minds to, that this sort of contribution is good enough for this club, because it's not. The size of our club, the fans, the passion in the fan base, players like that, if they're here this long and they don't produce too much, it's not good enough. Look, maybe it could be a case he goes somewhere else and blows the fucking roof off the place. I don't care. It's not good enough for what he's done since he's been here. But William Kelly, good super chat, my man. Good super chat. Big up, Will Boy. And who else have we got? We've got Killian Gubin says, excellent show, lads. Killian, I really do appreciate that, my man. Top man. I really appreciate everybody. Honestly, the way we've been received today since we've come back, it's been overwhelming. It's been
back into the family.
Yeah, it's been mind-blowing. We still have 200 people, and it's 12:15 at night. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Half of you guys are going to be waking up tired for work tomorrow or doing the school run, and, just blame us. Just blame myself and Jack. I'm not taking the heat. But big up, Killian. I really do appreciate the support, my man. But look, we've got 3 guests left, so do stick with us. We've got Dermot, we've got the Coffee King, and we've got KVP as well. So I definitely can't wait. Who have we got next? Who's the next one on?
I think it's the Coffee Man, if I'm not mistaken, David. I'm looking forward to it as well.
And Ellie, of course, you can still come on. Get yourself in the background. Of course you can. We've plenty of time.
I think you have the link as well, Ellie. You got the link as well. I sent it over to you, Ellie. But we got the Coffee Man to talk to here.
First of all, I want to say, Ben, thank you very much for the day on Saturday. You really cheered me up, gave me a great day, my man, and your coffee is absolutely quality. So thank you for hosting me and having me Saturday, my man. It was an absolute pleasure.
I mean, it was an absolute pleasure. The only downer on the day is that Jack wasn't there as well, but it was an absolute brilliant day.
We blame the missus, and she's not in the house right now.
It was just a lovely afternoon. So big up to Danny Kiriaki for sorting it out as well. He really pulled that out the back. It was just a brilliant day for all of us.
Oh, man.
No, it was a really great day. It was great to spend time with you. And I do encourage everybody
trying to give you coffees for free, and they were like, "No, I'm not. I'm paying."
No, look, I have to pay for the coffees, my man. I support people where I can, man. And look, I'm not doing this just to blow smoke up your hole. But everybody, do check it out. You want good quality coffee beans. You're passionate about coffee, and you enjoy grinding the beans up yourself and making the coffee and going through the whole process. Get in contact with Ben. Get his coffee beans. Absolutely, trust me, it is unbelievable coffee. Before I was doing all this, before I went into mechanics, I spent 8 years working in a hotel. I'm a trained barista, and amongst other things, cocktails and everything else. And I know about coffee, and what Ben does is absolutely unbelievable. And the coffee he makes and the beans he makes them from top quality. So if there is anybody that loves the coffee and is passionate about it, Ben is your guy.
And check out the channel as well, and just check out the channel, the coffee company. I mean, Ben, I can tell you probably I'm from Seattle as well, and I bet you probably put Seattle and Portland people to shame, as well with it, because they pretend to love their coffee. They pretend to love their coffee.
Just quickly, Sean, my man, I know you'll always come on. I really do hope you feel okay. He's in bed with a bug. So Shawnee, get well soon, my man. And look, I'll give you a ring tomorrow to see how you're keeping, brother. All right. But look after yourself, Shawnee. Plenty of water. And Ribena is very good for the stomach as well when you have bugs. Trust me. But big up Spurs Talk Show. But Benji, where do you want to take this, man?
I mean, it was just a wonderful, wonderful weekend, wasn't it? I mean, spend the time with you boys. I mean, to start with the legends, it was just the absolute perfect weekend for us, including the day we had on the Saturday. It was just a wonderful day. I mean, topped off by an unbelievable performance from the team. It was just a special performance. Like we were all, it was for once we were all like we were quite confident before the game and was like, all right, if the team turns up, we can do this. And then the team turned up, so it was just like we were all validated for once. We all like we didn't feel like we've been made idiots for once. It was like it was rather...
especially all the match predictions we gave in the beginning there. Ben, I heard Barry, he gave a 3-1, which he was spot on. I think I went for a 3-0. It could have looked embarrassing like it always has. You're absolutely spot on, but it felt good to be right. Felt good to be right.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't positive enough. I said 2-1 because I thought they were going to turn up a bit more, but we stomped on them. No matter what the opposition did, we stomped on them. We were better in every department except for maybe losing, because that was the only department they were good in on Sunday. Losing. And it was just a brilliant performance. Every single player to a man was better, and it's what we asked for in a big game. That's what we asked for, and most importantly, the crowd was excellent. The crowd was what turned that game. From moment one to moment end, we rattled them.
Do you think the crowd had a big part to play in that victory, Ben? Because look, I've been to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for the Wolves game. I've been to White Hart Lane. I've been to Wembley to see Tottenham play. For me, hands down, best atmosphere I've been at was that West Ham game. Best. And I genuinely do believe fans had a part to play in it. But do you believe that, Ben?
Absolutely. We saw with the cat beater, absolute evil human being he is. He was rattled.
Big time.
Own goal. He was rattled from moment one to moment end. Like the amount of misplaced passes he made, because we were just, it was like an old school football game.
Yeah.
That was like taking a trip back to the 70s and the 80s where it was partisan, it was hostile. It was just like, and that's the way football should be. Like when it's that shows accountability to what actual people think. When you do something that stupid, that you're accountable. 62,000 people showing you what you are as being a horrible, horrible, horrible human being. And he got what he deserved. They were rattled. From that moment on, they couldn't do anything. We gave them a goal. We even gave them a goal. It's not like they deserved the score. We gave them it and said, here you go, boys. We feel so sorry for you because of how much you're rattled. So here's a goal. And
what did you make of the fact, Ben, as well? Like, West Ham fans, they were only celebrating what set pieces, were being awarded. It felt like that sort of game. And to be fair, Ben, I was saying this to David before the goal even scored for West Ham. I said, this corner is the only way they can ever score against us. And they actually did it. And it was really defeating because I thought it was that classic, like, if you say it's going to happen before it happens, it won't. And they still scored it. But I mean, what are your thoughts? Like when they did get that goal, to bring themselves back into the game, were you worried? Were you a bit nervous? How did you feel? Because the only thing I was nervous about was if they get another set piece, I'm worried, but they're not going to score against us in open play.
Well, I'm always worried because I support Tottenham and I know what Tottenham can do. But what really changed the game? West Ham got a bit of momentum in the first 10 minutes of the second half. What really killed it for them were the four protesters. That killed the game for them. They lost they started to get a bit of momentum, looking like they could get a second win because they were tired. They were huffing and puffing. They started to get there. As soon as that protest happened, killed their all momentum they had. And it showed how professional a team. We showed real professionalism. And that's something this manager brings, professionalism. And that comes from bringing players like Romero, Bentancur, Kulusevski, Mr. Kane, Sonic, they were professional. They weren't thinking about the protest or what was happening here, there, and everything. Like, no, once this game restarts, we're going to batter them. As soon as the 62nd minute started again, we battered them. Back to it, controlling the game, controlling this.
Yeah.
I didn't like Højbjerg's performance. I thought he wasn't as good as he usually is. Like,
not as good as Brighton or Man United.
Really
I see what you mean.
In the 20th minute, he made a tackle, and he was celebrating a tackle in the 20th minute of the football match. I don't like that. 20th minute is a lot of time to go. 2-0 is a very dangerous scoreline. Don't celebrate tackles until the 92nd minute, and you're boosting it out of play or booing it out of the stadium. Calm down. Got plenty of football to play. But,
Ben, I think the part that I would say, as much as I feel like I agree with you, after the protest, it changed the atmosphere, changed the game. I actually feel like what really defeated West Ham was seeing how many times Antonio just got face planted into the ground by Romero. And the fact that you do think about it, the only way they score through open play is through Antonio hold-up play. They knock it up to Antonio. Antonio knocks it down, and then he either takes it past him or he's able to knock it on to someone else. And the fact that Romero won it off of him every time, and it went to the point where Antonio, of all players, was diving all over the pitch. And I think once you saw Antonio trying to simulate versus a defender, I think that really showed, that they really had lost all sort of momentum. Because I actually personally, I've never seen Antonio dive. I really don't. Like, he's not really that sort of player. And to see him actually give up against Romero, I think that's when the momentum really killed for him.
What Romero done, he stopped them from getting up the pitch. Antonio likes to hold up the ball, and he gets others into play. He gets West Ham up the pitch. Romero didn't let that happen, whether it's winning headers over him or even if Antonio got pinned, he's putting his leg between his legs to dislodge the ball around him. It's unbelievable. Romero single-handedly stopped them from getting up the pitch in the first half, especially.
2 words for Romero: world class. Absolutely,
without a doubt,
supreme quality. A lot of good defenders in this league have struggled against Antonio this year
because he's
Romero
physical.
Didn't in both games. Like if Romero wasn't fit for the game, he still had a good showing against him. He showed him what he was, an old-fashioned centre half. But you're not getting past me, sunshine. Even when they did get past him, he ran past him and got the ball back and played it out to him. Supreme quality defender. He's going to be the best defender in the world in 3 years. Maybe not even 3 years, maybe 2 years. He's going to be, under this manager, he's going to be the best on the planet. And we've already seen what he can give to this team. Like, even just going forward as well. I think that glides over the turf like a centre forward.
And he keeps possession, Ben.
He's supreme. Like, they should give him a Supreme sponsorship. Just get that tattooed on him. Supreme. That is what he is.
But he doesn't, I was saying this earlier, Ben, he doesn't clear it. After he'll win the ball, he doesn't just boot it upfield. He actually wants to continue to keep possession. He doesn't want to just, knock it up to the striker. He'll win the ball back and he'll play it right into the midfielder's feet. Yeah. He's not that sort of guy that, is just defending first. He loves getting stuck in. Don't get me wrong. But the guy, he's not just somebody that just will clear it away. He will actually play a dangerous pass to try to get the move going as well, which I think is what maybe links that whole world-class thing. Is they're defenders that get stuck in every time they can, but then to also win the ball and then lead an attack after winning the ball back, I think that's a second thing. That's just something you don't see very often. But
that's because he can trust the midfielders in front of him now. He's got Højbjerg and Bentancur in front of him. If he has to pass to one of them, he's got an outball to Bentancur. The brilliant partnership between those two starting to form already.
Yeah.
He knows if he goes forward and he gets exposed, he's got a load of players behind him to mop up them. And that's a team. So a team is now starting to form, and he can trust his midfielders in front of him. Unlike a Winky, again, just like if you can trust the players that are meant to help you, it's like it's the falling, like when you see couples doing the falling, like whatever it is, the trust falling exercise. It's what that is. He trusts the players in front of him. They're starting to trust each other a bit more. And that's only going to be an improvement for future appearances. So we're starting to see a little team form. We just need to get a couple more in, and then we're going to be good next year.
I definitely agree with that. I 100% agree with that, Ben. I think you get in 4 or 5 quality players this summer and plus replace what you sell, I think we definitely will have a very good squad that where Conte can feel. Because you mentioned players having the trust in each other right now. Conte also has to have trust in players that if he is dropping one of them to bring in that they can do a job. And I think that's what the sign is like you're alluding to. If we have a good summer and we can have a good team next year, definitely 100% trust, I think, is a key word that's going to be key between the rest of this season and next season, between players and management for sure. But Ben, I want to kind of take it back round to the fans because that atmosphere is incredible. And anyone that walked out of the game down into the concourse where it was just slapping the railings, West Ham get battered everywhere they go. No one can tell me that they left there disappointed, that they didn't enjoy that atmosphere. And I think, do you think, Ben, that stadium needs to be like that every single home game between now and the rest of the season? Doesn't matter whether it's fucking whoever comes. It doesn't matter whether it's
Brentford is coming up. Like, you don't want that to be with Brentford.
Or whether it's Arsenal. It shouldn't matter. And for every game, it needs to be that cauldron of noise because it does put the opposition players off. One of Kurt Zuma's first few passes went to a Spurs player. Does the fans have a massive part to play in this between now and the end of the season, do you think?
Absolutely. We've seen Tottenham away fans. Whenever you see Tottenham away fans, it's all you can hear in that stadium. If we can translate our Tottenham away fan, the way we perform away from home, to our home ground, it's a fortress.
Yeah.
That stadium is literally designed to make it a fortress. So if we need to actually use what the designers of the stadium have given us and start shouting down players' throats. Let's make it as difficult as possible for the opposition team every week, no matter who it is, or whether it's a Burnley or a Manchester City.
Yeah.
We need to start supporting the boys because they've got some great players on there, and we need to start bigging them up a bit more. Let's get there.
No, you're absolutely spot on. I just encourage every fan: flags, scarf, jerseys, hats. Get them all on. Get down to the game and really enjoy it the way the West Ham game went because it puts people off. It puts opposition teams off. West Ham were rattled by the noise. They were rattled by the boos and everything else. And it has to be a cauldron between now and the end of the season. But for every home game going forward, you see some of the atmospheres around Europe. You wonder why so many teams go out, for example, Red Star Belgrade, and crumble. Look at the intimidating atmosphere their crowd creates. We've got to start doing that in England. Look, if we don't have the money like Man City, Chelsea, and Liverpool to spend, but we do get in the right players, there's other ways we can go about it. But when they do come to the big boys, Tottenham, we put them off. The crowd is on their back. It's going to be hostile. They're going to get booed every single game. That's what we need to create going forward. We really do. We really do. But Ben, just top four on that.
Game by game. Game by game. That's what I've been saying for the last 3 weeks coming on your show. Game by game.
Yeah.
Just take it easy. Let's not go too ahead of ourselves. We've just had a brilliant win. Let's focus on the next game. Let's beat them. Focus on the next game. We're game by game. That's what Arsenal are doing at the moment. We need to reply to them. We need to wait for them to crumble. If they keep on having to give us questions, they will eventually not have any questions. So let's keep on giving the answers game by game, and we'll see what happens at the end of the season. Yeah. That's all we can do at this moment. It's all about us. Focus on ourselves. Let's get this. Let's do it.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Last question here, Ben, just because I feel like it hasn't been maybe spoken about enough yet. Reguilón, we've seen him have, like Dave said, he probably could have maybe 8 goals. You know, this
could have 15.
Yeah, at least contributions, right? My feeling is, Ben, is that he's a bit different to Sessegnon in the fact that he actually finds himself with those opportunities. Where I would say with Sessegnon, he's never really in those positions actually to score, maybe like Reguilón is. But then again, Sessegnon doesn't really, I would say, F things up like maybe Reguilón does. Yeah. He doesn't choke like maybe Reguilón does. What would you rather have? Would you rather have a guy that isn't in those positions, but, you know, is solid? Or would you rather have a guy like Reguilón who does get to those positions, but just kind of, I don't know, just fluffs it every time? I think it's kind of difficult because for me, as much as Reguilón's been really frustrating, he at least finds himself in those positions sometimes where he can actually score and he can actually do something, but at the same time, he isn't, doing anything with it, which is, the most frustrating part. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, because everybody's been saying Sessegnon is better, but I would just make a quick little case for Reguilón that he is finding himself in positions that Sessegnon just hasn't, I would say.
Well, I said to Phil Lattis yesterday, I would sell Reggie after what he did. He had an absolutely brilliant chance. It was almost easy. He was in such a brilliant position. He did all the hard work. He'd done a terrible touch, and then he threw himself to the ground. That's not the mentality we want at this football club. That is a poor, disgusting mentality to have. That is awful. That is dreadful. Sessegnon would have done much, but if he was in that position, he would have scored.
Yeah,
I think
I agree with you. I think Sessegnon, if he were in those positions, would do better.
It's pathetic. It's pathetic.
And sorry, Dave.
It's not what we want in this football club. I hope he can turn it round. He looks scared for the most part. He looks scared when he's playing. He's doing most of the hard work. He's getting to the final.
He does everything right, I feel like, until he reaches that position, and then when he reaches that position, it's clueless.
Yeah.
But what he did there was a disgrace. I mean, it's a disgrace to the amount of money he's earning. Really.
Yeah.
It's like, sort yourself out, otherwise you're gone. And as part of, I've heard rumours that Conte wanted him gone in January. If he wants him gone, get him gone at the end of the day, because that was pathetic.
Yeah,
I hate that. I like a bit of shithousery. I like a bit of maybe bending the rules. That was just pure cheating. That was disgusting.
Do you know what? I don't mind the cheating aspect of it, because there's an element to it now where players are dangling their legs in to get penalties and free kicks and all, right? In a way, I kind of wish we'd done more of it to kind of piss other teams off, wind them up in a bit. But I agree with you in the respect that the way he done it was disgraceful. It was never a penalty. He was frustrated at himself for the first touch being shitting away from the goal. And it's kind of like, in a game like that, where the game was still in the balance, get up and get back. Don't leave them with a whole side to be able to get down. You know yourself it wasn't a penalty. Look at the size of the magnitude of the game. Get up and burst your bollocks and get back into position.
But
that's
also,
what pissed me off about it.
With the game in the balance, that could really infuriate the West Ham players, and that could give them an extra gear. If that was away from home and he did that, I don't know who. I think it might have been Arsenal did something like that in an away ground, and it caused them to lose a game because they got the crowd up, and it got. You cannot do that. And
I agree.
We were sitting with legends like Maxi Miller and Glenn Hoddle, and
I wouldn't want to know what Maxi would have said about that. Maxi would have been.
One of the things they tried to convey amongst their talk is respect for their opposition, respect for their colleagues on other teams.
Yeah.
He showed no respect to his fellow professionals in that game, because that was wrong. It was just wrong on every level.
What do you think of this, just quickly, from King Hoddle? Because he actually just put this in the way that I was trying to put it. And like always, Dave puts it in more efficient way than I ever did. But he's saying it's a trade-off. For me, Reg has more game involvement than Sess, but maybe Sess has more composure. That's exactly what I was trying to say. And that was exactly what I was trying to ask, is that Sess just has more composure, probably more of a model player than Reguilón. But the point I was trying to make is Reguilón finds himself in those opportunities way more often than Sess does. And I think that's the point I was trying to make. But I think you answered it well, Ben, by saying even if Reg is in those positions, he's not doing anything with it. And even we just saw the other day, he did it so poorly that it ended up being disgraceful, like you said. But King Hoddle, I just want to say applause, because he just put that in the way that I was trying to, just absolutely perfectly. Absolutely perfect.
It's a shame Sessy can't keep fit, because he's shown to be a really decent player. He's played some really good games. He just cannot keep fit. He's played really well in some of our bigger games. I mean, we can't forget that goal he scored against Bayern Munich. Not many 19-year-olds can go to the Allianz Arena and do something like that.
So finish as well. What a finish.
Really quality. but he just can't keep fit.
And Session had 2 assists in his last 2 games before he went out injured. And then and Sean Butler had pointed out that, you know, Session seemed to start the games a lot quicker than what maybe Reguilon does, because you look at Session's 2 involvements in the last 2 games before he went out injured were very earlier on in the game. He switched on from minute 1. And look, I'm not surprised Session has more composure, because he was an attacking player at Fulham. You know, he was a left winger at Fulham and stuff like that. So I'm not surprised that he has more composure, to be honest with you. So look, he's very good defensively. Me personally, I wouldn't be in a hurry to switch up the left wing back position just yet. I really wouldn't. I think there's other positions we probably need to invest in and get right before we go near the left wing back. Maybe it's on the to-do list a bit further down the line, but I wouldn't say it's urgent. But Ben, you know, what is your channel? Where can people find you, man?
So now there's a few changes in the last few years. Now you can exclusively find me at the Coffee Company, which I don't know if you boys have the link, but
I'm looking. I have it unsubscribed.
We have a big event happening on April the 3rd. I've been saying this to everyone. April the 3rd, which usually comes after the 2nd of April and before the 4th of April. London Coffee Festival. It's the same day as Tottenham play Newcastle. So if people can't go to it, I don't blame you. We will have a stand there for a day, and we're just going to share what I do with the coffee community. It's going to be an amazing day for myself. It's sort of my debut onto the big coffee scene. It's really the start of the push to compete for the Barista Championships in the UK. And if you want to see my journey, you can follow me at the Coffee Company. We're already starting to do some training videos, which a lot of the people in the chat already follow me, like the Welsh gals.
Nice.
There's so Grays, everyone in the chat. So big up everyone that's already following, and hopefully more people come by, and we can all be friends, and you can see me on this journey to compete for something. Because as much as I love to complain about people, I can't complain about something people do when I'm just sitting doing nothing. So I'm going to try and see, I can win something. I'm going to win something. So if you want to find me there, you can find me there.
Well, look, first of all, what I will say is it is very hard to win your national coffee championships, let alone even go into the European ones. And Ben has big dreams. And at the end of the day, he's a Spurs boy. You know, he supports Spurs. And at the end of the day, I believe if anyone supports Spurs, no matter what they're doing in life, I believe you always have a friend. I believe you should always support them. So everybody, the link is here in the chat. Please get over there, smash that subscribe, and let's give Ben the support he needs and push him on to win the UK Coffee Championships.
So
what a competition. That sounds...
bringing me on. It's always a pleasure to come on the show. And as always, if you smell what the cough is brewing. New catchphrase, everyone.
Oh, that is a mic drop. That is a mic drop. Oh, cheers, Dave, that might win it tonight. And he signs off as well.
Oh, that's quality.
Oh, that is
Can you smell what the Couchman is brewing? Oh, that is brilliant. Big up, Ben. Big up, Ben. What a guy. What a guy. Look, we have a couple of guests left. We've got Dermot, we've got Ellie, and we've got Kyle Patrick Vineyard. Big up, Ben. That is quality. He deserves to subscribe just for that. That's awesome. The bottom dude says or anyone over Christian Reggie Gray. I want to keep the two of them, to be honest with you. I said, I think Rodon, looking at Tanganga now, I really wanted it to work for him. Not good enough. Rodon, not good enough. Sanchez, not good enough. So you need to buy at least 2 centre-backs this summer, in my opinion.
Fair point.
Yeah, and then you could maybe get one and bring one up from the under-21s.
And we need a right wing back.
Right. I think, we definitely need a right wing back. For me, I would still like to sign 1 centre midfielder, if not 2.
That's already like 4 or 5
someone else up in the forward positions as well. I just don't think left wing back is an emergency position. You look at it over the course of this season. How many times has it actually really caused us trouble? It hasn't.
And you also look at it as well, like, this is weird about Reguilon as well. We kind of thought he would be suited for the back 3, back 5. But he seems to have maybe played his best football on a back 4, because under Nuno, you would say Reguilon was the only, maybe Son Son and Reguilón were the only shining lights. You could probably say they were the ones that were keeping really strong form during those dark days of Nuno, Dave. I mean, Reguilón, what did he have? Like 3 assists, like right off the bat. He had the most goal creating actions for a long time. I'm with you, Dave. I think that's solid, actually, outlook where you already have to make 3 signings with maybe 2 new center backs and another right wing back. Still need to sign in other positions, of course, as well. The left wing back then kind of falls down the pecking order in terms of priority. That's a good answer there, Dave. Actually,
like even under Nuno, Jack, left-hand side was solid. You know,
yeah, it was our best. It was our most creative side.
Solid. Where's been our problem? Centre backs, right wing back, centre midfield, and in the forward areas this season. So for me, they're the positions you got to go and address this summer. I just think left wing back, okay. And I'm not saying I don't understand it. I fully understand it. I can see why people want improvements. Session, how reliable is he for a season with his injury problems? Reguilón, people are so frustrated with him going forward, and when he gets into the final third, he has as much composure as a pedo in a Barney suit. You know what I mean? But look, for me, I just don't think it's top of our priority. I think if Conte wants to address, go and address it emergency. Go and address it if that's what he wants. But when I look at the squad, I just from the course of the season, I just think we can't sit there and say we want 5-6 signings this summer and then add to it because it's never ending. You know, you got to start somewhere, and I just think left wing back could probably hold off.
If you wanted to improve every position, if you want to improve every position, I completely agree. But yeah, Dave made a very good point there. I completely agree. Big up to Bottom Duda, though. Absolute legend. Really appreciate all the support and all the donations, my man. Really absolute legend. Way too kind to us.
I'll just say to everybody out there as well, if you are enjoying the smiles, you are enjoying the positivity, and you are enjoying the channel, and you haven't, smash that subscribe button. Also, smash that thumbs up button. It is a massive help with the YouTube algorithm. And guys, feel free to get your super chats in like you have so done today throughout the whole show. It's a massive help for the channel, guys. And we will be bringing out a new show tomorrow. And we have a lot more going on behind the scenes coming as well. So just stay and watch. But big up, everybody. Don't worry. Like I keep saying, we know it's a big, bad world out there. Not everybody's in a position. So we will keep bringing up your comments. And at the end, me and Jack will stick around for an extra 5-10 minutes after every show. Since the comment team we're going to do, we just get your comments in, get your questions in, and we'll pick as many as we can, get through them nice and quickly. Whether you want to know more about myself and Jack or whatever it may be, just get them in 5-10 minutes after every single show. But look, let's get on the next guest.
I think it's Dave. I believe the running order has been established. So it is going to be someone that I see you talk all the time with on Pre-Match Pump Up. I'm actually a bit jealous because I do love listening to what he has to say with you on the Pre-Match Pump Up. It is the KVP, the best acronym in the business, better than KWP. It is KVP, Kyle Patrick Vineyard.
Yes,
my man. How we doing?
Good, man. I'm good.
I was going to say, just quickly, I love your conversations with Dave on the Pre-Match Pump Up. I'm actually quite jealous of them sometimes. I kind of wish I was in Dave's spot because I love listening to you, my man. I love listening to you.
Yeah, man.
What do we want to talk about? About?
Yeah, like, first of all, Arteta can keep our name out of his mouth because he's nothing but a 2-year-old baby girl moaning about why they have to play every Wednesday, Saturday.
He's in his own world, isn't he?
Yeah. Just give us a break. You got done over by Liverpool, so stop moaning and just get over it. Yeah, shit. Like, North London is ours. You come to our house every time you get done over. Kane always scores. Enough is enough. Stop moaning. And, yeah, hopefully they'll lose their next game to Palace. Like, they're away anyway, so, yeah.
Conte released the hounds this weekend, didn't he?
Yeah, Conte released the hounds, and he's going to do it against Newcastle and, yeah, Villa and Brentford. And then, yeah, the rest of the games. And, yeah, but Kane and Son at it again, 39. They just keep doing it.
Best duo of all time? Best duo of all time?
Yeah, best duo of all time. Like, whoever says they're not, grow up. You don't know who these two are. Give us a break because they're the best. Like, big up to anyone who says they're not.
What do you
think of Kane and Son's performance against West Ham? Kane with 3 assists, some with 2 goals, and and put the pressure on the cat kicker to get the own goal. So what do you think of the two performances? Even Kulusevski, Jack, I think, what was it, most progressive runs into the opposition box. So
he actually basically had the most, like, kind of in terms of things going forward, he had all the best things going forward. Most progressive carries, most progressive passes to the final third. He's doing everything where you wanted a winger to play direct, I would say. All the stats to show that he was playing direct. Exactly what you want from a guy. But what do you like about maybe Kulusevski there, Kyle? I mean, what I like about him is that he's almost a bit like a Berbatov, or like even said before, like a Van der Vaart. He's a bit shifty, he doesn't need pace. He's kind of that seductive, kind of player where, he'll get you with like a head fake. He'll get you with a body feint. He doesn't really need to get you with pace or anything. He's that clever type of player.
Yeah, like what I like about Kulusevski is he's brilliant, and assist, goals, whatever he does is brilliant. Like, hopefully he can score in the last remaining games, and then we might as well sign him permanently because he loves the song we sing. Like, sorry, apologies to ABBA, but we can't stop singing his name because he's just brilliant. Like, we're going to keep singing that for... Give me a tender. Yeah.
35 million euros. Is that a steal for you? Is that a steal for you now that we've seen how good he is?
Yep. Yeah, that's how good he is. And I'm excited to see what he's going to do, like, for the rest of the season. And he's brilliant. And hopefully he can keep doing that. And we might as well sign him permanently because, Bentancur, brilliant, but Dybala, I hear, Conte and Paratici are probably going to go to Juve and get him anyway, because
another Juve reject for us, maybe.
And we are getting top four because, we're only 3 points behind the scum. So if we beat Newcastle, we go above them,
Yeah.
So...
so we're 3 points behind Arsenal, and they have a game in hand, but they do have tricky games coming up, lad.
Yeah, they do have games up, and they still have to play Chelsea and Man United, and they still have to play those two. So it's on. So
what do you say to King Hoddle here, Kyle? He reckons you're being held hostage by Arteta.
I'm not being held hostage by him.
It's the other way around.
It's the other way around, King Hoddle. Like, I don't know why you're saying that, my man, but it's the other way around. Like, Arteta's the one that's going to get destroyed by the remaining teams, Palace and West Ham, but I think I'd prefer a draw in that game. Don't want any of them to win. A draw would be better. Yes, Jimmy, how you doing, my man?
Who let the dogs out? Kyle did.
Yeah.
But Kyle, who was your standout performer from the West Ham game, man? Romero, Bentancur, Kane, Kulusevski, Sonny. Who was your standout performer?
Sonaldo.
I agree
with his performance, considering the criticism he's been getting, after the last couple of weeks. How happy are you for Sonny?
100% happy. Like, I'm glad he done this because he told him, like, stop doing this because I'm going to keep doing it. That's what Eric Dyer did as well, and everyone does that. So he's going to do that again. And he's the Korean Messi, is what he is, or the Korean Cafu.
I love it.
Is he no longer Sonaldo? Is he even better than Sonaldo?
Sonaldinho, that's the one. Sonaldinho and Harry Edward Kane. Yeah, that's what you said after the Liverpool game. So,
sir, we got to put respect on him, Kyle. It's Sir Harold
Edward Kane. Harry Edward Kane.
So it is. You got to respect the guy.
Kyle, what room is Arteta in, or has he been fed to the dogs? Because he let the dogs out, Kyle did. Arteta, he's probably still running, actually. The dogs are still after him, to be fair.
He's probably still running, like, who let the dogs out. But Yeah, like he ain't gonna.
Arteta's probably jealous of Harry Kane because Harry Kane's hair flaps about in the wind. You know, Arteta's just stands still. There's that much hairspray in it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like
It's the
yeah,
hair that can't be moved.
he's the man that can't be removed. Like, yeah, I think it's probably going to be rescheduled in May or something, the North London derby, which I'm going to. I'm going to the game, and I'm gonna sing whatever I want. Like, you
big up, KVP, I love it.
Get on me. Like, yeah. So that game's probably going to be the decider who finishes top 4, but it's going to be us. So they're not going to finish top 4 because they've got players like, no one likes Arsenal. I hate Arsenal and I hate any other London club. So, yeah, stand up if you hate Arsenal. 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 Yeah,
I love it. Kyle,
yeah, I love it.
Kyle, please never ever change, my man. You are a breath of fresh
air. My cheeks hurt when Kyle
I love
talks.
It.
My cheeks
I love
hurt.
It. You always bring good energy. And
yeah, big or not.
But Kyle, I'm going to batter you in FIFA this week, man.
Yeah, well, just to remind you, I've got man of the match in form, the Irish Cafu, and I've got in form the Flying Dutchman, Stevie Bergwijn. So you have to see my team. But I've got Hugo Lloris and Nephews in goal. Lloris.
How are you going to beat David, Kyle? How are you going to beat him? Are you going to beat him with the counterattacks? Are you going to beat him with nice possession play? How do you play, Kyle? Are you going to beat him with some possession? How are you going to take him down?
Yeah, counterattack. I wonder what team Dave has.
Are we talking about Ultimate Team or what?
Ultimate Team, yeah, that's the Ultimate Team I have.
Oh, I've only started playing it today, so I have a bunch of nobodies, but I'll still batter you though, Kyle.
Oh, really? Like, you still need to play Ben and Sim, Dave, because Ben and Sim are just scared. Like, then they'll probably play the winner, like I used to do years ago. The winner. So, yeah, but anyway, it's international break, so and can't wait to watch Portugal or Italy because one of them has to miss out on the World Cup. So actually, I hope Italy lose. Italy lose. Ronaldo loves the big moment. So, and Brian Daigle looks like Bonucci. He looks like Bonucci.
That's a compliment, I must say. Bonucci's a cool-looking
like
guy.
Bonucci,
That's a compliment, I would say. That's a big compliment.
I know he's probably watching, but yeah, Brian Daigle, if you're watching this, man, you look like Bonucci from Juventus, and he's probably going to say, "Where did I get that?"
I would take that any day. I would take that any day.
But yeah, I'm still going to beat you, Dave, and yeah, we'll see. And they're probably going to watch anyway. But I'll see you for the Newcastle game. And as always, come on, you Spurs, and as always, Levy out.
Okay, before we let you go, man, please never ever change. I love you, man.
Yeah, man.
My cheeks hurt. My cheeks hurt.
Thank you, Kyle. We'll see you again soon, my man.
See you soon, man. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs, man.
Oh, what an absolute legend. Oh, my God.
Dave, my cheeks hurt, actually. My cheeks are hurting.
That's the first, Bonucci. Fuck me. Oh, my God.
I love Dave. This is what I'm saying. That's why I'm so jealous of pre-match pump-ups with him. The guy actually cracks me up. He gets rid of all my nerves. He actually gets rid of all my nerves when you talk to him with the pre-match pump-up. He actually comes in with more hype than you do sometimes.
Oh, he does. He's absolutely
he could do
brilliant.
our jobs.
Absolutely brilliant.
Big up, Kyle.
Never change. Look, we've got two guests left. Dermot, if you're there, turn on your camera, my man.
I think he might. He told me earlier. Maybe he does. Oh, he is going to do camera. He's very good, man. He's a very good man.
And then we've got the one and only. Yeah. We've got Ellie next. So we'll just get Dermot on, and then we have Ellie, and then that's all the guests.
Yeah, to stop me from doing something now. Damn it, I'll forget it now.
No, go and do it. We'll get Ellie on, and we'll come back to you.
No, I'm grand. I've done it now.
Okay.
I was just changing my name. That was all. I was just changing the name to the Irish version because I write everything in the Irish Dermot now. In the Irish version.
We can get top 3. Come on, you Spurs. Look.
Yeah, I was actually looking at it tonight. I was actually looking at the table, and we're only 8 points behind Leeds, and Leeds haven't got the easiest of run-ins. And if Leeds slip up and we've got a good run-in, I think we can get something. Yeah, I think we can get 3rd.
Yeah.
Why are we saying 4th? Let's go up to the next place. And then Man City and the other top two will get disqualified for some illegal payments or dumb, dodgy dealings they've done with UEFA, and then we win the league. So happy days.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Look,
like
do you know what? It's funny because I was sitting there talking to Ben after the West Ham game when I got back to his place, right? And we were just chatting about the game and the atmosphere and stuff like that. And I just asked him, I was like, "Can we catch Chelsea?" And he was like, "Don't even start, Dave. Don't even start with your delusions." But I get the feeling, I do get that feeling that maybe with everything that's going on,
I think that the sanctions, everything that's with the takeover, the sanctions, their balls, and they've got difficult games as well. Their eye's going to come off that ball. So I think third is up. I think we're going to get third. I've just got this funny feeling we're going to get third. And I'm so jealous of who you met the weekend. I'm really, because I was going to the West Ham game. That was the plan. And then it was just worked out Wolves was cheaper.
Yeah.
But you met Tony Galvin. I know you met Glenn Hoddle, who's a hero of mine, but I've always wanted to meet Tony Galvin. I am so jealous.
Oh, when I asked him the question and he was answering it, man, it was surreal.
Yeah.
It was surreal.
I would say also,
Good Irish man.
He's a good Irishman as well. Also, it felt like David. The more pints he had, the smarter he got as well. I must say, the more well spoken he became.
He can actually speak fluent Russian. Tony Galvin.
Serious?
Yeah, he can. We were playing Russia back in, I think it was 87 or 88, and they actually had to ask Tony Galvin to translate for them what the Russians were saying about them.
That's unbelievable. What a smart man. What a smart man. You would have also loved Maxi Miller, Paul Miller. Like, he is the straightest talker I've ever heard. The straightest talker I have ever heard. Dermot, the guy, when Dave asked him a question about the inconsistency, when other people asked questions about certain players and whatnot, the guy did not beat around the bush.
No.
He really did not. Gives you a straight, clean answer.
Yeah.
And Graham Roberts as well, bless him. I hope he's feeling better, because I know I have heard he hasn't been feeling a bit under the weather. So, I hope he's feeling better. And Glenn Hoddle, well, what can you say about Glenn Hoddle?
I would say his hair. I would say he does compete with Harry Kane for probably also the best hair of any Spurs player as well, because his hair is still to this day glorious. That's
the only man I know who could wear a perm and do it absolutely lovely. I mean, he was better than Kevin Keegan. And I'm so pleased for Ellie that she met Glenn Hoddle. I'm over the moon for her. I'm really touched that she met him. So all for you, but more for Ellie, because Ellie's always goes on about Glenn Hoddle. I bet she was
absolutely buzzing, and she was delighted. She got her cap signed with all the signatures on it. I was telling her she has to now frame it. That can't be worn again. That has to be framed. So it does. And
sorry.
So Dermot, I was walking up to the ground, and there was this guy, and he had like a big Ireland flag on a stick. And I seen it last time I was over. So
I remember you saying that. All right.
Yeah, I was like, "Have you got any more of them?" He's like, "Yeah, of course I do." Honestly, I probably should have asked for a discount, because he started handing me boxes to put on the floor. I felt like I was working there. I felt like I feel like I'm working here to get this flag. I should ask for a fiver off. But I got the flag, and then Tony Galvin, I was signing it and all. It was awesome, man. It was awesome.
Yeah, I would have asked. I would have done. He who dares wins.
Dave's too nice of a guy. But he was happy to see the Ireland flag. Galvin was. He really was.
I saw the Irish flag, and I just stood there, wanted to stand to attention, start singing out the national anthem in the middle of Tottenham High Road the last time we were over there.
Just you and David were there. Probably you and Galvin and him probably all would have been, bursting out in song, my man. You probably all would have been. Sure. I would say as well, like, Mickey was an absolute, like, he is one of the greatest socialites, or one of the greatest, he's a true ambassador of the club. Like, the guy, as much as we have the legends like Hoddle and everything, Mickey Hazard is one of the best socializers just in the business, I would say.
And he remembered us. But when we emailed to book our place in there, which was all free, by the way, it's amazing. He even emailed back, and he was like, "Yeah, no problem, David. See you there. Look forward to it." Like, the fact that he even remembers us, man, it was crazy.
Well, I've got a story for about Mickey Hazard. I got talking to him on Twitter. And he is coming onto the channel at some point when I can get around to organise it in the next few weeks, and I'm buzzing for that. But he's one of the nicest people you wish to talk to.
Yeah,
absolute perfect gentleman. And Steve Perriman, that's another perfect gentleman.
Yeah,
I mean, Steve Perriman added me on WhatsApp, and I'm like, I've got Steve Perriman on WhatsApp. I'm sort of looking at it, thinking, and he texted me. He was coming on and said, "Who's this?"
Yeah.
Do you know? I should have known. The picture was actually and then me like a dumbass. Who's this? Do you know what I mean? And he went, Steve Perryman. I went, no, who's this? He went, Steve Perryman. I went, oh shit! Something twigged in my brain. I went, oh bloody hell! It is.
That's mad. That is mad, man. It is mad. It is. Honestly, these guys are so good with their time. You know, it is unbelievable. But Dermot, what's your thoughts on the West Ham game, lad?
Absolutely buzzing, absolutely brilliant. I mean, I was watching the Grand Prix, so I will admit I missed the first 10 minutes of it. I'm so glad.
That is so shameful, lad.
Well, it was getting good. I was watching Lewis Hamilton lose. It was getting good. I couldn't do between the two.
Did he lose?
He did. He came third.
Who won?
Ferrari got 1-2. Leclerc and Sainz got 1-2.
Jesus.
And two of the Red Bulls were out mechanical failures. So yeah, it was a good race, and I put it on. We're 1-0 up, really buzzing. The other house watching it as well, so I'm downstairs getting it in. I can hear a cheering when Tottenham score, and I was so glad. Kurt, is it Zumu or Zoo?
Zuma.
Yeah.
Zuma.
All cats around the world got redemption that day. You know, I could hear all the cats around the world going meow, cheering when he got the own goal. Honest to God, I thought Tottenham played brilliant. I thought absolutely. I don't care. The set kept saying it on Sky Sports. Oh, they're tired because of the game on Thursday.
Who cares?
Who cares? Yeah. I don't. You know, we've had to play games on Thursdays and rock up at the St. Mary's at 12 o'clock on a Sunday or a Saturday and still beat them.
Yeah.
I think we played. Sonny played brilliant. Benny's a genius.
Yeah.
Decky he's going to be the next Tony Galvin. I can just see him. Harry's back in love with the club.
Yes.
Sonny needs one more assist to be the top assist player in Europe. So the Premier League or Europe, I can't remember where it is, but he needs one more stat. And he's had a brilliant season, son.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. Conte's got them purring.
Yeah,
he really does. They really got. Just to Ellie's thing, I am trying my best to do that. I am working on that. It's very difficult, but I am working on it. But they're brilliant, and I think we'll beat Newcastle. Villa for me is going to be the dodgy one. I think we're going to take a point at Villa, but I think the rest of it we'll win. I think we'll even beat Liverpool away. I don't think nobody should fear us. We shouldn't fear anyone.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we should.
No.
But like I was speaking to Ben, do you think it's important now that anyone that does be able to get down to them home games now, no matter where they're coming from, that they're ready to really get behind this team and sing them into full voice? Because look, I've been at games. I think the Wolves game, we stand there and sing them as they come out and that, but it was almost like we were waiting for them to make a mistake. You know what I mean? Yeah. We were waiting to moan. But West Ham was completely different. You know, everyone, even if a mistake happened, people were like, look, next time, standing up, clapping. It was complete different. How big of a part has fans' mentality and belief got to play in this between now and the end of the season?
I think we need to make this new stadium like White Hart Lane. I was saying to Barry yesterday or today.
He's a great bloke, Barry.
He is. I mean, he comes onto he's so funny. He really is hilariously funny. Yeah. He's a great bloke. And also Bobby Kay, that's another funny fella as well.
Class.
He is. Yeah. I was saying to them this morning that White Hart Lane, even if Portsmouth turned up or even a lower league turned up, that place was rocking. And it seems to be something missing at this new stadium, that it's not rocking. There's no flags, there's no banners, there's no... It's like we're waiting something to ignite us. Now, I don't know if that's down to the... I don't really want to go down this road, but if there's too many holiday makers there, if the proper fan has been priced out of going to the new ground, I'm not trying to go down that road. I don't think it's that, but it's just something is missing. It just seems they're waiting for the fans to get kickstarted by the team, where the fans should be kickstarting the team, if you know what I mean. Yeah. White Hart Lane, you know yourself, Dave. We've been there. Yeah. It's rocking.
Yeah,
I mean, that game we went to Wolves, I was astonished. I mean, the stadium's great. Don't get me wrong, and I was watching my team happy, but I was really amazed at the atmosphere. It was only coming from the South Stand.
Yeah, South Stand is the place to be. It really is.
There was nothing from the East Stand, nothing from the West Stand, nothing from the North Stand. And Sunday, you could hear it through the telly. You could hear it when the Spurs go marching in. Come on,
I may actually go back and watch the game, man. Listen to how the noise was through the telly.
It's something else. I mean, going to Tottenham should be a special experience. It should be like losing your virginity again, going to Tottenham. That's what it should feel like. It should make you feel that you're not a virgin anymore. Do you know what I mean? How it should make you feel inside. I mean, I lost mine years ago, so I'm no hope. I'm gone completely. But
I'm trying to find that feeling again.
Yeah, it can. Yeah, but that's what it should feel like. And now I would even notice it with the Wolves. There seems to be no atmosphere outside the ground where there used to be at the old White Hart Lane. And I don't know if that will come over time. I don't know if that will come if the team is successful. But the fans need to get behind the team. We need to be united. There's been too much division. There's been too much infighting. There's been too much. And I'm sick to death of fans fighting with each other. And we should go to the ground, stand shoulder. You watch the Irish rugby team. We stand shoulder to shoulder. They sing that song, Ireland's Calling. And the whole Aviva is rocking. We need an anthem to get the whole Spurs fan rocking before the game. Okay, run out to Glory, Glory, Tottenham Hotspur, but we need something 5 minutes before the game to get that stadium rocking.
Yeah.
Even if it's AC/DC, do you know?
Yeah, look,
I
just think it's on fans themselves, to be honest with you. You know, get out there and you know, get off your seat and sing. We shouldn't have to wait for it to be a West Ham, to be a Chelsea, to be an Arsenal. It needs to be every single home game. What was created against West Ham was
it was something special.
It was so special, and I'd be surprised if I'm ever part of something like it again. But it needs to be the standard now for every single home game. Who cares if it's Burnley or who cares if it's Norwich? You know what I mean? It needs to be that every single home game. Because at the end of the day, going to the game is an experience. It's a whole day out, you know, and you want to enjoy it. So why not make every single day out?
Live it to the fullest.
I mean,
I live it to the fullest.
It is. I remember as a kid going to Tottenham, and I remember it being so excited, couldn't sleep the night before. And you go there and you hear the noise outside the pubs, you hear the noise outside the East Stand where I also used to stand. And you get in the ground and you get shuffled down to near the front as a little kid.
Yeah.
So you don't. So if you need to get out, because it was fencing then, and if you needed to get out, you could. And the atmosphere you hear, you got the East Stand singing their song to the West Stand singing to the South Stand, South Stand. That wasn't there, and there seems to be a spark. And you're right, we need to turn up for Leicester, Newcastle. We need to turn up for all these lesser games to get by. The players will get better for that.
Yeah.
And
like even myself and Jack Dermot, you know, we're not there every week, you know what I mean? But we were standing up and starting chants and people were joining in, you know. If it goes quiet, just someone take it upon yourself, stand up, start chanting, and people will join.
Do you think the point is, though, is that I think where Dermot's right, Dave, is that we're not at Man City. We're not a library. You know, we can't rely on world-class, you know, $1 billion team to just carry us through a game. If you had $1 billion team, you know, you probably need, you can get away with having a library of a stadium in order to win games. When you have, I hate to say it, a club like ours or a team like ours, which doesn't have that sort of team, you do need the fans to play their part. You do need the fans in order to kind of help the team push through, because we just don't really have the players really to just do it by themselves. They need the fans as well to back them and support them for it. So I think that's where Dermot's right, is the whole stadium needs to be a part of it. It can't just be the South Stand. It can't just be them. It has to be the whole stadium, because we don't have the team or anything to get away with, you know, a half-hearted sort of crowd.
No, I mean, the Wolves fans, when we went to Wolves, they were singing louder than us.
Yeah. And
you would have thought it was them playing at home.
Yeah.
I mean, I love my club. I love the fans. I love the whole idea of going to Tottenham. It's an experience. It's something you'll never forget. And I'm so pleased, Jack, you got to fulfill that. And I'm so pleased you, Dave, you got your 2 games and you got your wins as well. You deserve that. You 2 deserve that more than most. And I was really chuffed for you. But even I was sitting on the telly watching the highlights, singing to myself, "Come on, you Spurs." And I'm not even at the game. And I mean,
wow.
White Hart Lane for me, and I'll always will call it White Hart Lane. I don't care what they call it. To me, it's White Hart Lane.
Yeah.
It's my spiritual home. And it needs to go back to what it was. And I've said it before, the spirit of Bill Nick is not there. And that's what we're missing.
Yeah.
And
no, absolutely.
And Conte, he's a god. It's pure and simple. He's come down from heaven and God's put him straight in the hot seat. It says, "Right, my son, you make this team great again." He's leading us to the promised land.
What do you think of the job he's done? What would you give it out of 10 and why?
I would give it actually a 9 out of 10. He's performed a blooming miracle. Wow. I mean, where were we when the Garden Gnome was in charge? Nowhere. I mean, he just stood there. I mean, a Garden Gnome would have done a better job than him.
He made Garden Gnomes He gave Garden Gnomes a bad rap.
Yeah, well, Bobo the Clown would have done a better job than him.
I genuinely couldn't believe what Paul Miller and Tony Godwin were saying. Could you, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, they had said, 2 things, Dermot. I don't know if you caught it, but he had only spoken 3.5 minutes, apparently, the entire tenure he had with Kane. And then he barely spoke to Pat Jennings. And this is coming from a guy that was a goalkeeper himself. So you think you'd have the courtesy to show a bit of respect, to like someone even correct me, the best ever goalkeeper Spurs have ever had.
Yeah, you're correct.
And so the fact he can't even show that guy a bit of courtesy, it does kind of maybe, I don't know. I agree with all the Nuno was atrocious, but I didn't think he was, in a way, I maybe say it, disrespecting the club even to an extent as well. You could say.
I mean, you
because I think that's like to the extent of disrespecting the club, no matter how poor of a job he did.
Yeah.
No matter how poor of a job he did, regardless of that, that's just another level.
Just quickly, Dermot. Sorry. William Kelly says, "Can someone get Anderton on?" I've been working on it, William. I have asked about on how to maybe go and approach it. So look, I'll see what I can do, William. We aim to please. We try to please my man.
Someone said if he doesn't get injured on his way over to the.
He was in the nightclub once. He used to. Where I used to live as a kid. He used to nightclub in our local city. That we had 2 nightclubs, and he used to nightclub in the main nightclub. Him and most of the Tottenham players in the 90s actually. So you always see Darren Anton in there, and I think Teddy Sheringham was there once or twice in that. But to go back to your answer, Conte it's like Moses led the people led them to the promised land. Conte's leading us to the promised land.
I love that.
For me, he's like he's gone up. Nuno went up to the mountains to get the 10 Commandments. We've come down with Conte with the 10 Commandments. I shall not lose. I shall not lose to Arsenal. He's come down with these, right? Yeah, and God is a Tottenham fan, right? I was on the phone to him last night. He is a Tottenham fan. And what Conte has done has something of the great Bill Nick, Keith Birkinshaw has done for us in the past.
Yeah.
And do you know what I mean? You cannot say, if that man does not get backed, this fella here, right? I'm going to show you now. This fella here, right? I'm going to send him to see Levy, right? That's me, right? With a hatchet in one hand and a bottle of whiskey in the other.
Yeah.
So that's right. Yeah. But it makes you believe to be a Spurs fan again.
Yeah.
And all joking aside, I'm proud to be a Spurs fan again. And I wasn't at the beginning of the season. Now I am.
And I hate referring to it, Dermot, but if you would have seen the moment Jack had, and Ellie will be on next and she'll confirm it, but it was great just to see that people still love the club the way they do, the passion. And, even every Spurs fan that was there, every Spurs fan that we've spoken to since all around the world, everyone is back in love with the club. Everyone is getting that passion back, that desire, hunger again, and I absolutely love it. It's the biggest thing I can take away. I think, look, me and Jack going over there, we've probably done our job and spread the positivity. To be honest with you, I think we've done our job, but it was great to see everybody loving the club again. I mean, that's the biggest thing I take from it is that through everything we've been through the hard season, everything else, you know, to see everyone's love for the club is still there.
What makes
last hard 2 years?
What makes me feel, Dave, and you're all right to say that, and I'm all pleased for you too. What you went, you know, you got your 2 wins, Dave. You went to your first away game. You got Big H to score. Jack, I mean, I was like you, Jack. When I walked in, I could feel my tears coming down.
Yeah,
Tottenham means so much to me as a football fan, and you know, I will never ever say I'm not a Spurs fan because I can't. I was, you know, I was born in Tottenham. I always supported Tottenham. I will to the day I kick the bucket, and nothing will ever change in that. And
one thing
we need to stick by this team through thick and thin because they're nothing. Like your show, my show, we're nothing without fans.
Yeah,
Tottenham Hotspur need to realise they've been nothing without us.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is just, you know, everyone back in love with the club, the passion, and it's something we need to take going forward. You know, and one thing I took away from London is, without a shadow of a doubt, Tottenham have the best fan base in terms of supporting the club, in terms of supporting the YouTubers. I mean, the amount of people that were coming up to myself and Jack, the amount of people going up to We Are Tottenham TV boys asking for pictures and everything else. They love to have for each other. It's you won't find it in any other fan base. You just will not. But Dermot, you know, it is 1:15 in the morning. We have one more guest to get to.
Yeah,
I want to get her on because I have a lot to thank her for.
I'll bugger off now and let Queen Ellie come on. I'll come out. I'll get out very quickly.
No, not at all.
Do you mind so Dermot, we have Tottenham Tantrum Gold here. Can you? What's the Formula One channel as well?
Yeah, Tottenham Tantrum Gold. I was back today for my first show I did with Bobby Kay. We did it this morning. We had a giggle.
Nice.
We had a bit of a giggle. We're back Thursday. We're doing the World Cup preview playoffs for the playoffs and all the Spurs players in the European. Friday we're back again with the results show, and then 3 weeks time, Grand Prix Gold. Well, Grand Prix Gold makes its debut Wednesday night at 10 o'clock. I'm doing a review and a preview of the next Grand Prix, and then I'll be on next Wednesday, and then 3 weeks time, 4 weeks time. No, sorry. 6 weeks time, I do my first live watch along for the San Marino Grand Prix.
Wow!
So I am really looking forward to that. But Tottenham Tantrum Gold's my first place, and I would not be here if it wasn't for them too, for giving me my break on YouTube, for giving me the confidence to go onto a YouTube and talk to people. Wow. And I just love it, and I want to say thank you to you too, and thank you for everyone who's shown support and loyalty, because that is important. We are a family, and we need to all stick together.
No need to thank us, Dermot. At the end of the day, you're the one that found the drive to come on and do it and break down all the barriers you had. So no need to thank us. You're stronger than what you think, my man. Everybody, do get over and check out Tottenham Tantrum Gold with it as well. Please do check it out. Get over there. Smash that subscribe button, everybody. Dermot, thank you very much for your time this evening.
No,
really
thank you.
I really enjoyed the conversation, actually.
Yeah, thank you. I am planning. I have got something. I'm trying to create a little character to come on your show, but I'll tell you about it tomorrow or later. But I'm designing a little character.
Tell me about it tomorrow, Dermot, because I called you today and I know you were busy.
I know. I'm sorry. I haven't been too great, so I've been sort of half asleep and awake.
You'll tell me about it. Tell me about it. So we'll
his name's
soon,
Mick. That's all I'm going to say. Mick will make an appearance. But listen, everyone, please subscribe to this channel, like this channel, and subscribe to everyone else. And also, please, everyone get over to Bob Spur TV Saturday, 10:30. He is back. Let's make that the most watched YouTube show in history. Yeah. And I'm going to make damn well sure we do, because he deserves it. Everything he's been through.
No,
big
100%.
Be there,
100%. We text him today because we are going to do a stream here Saturday, but We're doing it early so that we can be off in plenty of time, and we're going to put the link in for Bob's channel. I've asked him, he said it's okay to do for the stream. So everybody, 10 o'clock over at Bob's channel on Saturday. Really do give him the support and help the guy get back on his feet. He's a good guy.
He is.
He's been through a lot. He's been through a hell of a lot.
And if anyone goes on when he's on, I'm sending Tommy the Leprechaun round to see you. You get a nice little shock Sunday morning. Listen, lads, I let you get Ellie on. God bless you. And thank you very much.
I'll see you, Dermot. Love you, brother. Up, my man. Absolute legend. I love Dermot. I have a great time for the guy. He's a brilliant guy. Big up, Dermot. What a guy. But look, let's bring on the last guest of the evening. And Jack, you know, they do say you save the best to last.
Oh, definitely true.
I definitely think it's the case here. But look, let's get her on because she's so many stories to tell. Let's get her on. But I just want to say to everybody out there before we do, this woman is absolutely incredible. From the very first minute, she laid eyes on myself and Jack in the channel. She's been one of our biggest supporters. She's been absolutely incredible. And she put an idea in place to get myself and Jack over to a game, to enjoy it with her and enjoy the experience and get Jack over for his very first trip to White Hart Lane or to Tottenham without her. To see Tottenham. And without this lady, it would never, ever have happened. And I've so much to thank her for personally with her support. But to be able to bring myself and Jack together to meet each other for the first ever time, I'll forever be indebted. And the moment that she did, the memory she created for me with the West Ham game. But let's get her on. She's an absolute legend, and everybody give her the love she deserves in the comment. It is Ellie Højbjerg to stay at number 5.
Yay.
Ellie, how are you keeping?
Yeah, I'm good, guys. I'm not even asleep today. You know,
still buzzing.
I took.
Oh, you're breaking up there, Ellie. Ellie, can you hear us? Ellie, if you can hear us, just maybe log out and log back in. You have plenty of time. We're not leaving it. Come on and add your say. There you are. Perfect. Good. Perfect. We're back.
We got her back.
Yeah, and I've got the famous hat on all sides.
I was gonna say.
Ellie, I told you need to frame it.
I am gonna frame it, but I thought I'll wear it so all the Harris Army can see. Like got Glenn Hoddle, Tony Galvin, Mickey Hazard. Oh my God. So
Ellie, how good was
what
that?
A day we had. What a day we had.
It was amazing. And look,
we started
off at La Royale. What did you think of it?
Oh God, what a great! I mean, you get so nervous. Like Mickey Hazard makes you feel so comfortable.
Yeah,
you know. And then Glenn Hoddle's fashionably late, isn't he, lads? But when he comes in, when he comes in, he disappears for another half an hour. Don't know what he was doing, but what a great man. I always get this vision of Glenn Hoddle that he's quite shy, but he's not. No. He's not. He's really personable, and I love him. And to get to ask him a question, oh my God, my heart was racing, and I actually got all the words out that I wanted to say.
I was delighted you had the confidence to do it, you know, Ellie, because I didn't.
Do you know what I mean? I was so nervous when he gave me the mic. But I got the words out, thank God. And then to sit next to him, David, you and I and Jack get a photo with him. Incredible. And he called me my love. Oh, my God. That was so, it was awesome. And then to go to the match with you two boys and to see your faces walking up to the stadium and all the singing before, it was magic, wasn't it? And then Jack, as he walked in, started to cry, and I had to hug him. And I looked at you, David, and I looked at you looking at Jack, and I thought, that's your man. You know, you and Jack are like one man together, you know, and you've got each other's back. Whatever anybody throws at you, you hold together. Yeah. And you're true gentlemen. I love you both. And what a great way to end the game. And we win 3-1. What a great day.
Ellie, the scenes after the game.
And the scenes after were incredible. Oh, my God. The singing was out of this world. I've never heard singing like that ever.
Yeah,
you know, and for Jack to experience it as well, all the way from America, you know, that is so magical, so magical. But the game was magical as well, wasn't it?
It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. Yeah. Before we get into the game, though, Ellie, I mean, I was loving the fact you were in the thick of it, you know, through all the chants, loving life. You know, no one can ever doubt your passion for
the number 8, Dave. She went with us through from the number 8, you know, through everything as well. Like she was with us through it all, with the crowds, with everything.
I always think if you've got a sore throat at the end of the match, then you've had a good game, haven't you?
That's a great rule.
And I'm still a little bit horsey now, you know.
Yeah, same.
But I don't care, you know, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the passion and what you put in as a fan. Yeah. We actually won that game for the team, the fans, because it was rocking. It was buzzing, wasn't it? From the minute we left that pub, and then we walk into the concourse and all that singing.
Yeah,
it was incredible, and it was so nice seeing you two enjoying yourselves.
Oh, Ellie,
so much. It was like melted my heart.
It was one of the best days of my life, and you know what? To spend it with you it's been a long time coming, Ellie. It's been a long time coming, and honestly,
beautiful.
I just want to say it from the bottom of my heart. I mean, I'm truly grateful.
It's a pleasure, lads.
Jack, I really am.
It was a pleasure to spend the day with you.
Trip of a lifetime, Ellie. And to be fair, like David had said, and David put it more beautifully and more perfectly than I don't think I could have. But Ellie, you actually gave us the experience of a lifetime. And really,
and a big shout out to Ben from Tottenham. We Are Tottenham TV, because he gave you a place to stay in it, Dave. So a big shout out to Ben.
Yeah.
Well done, Ben. How's our Irish Hotspur?
Look at it, honestly, him
safe and out of trouble.
Yeah,
giving him out of trouble.
But no, look, honestly, him and his missus were incredible to me.
She's so beautiful, that lady as well. Ben, you're a lucky man.
She's remarkable. Just the way people received us, looked after us, and went out their way to make sure we had a good time.
And I had said as well, Ellie, that experience, it's sad to say, but I probably, if I were ever to have that experience, I probably would have experienced it alone, you know, to be fair.
Yeah.
And the fact that I could celebrate it with all of you guys, it just made it even more special, I think, was the fact that I could experience it with friends and, to a degree, what feels like family, I could say.
True.
And that's, I think, what actually made it incredible, because you gave me the opportunity to not just experience it myself, but also with others, which I think just makes it 1,000 times better.
It's just a shame, Jack, you didn't get your London fish and chips.
I wanted to go to the pie mash. I wanted to go to the fish and chips. I wanted to hit them all.
Yeah, but we had the kebab at the end, and then we got to hear Graham's stories. That was awesome.
Oh, honestly,
what a man.
Isn't he? Isn't he, Ellie?
If he's in the chat, Graham, you're awesome, man. Yeah. What stories he told us. He kept us entertained, didn't he?
He's too humble as well, Graham is. He's way too humble. Some of the stories he tells, I'm just like, how is this guy keeping this all to himself? You know, he doesn't.
I know.
He doesn't. He's actually. He's
awesome. He should come on. Even if you have your camera off, Graham, just come on, man. Come on. And tell you those stories. They're brilliant. Yeah.
No, he is. He's absolutely brilliant. But like from start to finish, and everybody, you will be seeing Ellie in the Matchday blog, by the way, all the way through it. So you will. Unbelievable. But from start to finish, I mean, what an incredible day. To La Royale, to meet the legends and listen to them and you know, admire and respect them. Then to the pub beforehand where we were all, you know, giving our match predictions. Everyone was doing the match day blogs.
Yeah.
That was also a good crack. Then the game going in. Everyone, like, as soon as we arrived, it's full voice. It gets you in the mood if you weren't already in the mood. You know, then to get to the seats. And I think the picture that was taken of myself, yourself, and Jack, like you seen in the thumbnail, Ellie, It's got to go down as one of my.
I sent that to everyone, by the way.
It needs to be sent to everyone.
It's got to go down as one of my favorite pictures of all time, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just unbelievable. It really is, and never ever give up your love for the club or your passion, Ellie, because like I said, you know, the whole way through you were just up singing, chanting, you know, it was absolutely brilliant. Even after the game, getting in the mix of it, you know, West Ham get battered everywhere they go.
I know.
You know,
oh my God, I was filming it, and Shawnee with his little camera and his birthday celebrations, and he was half cut, wasn't he? And then they bought him Jaeger bombs, and he was even worse.
He's a lunatic. I love that guy. He's an absolute lunatic. He's such good energy.
It'd be lovely to hear his story, how he got back to Surrey that night.
Well, I text him to make sure he got home okay. I didn't get a text.
Yeah.
I was a bit worried about him. I was thinking maybe he fell asleep on the train or something.
Do you know what I mean? Because normally, I think last time he said he paid for a cab. I think it was 55, 60 quid for a cab. Bloody hell. But at least he got home safely. That's the main thing.
Graham is here, Ellie. Graham's in the chat.
Yeah, go on, Graham.
He's a legend.
I love that guy. I
know he doesn't like. He's so humble. He doesn't even like. But Graham, like seriously,
leave me out.
Graham is a top man. He is a top man, and when he ever feels like sharing his stories to more people, I think there'll be people that will be listening. But even if you just meet him in person, everybody, I would say, just buy him a coffee or something, and let him tell you everything he knows, because the guy is a scholar. The guy's a scholar of Spurs.
He is. And do you know what, Jack? He really adds weight to the Levy out argument, and he gives intellectual reasons, and he knows a lot about what's gone in the background, which he enlightened us with. Yeah, he's seen it all, and I love him. Because we've all got to do our bit, to try and oust this guy out, because he's not good for our club. And if come the summer, when the big showdown goes on the transfer market, and if he doesn't back Conte, that's it. Even if he does back him, right, I want him out of the negotiations. Let Conte and Paratici do the deals.
Yeah.
Just get your nose out of it.
Yeah.
Sit behind that desk and sign the checks.
Yeah.
That's all we want him to do.
Exactly.
And then eventually he's got to sell the club, but not yet. I know they won't sell yet because it's too lucrative for them.
Yeah.
They're going to get another £5 worth out of the club, because that's what they've been doing to us, bleeding us for 21 years. But let's get on to the football, because the football was brilliant. We played brilliant. Højbjerg didn't got a lot of rap again. Do you know what? Everybody's saying Skippy, bring him back. I can see that argument, right? But why drop Højbjerg when he's had such a good link up with Bentancur? They understand each other, the two boys. You see Bentancur stays back. When he goes forward, Højbjerg stays back. And they got good communication. And at the end of the day, at the end of the games, they always hug each other, and you can see they've got mutual respect for one another, because they know each other's games inside out now, and they've only been together a short while, remember? Yeah, so I always big up Højbjerg. I never let anybody get to me. No one ever can tell me that he's no good. Or
what did it feel like to have the Højbjerg sidekick? I'm referring to myself.
Yeah, me and you, Jack, and Kirst loves him as well.
I'm the Højbjerg Batman. You're the Højbjerg Batman. I'm the Højbjerg Robin.
David, you love him, right? But you're sort of you're like if somebody says to you about Højbjerg, you'll back him. But like me and Jack, we're like even more. I think we're more hot. You are hot, but we're hotter. Yeah.
It felt actually, Ellie, it felt so, because it was the best part was having that moment, that video of when Højbjerg's name was, announced in the lineup, and I, screamed his name.
Oh, no.
Only for you in the video
really
to scream just as loud.
eardrum.
Only for you to scream just as loud. Højbjerg's
I know.
name. It was beautiful.
Like that. You did it so loud. Honestly, my
Yeah,
eardrum was
ridiculous.
rocking.
It was
Yeah.
ridiculous how loud it was.
But it was a good match. We really played well in transition. Reggie was getting a rap, yeah, but I like his energy. He just hasn't got that end product. He's not a striker. Maybe they should work on his end product. And like what Ben Kaufman said was very poignant. He did throw himself to the ground, and that's not what we're all about. I like a bit of shithazzery, like you said, but not like that. Yeah. Ben called him out. That is true. He shouldn't have done that. But on the plus side, he was bombing down the wing and he was beating his man and he was finding good pockets of space. A lot of he's really not a natural wing back, is he? So you can't blame him, and he's not a natural finisher. So he'll get better in time. But I can see the argument for Cess because he's more cultured, he's more reliable, he's probably going to be better in the long run for us, in my opinion. But I like Reggie because he's exciting to watch. He lets you down at that last second, doesn't he?
Yeah. Honestly,
he let us down 3 times in that match.
Ellie, he was running through and I was grabbing a hold of you and Jack ready to celebrate. I was like, we're getting a Reggie moment, we're getting it. And then he lets me down. I'm like, for God's sake.
Oh, no, you know, fucking shoot the ball in the net, you idiot. I know. It's so frustrating because you think if he could finish, everybody would be thinking differently of him.
Like the Joao
if he could
Cancelo.
finish the chances. They'll be hailing him as a hero if he just could finish.
Yeah.
But he finished one when Dyer hit the bar against Leeds, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't miss, though, to be
Yeah,
fair.
he couldn't miss that. If he missed that, bloody hell. Anyway, what's your next question, lads?
So I just, who do you think, who was your standout performer from the night?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
there's honourable
curious.
mentions. I mean, Romero was just amazing.
Amazing.
Honestly, the
But you
screaming
know
coming
what?
from us three with that guy was unbelievable. Bentancur, Son, Højbjerg, Kulu, Kane, all unbelievable.
They were all
Who's your
brilliant.
standout?
But my standout was Bentancur.
Oh,
my
Ellie,
God.
how badly have we been missing
little
a guy
shimmy
like
he did. He done 2 Irish shimmies.
this?
You know what I mean? I think he's Irish. I don't think he's Uruguayan. I think he's Irish. He's just lying.
I wish I'd love him in our midfield.
You know what? He done everything. He worked hard. His passing was on point. His combination in transition was brilliant. And his general heart and love, you can see he loves playing for us.
Yeah.
Right. And his passing was fantastic. And also the way he links up with Højbjerg, the way he links up the defence into midfield is fantastic. I love him. I think he's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
You know, and he's very elegant. He reminds me of Berbatov. I've said this before.
Yeah.
He reminds me of Berbatov, the way he looks lazy, but he's not. Right. And when he gets
Smooth
going,
operator,
he's
like
fast
Blue
and-
Dog put there.
Yeah.
Smooth operator.
He's very calm on the ball. He's very relaxed. You know, you never panic when he's got the ball.
And he
With
just
some
makes
other
everyone else
players,
feel
you
calm
do.
around him, though. He makes everyone
Yeah.
else feel calm around him, Ellie.
Yeah. If only Reggie could learn from him. You know, what I would do if I was Conte, I'd say, go and watch Bentancur play.
Yeah.
Go and watch him, and then watch how Sonny and Kane finish, and you'll learn something, boy. Because remember, Reggie is quite young still.
Yeah.
What is he, 22, 23? He's still a young lad.
Yeah, 23,
You know, he's still
24.
got time to improve. Because everybody's saying we want him out the door, but I don't know. Nah. Because he can still be a good squad player, even if Cess gets his place.
Yeah.
You know. Bentancur. My
And
man
it's
of
just-
the match.
It's the pockets of space he picks up. I mean, look,
Yeah.
we loved Modric, Ellie. We're huge fans of Modric.
Oh my
I mean,
God. Yeah.
this guy is
He's similar.
definitely very similar. It's just how relieving is it just to see a guy who can read the game? Okay, I need to drop into this pocket of space to be able to receive the ball from from one of my players. And then as soon as I receive it, I already know exactly where I'm going with it. He's always on the half turn, looking to go forward. It's just unbelievable to have someone like him.
Yeah, it's lovely. But like I said, it's a breath of fresh air because you want players that take the ball and on the half turn and go forward.
Yeah.
We don't want to see Winks again. Bloody hell. All he does is just turn back, and 90% of the time he'll pass sideways or backwards.
Yeah.
The 10% that he passes forward is really good. So I don't know why he doesn't do it. But Bentancur, he does it all the time. His only direction is forward. Yeah, and if he hasn't got
I feel like we noticed that during the game, Ellie.
Yeah, if he hasn't got an option forward, what he does, he looks about what's on, and he makes the pass that's the most progressive. You know, even if it's not like a visionary through ball or something that's going to harm the opposition, he'll look for the best pass so that we can get behind them.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what we needed. And Kulu, do you know what? Kulu reminds me of Gaza a bit.
Wow.
Not because he's as good as Gaza, because I don't think he's there yet, but I think he can be because he's robust. And when he gets the ball, it's like the ball is part of his body. It's like, right, you're not getting this off me. You're not having it. I'm going to curdle it. I'm going to curl it round my foot. I'm going to put it on my left.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say, he's got to work on his right foot as well, so that because if he works on that, he'll be the complete player.
Yeah.
He will. Because no one can get the ball off him. No way. And I like the way he puts his arms out like Ozzy used to do. Saying, no, you're not having it.
He shields the ball.
He shields it.
Yeah.
These sort of players don't come along too often at Spurs. What we've seen in the last 21 years. We've seen a few, but not enough of them. So we need more of that player who can keep the ball, keep possession. Yeah, because if you've got the ball, you can hurt the opposition. If you lose the ball, they can hurt you.
But you're in control of the game too, though, Ellie. You're in control of your own destiny. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Whether you want to hold on the ball and kill time, whether you need to go and get a goal, you're in control of your own destiny by being on the ball. And we've gone from a team of players from under Jose Mourinho that didn't want the ball to a team now that does want the ball. And it's very good to see what's happening. Spurs squad with the super sticker, and it just says mood. So he's enjoying the mood, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe it's just this whole night has just been a mood. I guess this whole night has just been a mood. Spurs squad. It's been.
Do you know what? And also about Kulu, what I would like to add about Kulusevski, right? Basically, because he keeps the ball so well, right up front, I think he's the best at keeping the ball. He's even better than Harry Kane, because Harry Kane, I think he gets mullered all the time, doesn't he? They want to hack him down. Whereas with Kulu, what he does, he receives the ball and straight away he protects the ball. He says, right, this is mine. So he's really brilliant at keeping possession. So we should use him even more.
Maybe because Harry Kane is the one that we use to make things happen with a through ball or a pass that no one else can play. But Kulu allows us to keep the ball, like you're saying, Ellie, so that maybe Harry Kane can then do something with the ball. And maybe players like Lucas, especially I would say Lucas is the one that comes to mind.
He doesn't know how to protect the ball.
We can't create anything. No.
With Lucas, he's fantastic at dribbling because he's so quick with his feet. People will hack him down.
Yes.
Whereas Kulu, he's more intelligent. He keeps the ball, he curdles it in to his body. And it's like the ball is glued to his foot. And then he'll protect himself. Yeah. So, that's why you need him. That's why he's in the team and Lucas is not.
But the reason why he's so good at protecting the ball, Eddie, is because he knows he maybe lacks the pace that others have. So the first thing he has to do to be able to do what he wants to do with the ball is control it, hold it up, protect it, so that then when he does get turned, because what he does do, right, and what I noticed watching him live over the last 2 games is he'll always take the ball kind of on the half turn, but leaning into the opponent with like one arm or something like that. So he gets the ball to his feet, and then what he does is then he uses that arm to brush that defender off, and he creates himself that yard or two, which then he can manipulate what he wants to do, whether it's pass it, run it. You know what I mean? And it's awesome. The guy is awesome. I also want to talk
he's
about
so
the referee.
strong.
He is. He's a strong boy. He really is.
Strong.
Honestly, you know, if your daughters are looking for a boyfriend, Ellie, send them off.
Do you know what I mean? You've got to get in there.
Got the stiff arm. He's got the stiff
I
arm.
know.
But Ellie, what about the
Give
referee?
me a ginger in my family.
I love it. I love it. But what about the referee, Ellie? How many times was he in the way in the second half? When he had shots from the edge of the box. Honestly, I felt like he must have been a part of the West Ham squad that played extra time.
You know what I mean? I think he should have been wearing claret and blue.
I think he was
not black.
Declan Rice. He's helping out Declan Rice because he was getting overrun so much. So he figured, just get stuck in for Mr. Rice.
I know. Yeah, he was getting in our way all the bloody time.
That one with Sonny was unbelievable. He took down Sonny.
At one stage.
You know what? I would have run on the pitch
at the top of the 18. He was sitting at the top of the 18. The referee and Sonny picks up the ball, ready to shoot it, and the referee stands in the way.
He doesn't even move.
I know. Do you know the 4 people that run on the pitch? I would have run on the pitch and take the referee to the goalpost.
Yeah.
Instead to get him out of the way.
Yeah. Stay out of the way, exactly. Stay there. Oh,
yeah.
Unbelievable. He was pissing me off. We would have slapped them about 5 or 6-1 if he got out of the way a couple of times. There was one of them, Bentancur was looking to pull the trigger. And again, the referee's standing there. It's like, will you move? Will you just move out of the way? What is wrong with you? I mean, I know we're playing beautiful football, but if you want to be a spectator, buy a ticket, you cheapskate. You know what I mean? It was absolutely ridiculous. You still there, Ellie?
Not sure what happened there.
Not sure. Look, we'll give her another minute. See if she comes back.
Maybe log back out and log back in, Ellie. If something happened, log back out, log back in. We'll finish up the conversation. But
exactly.
Dave, maybe while Ellie tries to get back in, we could do that new little segment that you're talking.
Okay.
Or we could talk about maybe some of the lines and some of the quotes maybe from the fan show today.
Yeah, so look, Jack, who was your favorite caller, my man? Who's your favorite caller today?
I wrote down a few things, Dave. So I had the Ollie's West Ham rant, which was absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. We had Brad's t-shirt reference when he did the, how just the this being our cup final just doesn't make sense when West Ham had even printed their own t-shirt. I had that one down. Ben's I'm laughing before I even say it. His send-off, if you remember his send-off, was unbelible.
Can you smell what the Kaufman is brewing? Brilliant.
We also heard Kyle said Arteta needs to keep us out of his mouth, as well.
Kyle
that was unbelievable.
Kyle just had me in stitches. What a guy.
And then I also have Dermot's make the new stadium like White Hart Lane, which I thought was a very powerful line. So lots of different ones to work with. I would say for the comedic factor, I loved Kyle. Like Kyle, I would say throughout was just hilarious, but I would say Ollie's West Ham rant was just class. It was just class. I was dying. And also he's kind of was right in the beginning of the show, Dave, which is always a bit more pressure, you could say. And I think he did really well with it. So I'm going to give it to Ollie. For the funniest one. And then I would say the most powerful one, that really just kind of sent vibrations through you was probably, I would probably say Dermot's. I think Dermot's make the new stadium like White Hart Lane. I thought that really rung through to me. So Dermot and Ollie, I would say definitely the lines of tonight.
For me, look, I've loved them. I love Philip's passion and Philip's cheeky little shithousery to the West Ham fans. I was loving that. Look, for me, I thought Ollie, he cracked me up for the first 10 minutes, man. I was loving it. Just going off on the West Ham fans. And this guy's relentless. He does it to them on social media too. I love it. KVP, I mean, the guy just cracked me up. He's awesome. Dermot, absolutely brilliant, talking about, making the home stadium a fortress. Brad Matthews, look, the guy's always brilliant for me. Again, the t-shirt reference I thought was brilliant. But you know what, Jack? My favorite one is tonight, and for me, it's got to be Ellie because I've never had someone that's brought tears to my eyes on a stream before, and you just to relive that day with her, it just brings back the happy moments, my safe place, and the day we had. And Ellie, we're still waiting. If you do get it fixed,
you do want to pop on just
and finish it off, no problem. If not, and you're done for the evening, just let us know and we'll end off. But look, while we're letting Ellie make her decision, guys, we'll maybe start taking a couple of questions from the 120 people that are still left here at 10 to 2 in the morning, which is unbelievable. So, guys, if you have any questions, start getting them in now, and me and Jack will start going through them. Quick fire questions, and we'll answer.
Who would you prefer out of Jed Spence or Isaiah Jones and Middlesbrough?
Jed Spence for me. I think he's had a terrific campaign.
I've heard this case just quickly. I would actually just be different. I'm going to say Isaiah Jones, just because someone made the case that there's a reason Jed Spence is on loan and there's a reason Isaiah Jones is sticking around at Borough, is because he's also having a class season. Isaiah Jones is for Borough. So you would just say maybe Borough are just blessed with right wing backs, you could say, I guess. But I'm going to go Isaiah Jones just to be different. I've seen more of Jed Spence, but I've thought that was a convincing argument. Isaiah Jones has stuck around and has taken the spot away from Spence. So maybe that means he actually could be a better player. I can't actually say that with confidence, but that's what I would say, Dave. Just to be different. How much would Jed Spence cost? 15 million, I would say. No more than that.
Look, going price is 15 million, but I do think you'll get the English tax on it, and I do think Middlesbrough will probably look for a bit more, knowing that there will be some clubs looking. So I'm going to up that to about 20 to 25 million, John.
Andre Smith saying, hey, guys, what do you think about Dybala coming to Spurs as well? I believe he says he's from Jamaica. Big up, Andre. Hopefully you're keeping well. I would say the weather must be spectacular. And I would say even as well, I don't know, some jerk chicken does sound actually delicious right now because, I'm probably going to end up making some pot noodle tonight or something. So I would definitely prefer some jerk chicken or something like that, my man. But I would say Andre as well did put the channel in there because I did just do a video on the Dybala rumor, and I compared him to Depay, who's actually also somewhat rumored with Spurs. And I basically just, brought in the context of, is Dybala maybe a better option than Depay? Even if Depay isn't rumored with us, I feel like those are two really good players to compare, just because I think they're very similar to each other. I would say if I had the choice, I went with Depay, but Dybala, there are some convincing arguments that I made on that video, but I think I wouldn't really be upset. I don't know what I'm saying. I'd be delighted to have Dybala. I think he would solve a lot of problems for us. He can play across the forward line, play as a second striker, can play as a number 10, play as a right winger, can bring more assists than maybe other players as well. He's more of a creative player than maybe a backup striker, which is what you need. Yeah, that's my thoughts, Andre. But Dave, I bet you'd be delighted with Dybala unless I'm wrong.
No, look, I'd be absolutely over the moon. Getting a third Juventus reject, it's definitely on my remit for sure. Look, I really like the guy. I think he's a very good player, but I'm a bit like you, Jack. I would much rather Memphis Depay, to be honest with you. I've really liked this kid. I've followed his whole career, even before he moved to United. Look, I was actually disappointed with how he got on at United. I thought he would rip up the Premier League, but he's gone to Lyon. He's Barcelona. For me, I would much prefer Depay, to be honest with you. Big up, Ellie. Big up, Ellie.
Legend. Everybody, big up Ellie in the comments. She made the boys dream. She made us dream. Yeah. So everybody, big her up. She's a saint. But Ellie, we'll be speaking soon anyway. It'll be another fan show. Also more panel shows and whatnot that we'll have you on. So Ellie, we'll keep talking. So don't you worry. Hopefully you can end off your evening. Adrian Shiroka saying, David, have you watched videos of Julian Alvarez? Again, man, I would say go back to the old channel. Again, way back in the archives, we did a Julian Alvarez video. Now he's off to Man City. So, a bit too late. David had some hot take opinions. So I would say definitely watch that video just for that reason, because it does make it spicy. I would say, I don't know what else there really is to say. He's gone to Man City. So
I don't rate him. I don't rate him. Yeah, I just do not rate him. I think he's been overhyped, to be honest with you.
Hot Spurious saying, saw your Depay/Dybala video, Jack. How do you convince either to pick us over Arsenal where more playing time is available? Completely true. With Lacazette not really doing the business for them. He's obviously doing the nice hold-up play for them, I think, but he doesn't really score the goals that they need. There isn't a convincing argument. That's just true. If they want more playing time, they go to Arsenal. You could say, though, with Dybala, might be a bit more comfortable heading over to Spurs because less pressure, I would say, actually heading over to Spurs because he has maybe competition around him, so he doesn't have to start immediately, as well as he's playing alongside with former Juventus players and maybe playing alongside Antonio Conte, which who knows, he might prefer that over Arteta. But big up, Hotspurious. That's a good question, my man.
Yeah, big up. Tottenham Tantrum Gold says, do you think Spurs should call the South Stand the Bill Nick stand? Look, they've got to call it something for Dermot for sure. I mean, Bill Nick stand, Jimmy Greaves stand. I mean, there's plenty of names you could put on it, but I definitely think, some of these people should definitely have a stand named after them for sure. Look, it would be definitely a nice gesture for sure, Dermot. King Huddle says,
but just quickly, Adrian, I do think they want Holland, but the Julian Alvarez deal is just done. Like, it's been completed. Like, he's heading over there. He's on loan right now. They just kept him on loan. I think he's coming to Man City next season. So it's just happened. It's already over.
Yeah, the deal's already completed. King Otter says, Big Dave and the Brooklyn Brain. I love that. If Conte stays, what is the target ambition for next season? And does that target and ambition depend on getting top 4 this season or not? Look, for me, I think if Conte stays, I definitely think the target should be challenging if he can get top 4 with what we've had this season. I don't see why, if we brought in 4, 5, 6 players of quality, why we can't be up there challenging. Now, look, I'm not saying we're going to win it, but I would like to be up there challenging for sure. And I definitely think challenging up there in the top 3 and nicking a cup for me would be my target or ambition for next season. And does it depend on getting top 4 this season or not? I don't think so, I think Conte's come in, he's proven enough that with what he's already had, he can get the best out of. So why wouldn't you back him and get him what he wants? And I'll be honest with you, I know people are saying we can't go after the very, very top players in world football if we're not in Champions League, but we ain't getting them anyway. We're not splashing out on Haaland. We're not getting in a fucking Neymar and Mbappe. We're not going after them anyway. But what we can do is still get players in even if we don't make top 4. And that's been proven by bringing in Romero, Kulusevski, Bentancur. Players will come to Tottenham. They've just got to do the right business. Just 1 second before we get to William Kelly's. Graham says, David and Jack, what do you think of Darwin Núñez?
Love Darwin Núñez. And actually, Graham, you can find me. I'm never this guy. So, Graham, I'm just going to be this guy for this moment. I would say I did speak about Darwin Núñez a long time ago, before I think a lot of people knew about Darwin Núñez, because I was talking about why I thought Benfica's striker business was unbelievable and went under the radar. They brought in Yaremchuk, who I also rated, and brought in Darwin Núñez to replace Carlos Vinicius. Carlos Vinicius. I thought that was just unbelievable business. In fact, I think it still has gone under the radar. And I think you can find me, one of the first videos I practically did was me just saying that was unbelievable business. I really rate Darwin Núñez. You could say he's a bit similar to Cavani in the sense that he has intelligent movement, but also is a bit robust and physical like Cavani is. The fact that Uruguay are able to replace a player like Cavani, who you could probably say is kind of irreplaceable for a team like Uruguay, especially a small country like theirs, I think it's unbelievable. So I really rate Darwin Núñez. I would pay anywhere between 30 and 45 million, honestly, for the guy. I rate him that much. And I'd hate being that guy, but yeah, I would say spoke about him a long, long time ago, and it's good to see he's playing well.
Well, there you have it. There you have it, Graham. Big yourself up, my man. William Kelly says, Diabala will end up at the Gunners. They will pay him ridiculous wages. We won't. Look, if it's a case where we do everything we can to get the deal done and Arsenal come in and offer him extortionate wages, okay, let him go there. I don't want to be put in a position where you're offering a guy 300-400 grand a week and he's not performing. Look what Arsenal done with Ozil, Alexis Sanchez, Aubameyang. I don't want a player that's going to come in and do that to my club. So if Arsenal want to offer him the extortionate wages and he wants to go there and lose his will for football, by all means. One thing I do not want to do is get into a bidding war with them and offer him 400,000 a week just to be Arsenal, and the guy's living comfortably where he doesn't even need to care anymore. To be honest with you, William Kelly, but big yourself up, and I really appreciate support, my man. And then we'll take this last question here from George, and then we'll plug the flatcapeurotalk, and we will end off because it's perfect time and it's 2 a.m. in the morning. George says, who will score the next Spurs hat trick It's going to be Harry Kane. I can feel it coming. It's coming. Trust me. He was amazing against West Ham. He was brilliant against Brighton. His hat-trick is coming. He's going to be the next one, Georgie boy. Big yourself up, lad.
And quickly, would you rather have Zaniolo or McKennie?
McKennie for me.
McKennie for me, too. Great question, though, George. Great question, my man. I would take McKennie as well. But everybody did just release a video on comparing Depay and Dybala. I basically just said, if you're looking for a backup striker, someone who can play across the forward line, I just made the case that I actually think Depay, it's actually really confusing to say those two together, both the surnames with a D. But I think Depay is actually better for what Spurs are looking for. I think Dybala offers us a lot. I'm not going to turn my hands away or turn my nose towards Dybala, but if I really did have the choice, I would actually go for Depay. And so if you like that sort of argument, do take a look over at that video. Lots of content coming out. I sent David a huge list of stuff that I do want to come out with, and it's a big range of things, everything from Champions League sort of predictions to just kind of talking about certain players I think would be good for Spurs, as well as a bunch of other kind of debates and whatnot. A lot of people seem to like those kind of debates about like World 11s and things like that. So I kind of came up with stuff like that. Lots of new content coming out. Going to be ramping it up.
No, 100%. So, guys, you don't want to miss it. Get over there to the Flat Cap Euro Talk, guys, and keep getting the incredible support that's already got. Keep getting the support behind it and smash that subscribe button. In terms of what's coming up on this channel tomorrow, you're getting a tactical breakdown and basically a match analysis from the West Ham game. Something a bit different. It's something new we're trying. So please tune in, give us your feedback. Let us know if you enjoy it. If there's anything you think that we should cover in future. And we have Kaniki Answer Me coming up then after that as well. I think we have the Tottenham on Tour collab this week. We've got Alex Davies coming on. We've got the transfers being over the last 10 years being ranked as well on Saturday. Alex Davies on Sunday, guys. So we're full steam ahead here. Back to our best, baby. The break has done us good. Look, I want to say a massive thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. Before we even got live, there was 100 people waiting. 250 in the chat. Before the dark hours of the morning came on, which was incredible. Still 120, 30 people watching now. Look, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say a massive thank you for the support on the return. Look, this channel is not without you guys. I'm sorry that everyone has missed us so much last week and the content and all. I really am. And look, we're all going to ride this out between now and the end of the season together. Let's do it. Top 4 is coming, baby. Positive vibes are back. Massive thank you to you out there, every single one of you that make this channel what it is. It's unbelievable. Even people coming up to us in the stadium after the game, before the game. Look, it's not something you'll ever get used to, but the kind words and everything else is just absolutely incredible. And we owe it all to you guys out there. So a massive, massive thank you to everybody who follows us, smash the subscribe button, the like button, financially supports us with the super chat. You have no idea how much it really means to us. Guys, go and enjoy the rest of your evening, what's left of it. If the missus is giving out to you tomorrow that you're tired, blame myself and Jack. We're big enough to take it, guys. And look, we'll see you all back here tomorrow. As always, come on, you Spurs. In Conte we trust. And thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Big up the Harris Army. Big yourselves up. Couldn't have done this all without you. So big yourselves up. It's all thanks to you. And come on, you Spurs.
Come on,
Conte
you
we
Spurs.
trust.
Conte we trust. See you all tomorrow.